Oh, hello, hi. I was watching a trial, and I'll have to wait to find out what Karma from Cliffhanger comment last stream. See my son. Oh God, I'm pretty sure your son's gonna show up this stream, Gammy. I'm pretty sure. I have a feeling he might show up in like one of the extra DLCs. Oh, but what trial were you doing? Was it like a Danganronpa one, or? I'm so like, wah. Wah. I literally did nothing today. Absolutely nothing. Yeah, it was chapter 3. R.I.P. My bad. My bad, OG. I didn't do anything today. Like, I woke up at like 7 a.m. and then I was like, nah, I'm not doing this. I went back to bed until like 10, and then I laid in bed all the way until like 5:30. I did not get up at all. It's a vibe. It was one of those days where I was like, I just want to stay in bed. That's all. I just want to stay in bed. That's it. That's all I want to do. I've only played Danganronpa 3. Or, I mean, I've only watched Cinnamon Toast Ken play Danganronpa 3, but I've seen the anime to the first one, but I haven't seen anything of the second one. I want to play the second one myself, since I wasn't able to do that for the first and the third one, but, like, I'm just it's one of those bed days, huh? It was really one of those bed days. I was just reading manga all day, bro. On my tiny phone, I was just like scrolling through reading manga, and I was like, damn, this is a vibe. I'm gonna just sit here. That's it. That's all I'm gonna do. And then I was like, dude, because I woke up at like 6:53, and I was like, oh, it's Thursday today. And I was like, no, it was Thursday yesterday. And then I was like, oh, it's Friday. And then I was like, 6:53, that's like right when I'm supposed to stream. And so I got up, and I accidentally like sent like a little message, like the message that I always send first, like streaming in like an hour or something. I was watching anime and I played the game at the same time. This sounds like a vibe. I like accidentally sent that I was streaming in like an hour, and then I like double checked the time, and I was like, it's AM, not PM. What the hell am I doing? So I like unsent it, and I was like, I'm just gonna go back to bed, bro. Just hopefully everybody ignored it. Nobody woke up and like looked at it. Hopefully I got so scared. I was like, I didn't even realize it was like 7 a.m. instead of 7 p.m. I was so upset. I was like, at least it wasn't like actually 7 p.m. because I would have been really upset. I would have been like, no, I'm but then I like just went back to bed, woke up at 10, just stayed in bed all day. Last thing I ate was like a Starbucks cake pop. I am vibing though. I'm playing like Our Life today, right? And okay, so like I got my two friends into it, but I got my two friends into it. I was like halfway through the game, and I was like, you guys should totally play this. It is so good. It's such a good game. They already finished it, and my friend texted, when you finish my favorite game before me, and I was like, you both finished the game before I even finished it on stream. The amount of like, I have to like patience myself when I play games. I can't speak. I ate hot dogs and water. Now that I think about it, that meal sounds utterly pathetic. Here, I brought this for you, broski Gammy. It's a Capri Sun. Take it. That's for you. You're welcome. I'm just wow. Look at this guy. I'm trying to like make sure to remember to bring at least one every stream now, just in case. Thanks, Lol. I got you, fam. No worries, I got you, OG. I'm really excited for Our Life though. My best friend was like, I gotta like tell you everything that I know, and I was like, I can't believe you played this entire thing in one whole night, and now you're the one that wants to tell me stuff. I feel I want to say stuff, but I can't because I don't even know what goes on. I don't even know what happens yet. I'm still on like I'm still on step 2. Step 2, and then I'm on DLCs right now. So I'm gonna play those DLCs, and then we're gonna go to step 3, which I think is the latest step. It was Helltaker that did this to me. Fucking Caprisa will never let me go. Helltaker's stream was so fun though. It was such a hype game, bro. That stream was so hype. That was a good stream. I love that stream. It was such a good game. I met up with like a friend a while ago. We were talking about like Helltaker because they were the one that recommended it to me, and they were like, "I'm so glad you liked Helltaker," and I was like, "I love Helltaker. Just his best girl. Oh my god, I completely forgot which one was my best girl, bro. I forgot the names already. All I remember was playing that one part like where you had to just dodge all the like I think it chains." And I just kept messing up, but I didn't want to give up. I was like, I got determination. Hit us. And so I just did it. I think modest or something. Yeah, I think so. I think you might be right. Like, modest. I have to double check. Yeah, it was her. I remember. It was like her and like a couple, like 2 other people. I remember it. Like the girl with, like the first girl that you met with like the glasses. 2. Man, Helltaker was fun. Helltaker was good. But I want to stop stalling because I want to get into the game. I really want to play the game. I really want to play it out live. Oh no, I'm messing up my... I'm too hyped. I'm messing up my screens. Dun, 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 dun. Where's the game at, bro? Oh, there you are. It's just opening. It takes forever with Steam, bro. I swear to God. Open up, bro. Oh, there you go. Dun, dun, hey. Here we go. Yo. Oh, wait. You can't see anything. There you go. Hey. Done did. So yeah, what were we? Okay, let me just make sure this thing is like good. Oh wait, let me configure it because I remember I turned the music down. That should be good, like there. Let me know if it's too loud or too low. Okay, so this has nothing to do with anything but fun facts edition. Batteries last longer in colder weather than hotter weather. I remember this while in the middle of drawing. Bro. That kind of, my brain automatically thinks that it works better. Like, batteries feel like they work better in hotter weather, don't they? That's so weird to think about. The fact that they do actually work better in colder weather. Thank you for the fun facts, Gabby. So, I was like on, I was there I was. I was on DLCs. I finished all Step 2's DLCs, and now I'm on Step 2's. I mean, I was on, what do you call these, by the way? What do you call, like, these ones? Like, Step 2, like, stories? Like, mini stories? And then Step 2 DLC mini stories? Mini story DLCs? We're on the DLCs. We're on the DLCs. But yeah, I've been excited to play this. I was actually I was like, I want to stream on Thursday. But then I forced myself against it because I was busy on Thursday. I always want to stream nowadays since there's like I'm taking summer off of school right now, so I'm like I want to stream like every day, but at the same time I'd be so tired if I did. Wow, that scared me. Thought somebody knocked at my door. Okay, yeah, let's just go in order again. I feel like this one's gonna be the really good one. For some reason, it's always like these last ones. Mall. I don't think I've ever been to one. I went to the mall a couple of times when, you know, COVID wasn't around. I went to the mall like a lot of times just to shop and stuff. I really like shopping. Okay. Oh, but which one's this one? Birthday? I can't tell if it's our birthday or Cove's birthday. I'll focus on that later. Let's just start mall. Whoa, this is cool. Hey. Lee's visit today turned out to be more involved than you expected after overhearing. Oh wait, dude, which Lee, bro? Are we talking about me or like? Oh wait, I have it on auto. No, don't put it on auto. I have it like I can't tell if it's. This is swear. Why couldn't they change her name to like Leah or something? Why did they have to put my name? Lee's visit. I'm thinking this is the other Lee, not me. Lee's visit today turned out to be more involved than you expected. After overhearing where the Holden family was going, Lee insisted on seeing Mr. Holden's shop firsthand. God, I'm late. Hi. No, you're good. We just started. This is like the first dialogue. Do not worry about it. You're all good. How you doing? An hour later, I can't tell if it's me or the other girl. An hour later, and Lee was busy looking at every item on display. Because Cove's dad offered supplies, lessons, and tours, his shop had all the scuba-related stuff you could imagine. Fins, masks, suits, and snorkels. Okay, dope. I'm glad. Hey. Oh, wait. You know what? This should be okay. There you go. There you go. I totally forgot to add that in. After circling around the shop, you finally stopped and looked at the whole room. This is the first time you've been here too. It wasn't often you tagged along to hang out at the shop. You spent a lot of time here over the years. I think, no, it's the first time I've been here, right? Yeah, I think so, because, you know, I'm not here usually. And I'm great. Our AC finally got fixed, which is amazing because I've been melting for days. Oh, geez, summertime melting. Summertime is, like, my favorite season, but it's so bad because it's always so hot. The mystery was finally gone. Over the years, you heard bits and pieces about what Cove's dad did from Cove. Derek and Mr. Holden. And now, here you were, standing smack dab in the middle of it. You were bursting with excitement. You were in good spirits. This is a pleasant surprise. You felt okay. Not your first choice, but not bad. You were not happy. I hate LOL. I don't know. I'm like, I can't. I'm okay. I'm neutral with hot weather. You're in good spirits. This is a pleasant surprise. Something always came up whenever you might have had a chance to visit the shop before. You happily insisted on Mr. Holden bringing you both along today. Lee was busy poking through various wetsuits displayed, so you decided to see what Derek and Cove were doing. They were too absorbed in their own conversation to notice you standing near them, leaning against the counter. You were able to pick up the topic quickly. Hey, it's your son. Oh no, I'm covering you. No! Move to this side. Why do you gotta be on that side? My dad told me new stuff is selling like crazy. Yeah, the material has been... Blah! Yeah, the material has this new bend with less neo, huh? My dad says people are really interested in it. It brought a smile to your face hearing that the shop was doing well. I don't know. I'm not... I'll just keep listening. They seem like they're having a conversation. It was interesting to watch them speak about what they knew. But really, there's just too much to think about with a business. It's crazy. No matter how much I come, I still don't think I get it. When it's hot, I get angry. All people have to do is exist and I get mad. Dude, I understand that, but with raining, a lot of people say, oh my god, I love the rain. The rain is like so calming and stuff. But I get really sad when it starts raining. My mood just kind of goes down and I'm like, my boy Derek has been so long. I feel so bad that I'm covering him. Cove hummed and nodded in agreement, causing a good humored laugh from Derek. I thought you only liked the scuba diving part, not the job part. That's the best part. I think about other things too. I got like 3 hours of sleep last night maximum because it was so hot. I couldn't get comfortable enough to fall asleep. That's... I got you. Oh, his voice is so low. Oh, that's a max. That's lame. Oh, no. Cool, the business side. Running it. That's my favorite. Out of the corner of your eye, you caught movement and you realized that Lee was now standing next to you. Hey! Oh god, dude. Maybe I should have added a heart at the end of mine so I know which one is me. I should have added like a tiny bear emoji at the end of my name so I don't get them confused. When your dads retire, do you think you're gonna carry on the store? Both sons shrugged in unison. There's tons of things I could do. My dad thinks so too. He doesn't want me to plan on working here forever. How are you, my son? By the way, the rain and cloudy weather relaxes me a lot and sets a good mood to read and drink mint tea. Mint tea sounds nice. I don't know. I feel like it has the opposite effect on me. It makes me really sad. I I'm pretty okay with like most other weathers. Just when it's raining that I feel really sad. It's weird. Cove's gaze fell to the floor. You could see conflict flashing across his face.
I don't know.
Oh, let me like, cause it's like, yeah. I don't know. It's a lot. Being the real boss of something and totally in charge. If my moms had their own business, I'd take over. If my moms had one, I wouldn't want to take over either. I can't run a business. I wouldn't want to take over someone else's shop either. I want to do my own thing. Then do you think your dads would let me take over this shop? No matter what you do, shop or no, you'll be amazing. He mentioned me. Derek, I'm so proud. I forgot that. I don't know. Probably this one, right? Derek smiled in equal parts, happiness and bashfulness. He bounced on his feet a bit. Thanks, Lee. I'm happy you believe in us. Me too. Cove's parents left the back office and came over, catching your attention. No, I'm covering. No, I have to look at him. At least for a second. Man, I'm upset. Why did they put him on this side? Sorry, kids. It looks like it's going to be a long one. I know usually others hold the fort down, but I really need to stay here today. I know you just wanted a little visit. It'll be boring getting stuck all day because of me. Kyra can take my car and go back to the neighborhood. Cove and Derek gave him an understanding look. Mr. Holden crossed his arms and flashed you a all big smile, trying to lift the mood. The one condition is that someone has to remember to come back for me later. You don't get to strand me here, no matter how funny that might be. Kyra laughed and gave a thumbs up. Mr. Holden seemed satisfied with that. He moved on with the explanation. Derek, your dad also has his hands full today, so he doesn't have time to run you back home.
It's okay.
Oh, that's alright, sir. The title sir got an awkward chuckle out of Cliff, which was cut short when Kyra elbowed him teasingly.
What do you think?
You already said I could borrow your car. Why don't I take the kids somewhere fun for the afternoon?
Absolutely.
His voice is so nice. That's fine with me. Just please come back eventually, someday. Sometime today, Kyra. After multiple jokes about being left with no ride, you had to wonder if that actually happened in their past together. For you, my good sir, I swear, cross my arms. Happy with the promise, Cliff took out his black wallet and offered a 50 bill to Kyra. Here, in case you need gas or anything else while you're out. Kyra smiled knowingly and accepted the bill without hesitation.
Thank you.
Sorry, kid, work has to be done. I'll buy you some Gatorade on the way home. Gatorade! He would drink, like, orange Gatorade. Cove's dad stuck the wallet into his back pocket while he waved with the free hand. Okay, time for me to jump back to work. Have fun for me. Oops, I said it wrong. Bye, Dad. Bye. Bye, sir.
Bye.
Bye, Mr. Holden. Goodbye, sirs and madams. He left the room with a wink and a flare, disappearing into the employees-only area of the shop. He has good taste in drinks just like his father. When Mr. Holden was out of sight, Kyra silently strolled over to the counter and carefully placed the 50 bill there. She turned back around and beamed a large smile at you and the others. Come on, gang, let's see if this town has a mall. Unable to contain her excitement, Lee actually jumped with joy, while Cove and Derek just grinned. There wasn't a mall in your hometown, but Mr. Holden's store wasn't in Sunset Bird. It might be possible to find a mall out here. I felt pumped. Heck yeah. Let's go. We in the car. Dude, I was about to say, do we have like a Tesla? But no, we clearly do not have a Tesla. Unless this could... No? No, I don't think so. She quickly herded the group out of the store and into the car. As the driver, I get to choose my partner in crime. Naturally, I bestow the position of shotgun to my baby. Her comment had both Derek and Lee snickering. Cove was for sure embarrassed over the phrasing and blatant favoritism, but he took the seat by his mom without complaint. I'm fine with that. You got shotgun in your own car a lot. It made sense that he got priority here. I'll take the middle seat. Really? Yeah, I don't want a window seat. You two can have them. You cool with that? You thought it was odd that anyone would give up a window seat, but you know Derek tried to be especially polite when he was a guest. You nodded.
Fantastic.
Good. Sounds like we're all in agreement. Everyone squeezed into the car, buckling in, and Kyra turned on the radio. She set it to a top 40s pop station. Put on Luna! No, I did. I would not ask if the radio station. I wouldn't ask if the radio station would be changed, but I do not like it. Play Luna. Play some Luna, please. Frowning, you thought music could be better, but you also felt like the car ride wouldn't be too long, so you tried to focus on other things, like the view out the window. It wasn't long until your group realized that they were lost. But after driving enough circles, Kyra's struggle paid off when she found a local mall. There were more cheers from Lee as Kyra pulled into a parking spot. Woo! Yo! Is this like American Eagle or something? Friday sale, 20 to 50% off. What's this? Can't read that one. Once your group had made it inside, the first order of business on this trip was checking what this mall actually had. Where should we go? No, I'm coming, Derek, again. That's upsetting. Ooh, I think I see a makeup store ahead. She want to go to Sephora. That's why headphones exist. You don't like the music, listen to something else. I guess we didn't have headphones on us. Which is... I don't carry headphones with me anymore. That's understandable. She rolled on her tippy toes to get a better view. Meanwhile, Derek was eyeing the directory. There's a chocolate shop. Seriously, we have to go there. Yes, wait. And we need to find a decent jewelry shop. I need new hair ties and barrettes.
Nice.
He sounds like Sonic. I forgot. Headphones are part of my anatomy. I feel like I don't use headphones other than like these ones anymore. I usually always play on like a speaker or something, but that's because I don't go out. We've also got to at least look for a game store. He want to go to GameStop. There's tons of things you can't get anywhere but a store that's just for video games. Hey, what are you thinking, Cove? I want to look at the fish in the pet store. You want to go to the pet store? Bro, I avoided the pet store with all my might. Whenever I went to the mall, most of the friends that I would go to the mall with in like a group, we would usually go to the pet store, and I would just be like, I would be so awkward. I don't like pet stores. I'm not gonna lie. I don't like pet stores, bro. Animals scare the hell out of me. Just in general. I want to look at the fish in the pet store. Could have guessed that much. Anywhere else? He smiled with some bashfulness. Can we go to a camping and outdoor supply shop? What about you, Lee? Wow, there's a lot of options. A clothing store, accessory shop, makeup store, video game store, chocolate shop, pet store, music shop, arts and supplies, bookstore, food court, camping. The thing I go to the most whenever I go to the mall is a bookstore. Just for like Barnes & Noble manga section. So bookstore. Oh, we can choose multiple. Okay, well then video game store? And I guess clothing and makeup and arts and supplies, art accessories. I don't think any of these ones though. That's really all that interested you. Bookstore, you too? Hell yeah! I always go to the manga section, and I'm just really awkward, cause you know there's other people there. Like sometimes I'll be the same age as you, and you'll just be like, "It's manga." It's like the oh my god, why is my phone buzzing? It's like the manga anime section, and you want to like be like, "Hey, you like this one? You like this series too?" But at the same time, I get so awkward. I'm like, I can't say a thing. They're gonna think I'm weird. That's oh my god. That's certainly a list. Good thing we have all afternoon. Yeah. I have my own stops I want to make. Let's agree to regroup here at 7 p.m.
What?
Yeah, I love how being in a bookstore feels like I'm fancy. You're not coming with us? We're all in the same building. You won't be as alone as you think. I'll only be a few minutes away at most. You're old enough to enjoy the mall without me hovering. Okay.
See you soon.
Be back here. It's so low, like the voices, even though I have it on max. I swear. Be back here. Oh my god, now you can barely hear it, bro. Let's just leave it there. Be back here at 7 p.m. Toodaloo. Toodaloo? Toodaloo? Huh? Toodaloo? Yeah, I love being in a bookstore. I can't talk to them because of my piles of books. I need to control the urge to get more. I usually get so many books by accident, and then I need to like put a bunch of them back, and it's so the like decision making I have to do. Leaving Derek and Lee stunned with their newfound freedom, Kyra walked off. She was almost out of sight. Derek's face twisted in confusion. Wow, she's really gone. Can't believe she just did that. She's like hyped. This is so cool. We gotta do whatever we want. We're all broke though. You're happy about it. Talk about an amazing opportunity. You felt unsure about the situation. Was this really okay? You felt okay about the situation. You were unhappy. This is not what you had in mind. No, talk about an amazing opportunity. It's really exciting. With the decision already made, Derek tried to pull together his earlier enthusiasm for the trip.
So,
Where are we going first? Times are wasting. Whatever's closest. Things were coming together, but you realized there might be a flaw in today's sudden plans. What's wrong, Lee? Did everyone bring money with them? Yep. I did. I always have some. Am I broke? Okay, I guess we going hella realistic here. Okay then. You had money too. You left all your money at home. The original plan was only visiting Mr. Holden's store. You didn't have any money at all since you always ended up spending it when you got it. Honestly, it would probably I can't tell. It would either be like I had money, because sometimes I'll have it, but sometimes I'll forget and like panic. No, I'll have money. I have a savings. Yeah, I'm good. Immediately you felt better about the situation. It would have been a downer not being able to even think about something at the mall because they didn't have money. I'm good. Hee hee, what? This soundtrack's my favorite. Now that everything was squared away, you explored the mall together as a group. There are many shops you managed to venture into so far. You all even went to a bookstore, leaving you with a peep in your step. This was better than you thought. There is still so much to see. After having hit many of the top priority stores, you found yourself passing by a small booth. It was decorated in wind chimes of various sizes. You raised a hand up to one of the smaller ones. What sparkled your attention next was Cove. You thought for sure he was going to stop by at the booth by the way he looked at it, but he kept going. Yeah, one. It wasn't until Lee asked that you realized you had stopped in front of the booth without saying anything. Lee just continued to encourage you. Windpipes are pretty. I don't have any windpipes. No, I do. There's some outside. I forgot. Wow. I usually like getting dream catchers. They're fun. You should get one. I'm just looking. It's nice to check stuff out. Lee hummed in agreement, then stared past the booth. Following her gaze, you saw the boys were already wandering too far ahead. Let's go. After leaving another clothing store, one that Lee couldn't resist exploring, you and your friends found yourself walking down the main hall of the mall again. It wasn't long until everyone you were with had their eye on a smoothie kiosk ahead. Should we stop? Yep. Wait. Wind chimes. My bad. I spaced again. I didn't know. I know what you meant. I just didn't know what they were called. I completely forgot. Even though they just said it 2 seconds before. As you approach, your eye was drawn to the dizzying list of smoothie combinations. A part of you wondered how long it was going to take to try them all. Hi there, do you need a rundown of how this works? Oh, what? Yes, please. Okay, first off, you pick up to 3 options of fruit or berries. Then I'll add the ice and the store's special smoothie base mix. And then you'll have your very own smoothie for $4. There's only one size. Cove leaned over the counter a bit. For several moments, he intently studied the plentiful fruit and berry options. I believe windpipes are part of the human body. That's a big difference. I want to get a strawberry banana smoothie with coconut too. Sounds good. Is anyone else getting something? Can I just get one that's all mango? Derek, please.
Thanks.
I like strawberries, blueberries, and raspberries. All the berries. For mine, thanks. Shopkeeper looked at you now. Oh, sheesh. I'll take one. Whatever smoothie could I get? Yeah. Okay, I want banana, strawberry, And banana, strawberry. I want to say mango, but that feels like it'll taste bad. No, just banana and strawberry. That's everything. And that everyone went ahead and paid for their individual drinks. You waited over on the other side of the booth where the drinks were put when they were done. Derek bounced on his feet, excited for his to be ready.
Aw.
Is it going to be good? Lee chimed in with her own enthusiasm. Everybody says their smoothie-based stuff can make any drink great. Cove whined quieter, looked just as eager for his smoothie. Luckily, there hadn't been anyone else before you, so it wasn't a long wait. Your group collected the fresh drinks as they were placed on the counter. Straws were placed through the opening at the top of the cup. The first 10 sips were had. From now on top, Derek, mango boy. He likes mangoes. I like mangoes too, but I was gonna I felt like that would taste bad. Derek sighed in satisfaction after his taste. Mango's too delicious. Mine's super good too. Cove nodded and hummed in agreement. His straw was still in his mouth. You're really happy with yours. You were regretting your choice. You thought it was okay. You thought it was only okay. You thought it wasn't as great and as you expected when you picked. And no, I was happy. It's perfect. Cool, we all made excellent choices today. Yeah. You asked if you could try Lee's smoothie, Derek's smoothie, Comb's smoothie. Sneakily, you wanted to steal a sip of somebody else's smoothie. You didn't pay much. Whose smoothie was weirdly good? I want to try. I would say Derek's smoothie. Derek's smoothie had all mango, but at the same time, Cove's smoothie was very similar to mine, but it had coconut and like something else. I can't remember. Well, I don't want to try Lee's smoothie. I do not like berries at all. Except for like strawberries, but that's it. I wouldn't steal a sip of somebody else's smoothie, bro. This is kind of nah. That's gross. I would ask. Kind of want to. If I'm being honest, I'll try the mango smoothie, the full mango smoothie. Can I have a sip of yours, Derek? Yeah, you can. He held out his cup for you to take, but instead, it was easier just to lean forward to take a sip with his straw. He blushed slightly at the gesture. This is good mango, thanks. That's what we do with our fruits. Sharing is caring. Derek winked, causing a small laugh to escape you. The mango in his smoothie actually reminded you a lot of that fruit bouquet you had at the start of summer. The fruit bouquet Cove gave us! Yeah, oh! Okay, I wanna ask Cove for a steal of the smoothie, cause smoothie. Mango boy, you blushing. Let's see. I'll ask Cove. Why not? Cove, can I have a drink of yours? He had like a weird one. He had like coconut and something else. That's why I want to try it. At that, Cove accidentally inhaled as he was drinking. His face was burning red from embarrassment and from coughing that shook him. Okay, never mind, bro. Chill out, dude. Are you okay? Derek gave Cove a few pats on the back. Was it that bad to ask? His haki was only starting to slow. I bet it ended up going the wrong way. It sucks when that happens. Lee elbowed you teasingly. The moment she got your attention, she started laughing and gestured between you and Cove. Moments later, Cove was finally able to breathe normally. He wiped his mouth with his free hand. His gaze I'm so confused at what the third flavor was though. I want to know. I forgot. But I don't want to look at the log menu. His gaze locked on the floor as he nervously started chewing on his own straw. Dude, did you do that? I used to do that all the time as a kid. I chewed on the straw until it was bent as hey. I chewed on the straw a lot as a kid, bro. I still do it sometimes by accident. You could tell he was torn. He didn't seem to want to say no, but he couldn't bring himself to say yes either. Ouchie, inhaling drink hurts. It does. Derek couldn't watch the scene anymore. Drinking his own smoothie, he pretended to be fascinated by the displays in the store your group was passing by. Lee hadn't stopped looking over you two. Yee, straw chewy club. It was fun to chew straws sometimes. You could tell she was living every bit of the situation. Cove's unhappy stare went from Lee to Derek, all white, still shyly sipping his smoothie. You wondered if he was trying to will them to intervene. Feeling, dude, it's okay. I'll lay off, bro. I just, oh my god. Feeling his stare, Derek peeked back towards Cove. The only response he offered was an understanding sigh. No, it's okay, bro. You don't have to stress over it. I don't want it to be a big deal. With a defeated sigh, Cove delicately moved the hand holding his drink towards you. Oh, sheesh! He invited you to proceed with his eyes. Leaning in, you took a sip. It was an especially sweet combination. Thank you. The name sounded pretty cool. Maybe I'll use it for something. Hell yeah. He nodded and brought his smoothie back closer to his body, but he didn't start drinking again.
You're welcome.
But you can't hear his voice like at all, even though it's at max. It's so dumb. You're welcome. Hey. No, I'm good with that. I don't want to try Lee's smoothie. It was all berries, bro. I'm satisfied. As your group continued to wander the mall, this soundtrack's cute. You came to an area in the path that was wider. Oh, whoa! We're gonna ride the cars? In the center of the opening was a collection of quarter-operated ride-on machines. Derek stopped as soon as he saw them, smiling ear to ear. I wanna ride. I think we might be too big. No, no way, we're not that old yet. He eagerly headed over to the machines, wanting to get a better look. Lee went along with him, with it, smiling. I'll ride one. Hell yeah. I want to get food and forgot this was happening. Oops. You're good. You quickly chased after Derek. He turned his head back at the sound of your footsteps and gave a thumps over his shoulders. Reconvening around Derek, you watched as he was focused on the various brightly colored rides. Most were designed to look like real vehicles, but there were also some horse-shaped ones. One of them could even seat 2 people. Lee leaned in close to you and whispered playfully while pointing directly at the solo machine made for a pair. Should ride that one with Cove. Bruh, lay off, dude. You agreed she was really onto something there. You rolled your eyes. You disagreed. That was too crazy. You felt unsure. You didn't reply. I've rolled my eyes. Your response had Lee giggling. Trust me, it's a brilliant idea. I called the helicopter. Why? It's the coolest, and I think it'll move the most. He started digging in his pockets, pulling out whatever money he had left. Wait. Is everything okay? I need 4 quarters, right? Yes. I only have 2. There has to be more between all of us. Hold on. Pockets, wallets, and purses were checked over. Derek still had 2. Cove only had 1, and Lee ended up with, at most, 3. You didn't have any.
Don't worry about it.
You can have mine. Thanks, but you don't have to. It's not enough for me. And even if it was, I'd be dumb to ride while you had to watch. Cove shrugged. He tried, failed, and looked unsure of what to do next. If you want to, yeah, why don't you exchange the dollar bills for quarters? The child's calling to me. I can't take this anymore, so I'll get going. Come back later, though. It's good, thank you. I hope to see you in a bit. Get me. I know I'm probably going to be streaming this for like a bit, like a while. Derek slapped a hand to his cheeks, eyes wide.
Okay.
Oh yeah, that'll work. Let's do it. The group scattered to various shops around. When you shortly reconvened at the rides, everyone had more than enough quarters. Wow. There was no wiping the smile off your face. Despite the little hiccup initially, the plan to hitch a ride was coming together. Let's go over this with... Let's get over with... Gary, let's get this over with. We have the coins.
Okay.
Cheer up, man. It's gonna be good. Yay. There were enough machines that everyone claimed one for themselves. Derek got coveted helicopter. Lee was happily on a horse. Cove waited to choose last. It seemed he didn't want to take a ride. Someone else had wanted when he cared so little about it. You picked double-seated car, and you brought Cove along. Double-seated car yourself. I don't know. Double-seated car. I don't think I would be able to fit by myself. I think I would be able to fit by myself in a double-seated car. But, like, I could bring Cove along. No. You like the idea of having some extra room. Cove took one of the free single-seat cars once you had gotten set. Looks were exchanged across the way as you each popped the coins in at the same time. The little rides were stuttered to life. As the machines began moving up and down and side to side, Lee and Derek couldn't contain their laughter. Derek started waving from the window of the helicopter, and Lee reached out to see if she could touch anyone as their machines jolted closer to hers. Cove, on the other hand, just gripped the side of the car. He was struggling to remain in the seat. He looked very uncomfortable. Ah. You were quickly regretting your decision to do this. You waved back. You stretched over to grab Lee's hand. You tried to encourage Cove. Convected? And I think it basically means having something or wanting something. Thank you for the definition. I have no idea, bro. I swear. I just can't. I know English. I'm just so bad at like knowing English at the same time. That's so complicated. What the heck? But thank you. You're quickly regretting. You went back. You tried to encourage Cove. Now let's encourage Cove. You can hang on, bro. It was terrible seeing how unhappy Cove was with this. You wondered if there was anything you could do to make him feel better. Don't worry, we all look ridiculous on these things. Cove's concentration was broken when he automatically looked in your direction. You thought you caught him rolling his eyes at your words. You worried you gonna fall off? Cove shook his head, but you felt like you were going in the right direction. I know people always talk about how tall you are, but you're not a giant. Some people are 7 feet tall. Cove looked at you, clearly fighting a smile, but his hands were still gripping his ride. Dude, why does he look like that? His hands were still gripping his ride, like his life depended on it. Okay, if you do fall, I'll jump off of this and make a bigger scene, I promise. The thought finally broke him into a laugh, and his smile remained for the rest of the ride. Seeing all rides came to a stop and the ground dismounted. Derek looked absolutely pleased at the conclusion of this pit stop. Then you noticed something at the corner of your eye. You tilted your head to look directly at it and you burst into laughter. It's funny. You turned back to your group and nodded in the direction of where you were looking. Isn't that one of those machines that takes $1 and gives quarters back? The kind that exists for people who don't have quarters on hand? Everyone's head moved that way and saw that you were right. Derek chuckled awkwardly. That's exactly what that is. We're kind of dumb. We have to be missed out. What is the sentence? We have to be to miss that. What is that sentence? We have to be to miss that this whole time. What the? I'm just a weirdo who has always been good with knowing what words mean by going off the context they're used in. But despite this, I've never used any fancy words or anything what I'm talking to. Nah, I felt that. I don't use fancy words at all, mostly because I don't understand any fancy words, bro. And I don't even know what I'm reading half of the time. Come on, let's put this behind us. There's still places open. We haven't even been everywhere yet. Here. You moved along from one stop towards your next, still joyful from the experience. Oh my god. Shortly into your walk, Lee ran over to a nearby trash can and tossed her smoothie cup. Derek went after her and threw his cup away. You followed suit and got rid of your empty cup too. We have to be stupid not to notice. She was saying this whole time. Dude, I swear, I always want to like insert words. I'm one of those people that like accidentally inserts words or like gets rid of words while you're reading. That's what I do. Cove went up to the trash can last. He threw out his cup, his very full cup. So much of his drink was left that you couldn't help but wonder if he ever continued drinking it after your stunt. He had been so focused on sipping originally, it had to be that he was too uncomfortable to use the straw after you had. I would feel bad. Is that like... Nah, yeah, I would. You felt bad. You thought it was cute how seriously you took the situation. You felt shy about it all now. You thought he couldn't have wasted it for something like that. No, I would feel bad. All that smoothie went to waste, and Cove barely got to enjoy his drink before you pushed to try it. Cove must have felt your eyes on him because he met your gaze. You weren't sure if he could tell what you were thinking. Instead of calling him out about the drink, you kept it to yourself. You knew Cove well enough to guess it'd make things worse. Yeah, I'd feel bad too. Yeah, right? Cove smiled at you before turning back to listen to whatever Derek was trying to tell him. You resolved not to focus on the smoothie incident. The clock inched closer to 7 p.m. as you all made your way back to the directory. It was hard to believe how fast the day went by.
So,
Where do you think your mom ended up today? We didn't see her anywhere. I don't know, she's just like that. Ooh, a mystery. Despite having vanished during the entire trip so far, when 7 p.m. hit, you spotted Kyra coming right over, waving cheerily. As soon as she was close enough, she pinched Cove's cheeks. Hey, baby and friends. Hi, Mom. He pushed her hand back with one hand and rubbed his cheek with the other. Did you have a good day today, gang? Yeah. Today was awesome. We did so much. It's fun. Yeah, I enjoyed it. There's no hiding your joy. Like the others, you were smiling ear to ear because today went so much better than you expected. I'm glad we came here. I want to hear all about it during the ride back. She clapped her hands together once, making sure she had everyone's undivided attention. Speaking of that, we better head out. Cliff must be missing us, and you're gonna be starving. It's dinner time and you haven't eaten yet. Yeah. Everyone followed her lead and started walking out the door to the parking lot. Something about what Kyra said felt off to you. There were tons of places to eat. It's a mall. You could have had dinner. You wondered if it was just a good guess, but you could feel your eyebrows raise when it dawned on you. She might have been keeping an eye on you after all. Oh. You weren't pleased about that? She didn't have to lie. That was actually pretty sleek. You weren't. No, that was pretty. We didn't notice her like at all. If she hadn't made that comment, you would never have known. You found it hard not to be impressed. Not once could you recall even catching a glimpse of her hanging around. Though now that you think about it, not seeing her ever was suspicious in and of itself. Shaking off those thoughts, you caught up with the others. Keeping the same seating arrangement as earlier, you all piled into the car and started heading back to the store. The drive went by without any problems, and it was filled with chatter about various things everyone saw around the mall. Soon enough, you'd arrived at your destination. It was a much faster trip considering this time Kyra knew where she was going. Wow. Hearing the light jingle from the bells from the front door being opened, Cliff poked his head out from the back. He lit up, seeing who was there. Hey, it's Cove's family. Hey, sport, did everyone have an adventure? I did. We had a blast. Yes, we found the mall. What mall? I wish I could have joined. He deflated in an exaggerated way. His shoulders sloped. Kyra put a hand on his arm and smiled. She always says that. Any whoosies. There'll be other times. Are you set here? Almost. Mr. Holden sighed for real. Then he pulled himself together, standing up straight.
Do you mind?
I just need a little more time to finish up. Will you be alright killing time for a bit longer? It's okay. Yes, sir. No problem, Mr. Holden. We can have fun here. Excellent. What a great group of kids. He gave an approving thumbs up, and Kyra nodded along. I'll give you a hand. I remember the ropes. Why, thank you. They walked side by side to the back room. Before he was out of sight, Cliff stopped and looked over his shoulder. If you leave the shop, don't go far. It's getting late. And then the parents are gone again. Let's go to the docks. They're right down the way. Yep. Oh, I saw those on the way here and really wanted to check it out. Are you coming, Lee? All right. With a smile, Cove showed the way. Ooh, cool. Between the warm summer air and the smell of the ocean, you couldn't ask for a better night. Thanks for letting me come. Me too. All right. I'm happy we did this. Today was great. Cove, your mom and dad are really cool. Really? He's like, oh, you. He's like, Dad, for real? Totally. Cove looked at Lee oddly. He ran a hand through his hair, and then his puzzled expression cracked with a chuckle. I guess they are sometimes. Ah, that's cute. Hey. You continued walking. Every so often, you would look up at the sky and see several stars poking out between the clouds. At one point, you noticed that Cove stopped while Lee and Derek kept going on ahead, busily chatting. Initially, you wondered if something was wrong, but you quickly noticed that he still looked to be in good spirits. You decide See, I insert words when they're not there. You decide to hang back with Cove. He gave you a quick, acknowledging look when you stopped by at his side. You could taste the sea salt as you took a deep breath of the ocean air. Silently, you and Cove watched the ocean for a little while. There was something about the waves that you always found soothing. You couldn't think of a better way to end a busy day. Not much later, Derek's chippered voice caught your attention. You and Cove both turned your gaze down to the pier. What you doing there, slowpokes? Get over here. Hey, come on. You looked at Cove at the same time, and he looked at you and grinned You grinned and nodded your head in the direction of your friends. He gave you a small smile in return. Your footsteps echoed against the wood planks of the dock and into the night as you ran to catch up. I gotta make sure to save because I'm always so bad. That's cute. I always wonder where you can get like CGs and stuff, and I'm like, if you got Cove, the wind home, you would have given it to him. Wait. Oh, if I got Cove, the wind thing, I don't know, wind chime. you would have given it to him just now. Oh my god, I keep thinking, like, yeah, I was thinking, like, when are these, like, because, I don't know, I'm playing it, like, if I would play it, like, IRL, and I don't know. I wouldn't buy wind chimes. I know there's a lot in my house, but, like, I don't use wind chimes. I would have bought, like, a dream catcher or something, though. Okay. Birthday. Let's go. Yeah! You have the bounty. Whose birthday is it? It was a pleasant afternoon. The sun shined brightly and the breeze tugged lightly at the balloons strung around the park. You and Cove had just been dropped off at Miranda. Who is that? It wasn't even like me or Cove's birthday. It was somebody you didn't really know. Who is this? Come on. You really didn't know Miranda. Last year was the first time you had a class with her, and everyone at school knew her as quiet. The shy girl stuck to her own friend group like glue. It had been a surprise that she was having such a big birthday party. She's a classmate. Oh. You looked around the expansive park, a spacious recreation center the next town over. You noticed a bouncy castle. Miranda had a bit of a reputation for not caring. If she acted mature like other teens did sometimes did, it made a certain amount of sense that her party would match that. You thought Miranda was weird. I don't know. Yeah, she's, I don't know. I don't have an opinion. We don't know her that well. No, she's there. Miranda was a stranger for the most part. What were you supposed to think of a person you didn't know? You hadn't had a choice in coming here today. Your moms insisted on it after you got the invitation, as did Cove's mom and dad. So both you and he were driven over to the next town with presents in tow. All the parents had been pretty firm about going to a birthday party if you had been invited. You're happy to be there. Okay, you agreed it was the best to attend. You wondered if it was an adult thing. You're happy to be there. You wish you were somewhere else. You felt out of place. I'd feel weird if I was at a birthday party of someone I didn't know. Nothing seemed to welcome you. You just stood next to Cove and stared out at the chaos with a butterfly in your stomach. Cove made a small noise which caught your attention. He looked around, scanning the area. He fidgeted with a gift in his hand. Any idea what we're supposed to do with these? You looked at your own present and towards the seating area. There was a table filled with snacks and drinks, supplies for various party games. Past all that, you spotted one table in the back that seemed to have a truckload of gifts. You pointed it out to Cove. Let's drop off the presents over there. Cove nodded with a smile and turned to where you gestured. He saw it too. Cool. You and Cove began to walk over to the present table, flattening the well-trimmed grass beneath your feet. You walked past groups of people. Classmates in semicircles broke up into the usual friend groups, chatted away. You, or maybe Cove, received the occasional greeting or friendly nod. However, as you passed by even more people that you had never seen before, you became aware that there are more strangers here than not. It was more crowded than you expected. Miranda Enriquete. What? What is that? I've never seen an E next to a C. Miranda, the quiet girl, was hosting the most populated birthday party you had ever been to in a long time. You looked at the new faces and thought maybe you saw something of Miranda in them. Cousins, nieces, or nephews maybe. Parties could be a big deal in her family. Both of you reach the table. You set your gift down in an empty space, brushing off some confetti aside, and Cove placed his gently next to it. He looked at the present thoughtfully. Dude, I just I just don't know how you say the EC, like wait. I just don't know how you say the EC. Like, I've never seen an E and a C next to each other. I don't understand how you're supposed to say that. What? What? We'll just call her Miranda. Whatever. Who cares about her last name? Whatever. The both of you had reached the table. Like, heck. Oh, heck! Eckert? You set your gifts down in an empty space, brushing some confetti aside. Heck hurt, but no H's or spaces. That's tripping me out, bro. I'm so sorry. Cove placed his gifts gently next to it. He looked at the present thoughtfully.
Hey.
What'd you get her? Before you had a chance to answer, Cove opened his mouth again and tapped his gift. I found the sparkly backpack. I figured she could use it for a school trip. Use it for a school or a trip or something. Your moms had taken you out shopping the other day. You searched through the store and ultimately you picked out a stuffed animal, necklace or bracelet set. You found a light-hearted adventure book. Chose yarn, crafting toy. Let your moms pick. Your moms didn't appreciate what you had picked and chose something else. No, I'm gonna let my moms pick. I have no clue. You didn't know Miranda enough to even have an idea of what she would like. Browsing through the stores just led to more confusion. In the end, since you hadn't found anything, your mom pulled a stuffed animal off the shelf. You were happy because it meant you could finally go back home. Hopefully Miranda was fine with the mom's present. You described it to Cove briefly and he had no objections.
Not bad.
Not a bad idea. He brushed his hand against the sides of his pants. I really hope Miranda likes your gifts. I think we both did good. With that, he gave you a sunny grin. You touched the gift once more and then stepped away. Without the direction of needing to put stuff away, the two of you weren't sure what to do next. You felt a little awkward and Cove shrunk in on himself as he looked around. There were more guests heading to the present table, so you turned away and wandered over to a nearby tree where you wouldn't be in the way. From there, you both inspected the area and planned the next step. You're glad that Cove had been invited too. At least you had his company in this unfamiliar place. You watched him and he gave you a nervous grin. It reassured you a little and you smiled back. What next? Cove did not appreciate you being put on the spot. He was just as unsure as you were. Birthday party stuff? What? It didn't seem to be time for a cake. With what people still arriving, nothing else seemed to be organizing yet either. He noticed that himself and tried again. We could find Miranda. That's an idea. It made sense to greet the birthday girl. Okay, we could say hello. Wish her happy birthday. Ask her what she wants people to do. We're just going back and forth. Ask her what she wants people to do.
Sounds good.
Sounds good. With the point, it was decided. The Miranda hunt had begun. You wandered around. Anytime you saw someone with Miranda's hair color, you got a little closer. But more than once, it turned out to not actually be her. Hey, look. Finally, he pointed over to the real Miranda. She smiled slightly when you both approached, but ducked her head. She seemed a little overwhelmed with being the center of attention today. Oh, you're cute. Hi. Miranda. She has that she has a little unicorn t-shirt. Oh, this is cute. I like her design. This is cute. Hi, Cove. Hi, Lee. Happy birthday. Happy birthday.
Thanks. I'm really glad you could come.
She's voiced. Thanks, I'm really glad you could come. You stood awkwardly. Miranda did seem genuinely happy, but there was still a distance between you. This is a great looking party. Thank you. Is there something we need to do, or should we just hang out?
Oh, well, you can talk to people if you want. There are games that are gonna start soon.
Oh my god, she's like fully voiced? No way, that's cute. Oh my god. And the bounce house should open later if you feel like jumping. Then after that, it's cake and present time. We'll have ice cream too. After that is when people will start going home. I hope that's okay with you guys. She is. Cove nodded. He seemed a little more confident about the situation now. Thanks for letting us know. You grinned at her and she nodded back. Miranda waited there and you became hyper aware of the silence forming. You heard a shout for Randy and Miranda brightened up. A total 180 with how stiff she'd been with you. Her eyes. Oh god. Who is Randy?
I gotta talk to some more people. Bye.
It sucks that like it doesn't let me turn it up like to max. Even though it is on max. The birthday girl ran off to her friend, leaving you and Cove with at least a little more of an idea of what to expect. You both glanced at each other wordlessly. All that was left now was finding something to fill the time until the activities began. I guess let's just talk with Cove. Randy is short for Miranda. Oh my god! That's true, isn't it? That's weird. Oh, that makes sense though. Miranda, Randy. I'll just talk with Cove. Do you want to talk about anything? You started talking about how you felt about this kind of birthday party and what you wanted to do for your next birthday party. Cove made the occasional suggestion. The conversation became silly as you started joking about ridiculous party ideas. Cove wanted a moon party, and you wondered if anyone had tried to make a cake big enough to be the actual party oh my god. Try to make a cake big enough to be the party location. Suddenly, a loud voice boomed. Oh my god, I love this soundtrack. I'm sorry, I cry every time I hear it. Suddenly, a loud voice boomed over the crowd. The constant buzz of conversation dropped as one of the adults, maybe Miranda's dad, asked the kids to gather around because it was game time. It's game time and they're gonna make us play games. I hated that. Playing games with the other kids at birthday parties or something. I wonder what's gonna happen. You made a joke that something wasn't gonna happen. No, I scanned the area to make a guess. You saw a picture of a No, not that! You saw a picture of a donkey hung on a tree. A table with a lot of candy and even more balloons. Guess we could be playing pin the tail and the donkey. Doubt it. Then what do you think that's about? You pointed to the poster of the tailless donkey. He shook his head. I've never seen anybody play that in real life. The adult announced that the children under 10 had the first turn on the bounce house. For everyone else, it was time to play pin the tail on the donkey. You had called it. Cove raised his eyebrows. His surprise was for sure. I would be nervous. What? I would be not weird. I don't know. Not weirded out. You thought it was kind of silly. I guess. I don't know. You didn't know how this would go? Yeah, I wouldn't. I would be nervous. I don't know how this is gonna go. You wondered how pin the tail would even work. There's a lot of guests here and only one donkey poster. Most of the guests were a little on the older side to even be playing the game. You reluctantly joined the line since that's what you were supposed to do, and you didn't feel like arguing. The donkey in question was a cartoony poster with big eyes that looked more like ping pong balls. It was positioned a few feet above the ground on a tree trunk. The teen who arrived first was blindfolded and then spun around. He was nudged to the side and away from the other kids so he wouldn't stick someone with the tail instead. Unfortunately for him, he placed the tail on the donkey's head like some kind of bizarre earring. He wouldn't be winning that far from the target. The next opponent did far better, landing it on the donkey's back. The specters clapped politely and the line moved up. More teens tried their hand. Some got closer than others, but no one had gotten perfectly yet. Soon it was Cove's turn. He was blindfolded and spun like the others. At this point, it was a close match, and everyone was watching with bated breath. Cove approached the donkey and stuck the tail on without hesitation. Cove stood back and removed his blindfold. Cheering when he saw how close he was, he turned his head over his shoulder and grinned at you. You turned. Don't say that. Well, I would be so. I cannot. It's like a commitment, bro. I got in line. I gotta follow through to the end. Took my turn. With the blindfold on, the bright park became utterly dark. As you were spun around, the sounds around you seemed to get louder. At least you could tell the direction of the bouncy house from the shrieks of the younger kids. You stopped spinning and stepped forward, tail in hand. It was time to give it a stab. No, I'm gonna place it. I guess. Well, you don't know what side you don't know if the head is like on this side or if the head is on like this side, right? Nah, I just placed it directly in front of me. You press the tail you press the tail onto the target and step back. You took your blindfold off to check your results. There's a few O's from the crowd as some irregular clapping. As soon as you could see clearly again, you realized you missed the mark by a lot. You caught a glimpse of Cove as he handed back the blindfold. He was pleased, no doubt feeling good that his tail was closer. A few more kids took their turn. One girl managed to somehow pin the tail on the opposite side of the tree. You're pretty sure it had to be on purpose. With the line empty, the games are finally over. The adults running thing started to inspect the donkey. At this point, the sign was more tails than donkey. In the end, Cove was announced the winner. Ah, let's go! With lots of smiles and applause. He grinned and seemed pretty proud of himself. He was handed a fistful of candy from the man in charge. Cove needed both of his hands to accept it all. Thanks! He tucked his candy into his pockets. It filled more than once. Ah! These are so... Dude, they add these, like, really, like, straightforward ones, and I, like, panic every time. You look cute, bro. Like, I cannot say that. No! I will not say that. You congratulated Cove. You were disappointed you didn't win. You were really impressed with this win. You shrugged all the game off. You teased Cove. You look cute. Nah, congratulations, Cove. You did really good. Thanks. I feel kind of sorry for the donkey, though. You both looked at the multi-tailed monstrosity and winced as you pictured how that would be on a real-life creature. Nah. You asked if he would be willing to share the prize. He didn't ask. Well, it's just candy. If there's like a Laffy Taffy, especially if it's like banana flavored or something, I'm taking it. Do you want? Can I have a little Laffy Taffy banana? Some of the treats looked really good, and surely if he didn't downsize his prize, it was just gonna fall out of his pockets anyways. Could I have some candy? He shoved his hand into his pocket and pulled out some of his candy back out. Sure, it's not like I can eat it all. Yo! You smiled and chose a few of your favorites. You made sure to leave Cove the candies you knew he liked best. Yeah. An older teen walked up, tall enough to tower over you and Cove. Oh, shoosh. You felt a little intimidated by the stern-faced teenager until she started to speak. Her voice was low but friendlier than her tough frown would suggest. I'm handing out party favors. Do you want one? Favors? Favors? Favors. She showed you party hats. She insisted that they were a key to a true partying mood. She had two options. Either a colorful headband with two tiny party hats arranged almost like ears, or a tiara with a star on it. They were both very festive.
It's okay.
No thanks. You knew the teen hadn't actually glared at him. Her default facial expression just seemed grim. You kind of want a crown. I kind of want a crown. I'll pick a crown. You pointed to the crown, and the teenager passed it over to you with the solemnness of the crown, crowning a monarch. You should get one, Cove. Yeah, you should pick one, Cove. You held a pink headband hat in one hand and a crown in the other. You tried to imagine what they'd look like on Cove. You should try it. It'd be great. Cove looked back at the hats and then at you. With a sigh, he grabbed a hold of one. The teen with the hats clapped as much as he could with all the hats in her hand. The unknown teenager nodded approvingly at both of them, went past to hand out more hats to more people. You put the party hat on your head and smiled. It fit well. It was surprisingly comfortable. It really completes your look. When did you get so fashionable? Hey, you swear. Crowns. Yeah, he smirked at you and adjusted your new accessory. I'm a party animal now. It doesn't look very good. I don't know why I'm doing this. Does look very good on me. Thanks. Dude, when I hear of like party crats or like crowns, I feel I automatically start thinking of the one picture when the game Omori got like nominated for like Dreamies or something about Dreamies, and they won, and there was like this tiny picture of Omori with a crown, just like so cute. I don't know why I'm doing this. Well, don't ask me. I wasn't. He gave the hat another once over and raised his shoulders.
Yes.
I guess because the party atmosphere? I thought you didn't want me to ask you. I never said I didn't want to answer. Bruh. Cove finally put on his own hat. Cove finally put his own hat on. He was nervous about it. Wow! His face uncertain.
That's
I don't know about this. I feel kind of silly. Does it look weird? It's so cute. Look at this little hat. It's all pink. It's purple. You look great, Cove. It's perfect. It looks silly. You giggled. Nah, bro. You look great, Cove. Look at you styling. Oh, thanks. He readjusted his hat bashfully. After that, the people in charge quickly set up the next game. Teenagers milled about until they were told to find their partners. Partners? We need partners for a game? You tried to listen to the rules, straining your ears to listen to the adults announcing what you were supposed to do. It was a simple game. One person in a pair would throw candy while the other had to catch it in the mouth. The other makes oh, the other hairstyle makes it so he wore the crown instead. Oh, I've seen the other photo. Okay, that's where that came from. I was like, I swear this is supposed to be the part. I have this like photo where it's like Cove is my favorite character and I can talk about him as much as I want. And it's like him with like, yeah, the other hairstyle and the crown. It's cute. One person in a pair would throw candy while the other had to catch it in their mouth. If they caught it, the pair would move on to the next round where everyone would take a step back and the former catcher would become the thrower. The game would continue, the players getting further and further until one set of partners were the only ones left standing. Or everyone lost in a round. About half the guests already had found partners. They went fast. You noticed Cove had his eye on you. He just stared at you. He's like... He just stared at you expectantly, and you knew what he was getting at. Neither you were all that familiar with anyone else here. It'd be the safe choice to pair it. I don't want to play it. No, let's do it. He seems like he wants to play. I'll agree. Let's do it, partner. Cool. He beamed, and you started wondering about your respective candy catching capabilities. 2 rows. This song is so good. I'm sorry. 2 rows of players facing each other formed. Cove tilted his head towards them, and you started to head over. You both lined up directly in front of each other. It took a while to pass out the candy. You were handed a small bag of gummies that smelled strongly fruity. Oh, fruity. You noticed Cove took it upon himself to do a taste test of the red ones across from you. They're not bad. What does it taste like? Raspberry or cherry? It's red, so strawberry? Maybe pomegranate? It was a mystery. Maybe you try a red one later. And then it was time to begin. Cove's row was set to throw first. He smiled nervously, his eyes wide with seriousness. He's serious. You grinned and Cove smiled, looking more genuine and less filled with tenseness. The game was on. The adults in charge shouted for the throwers to go. You and Cove were only a couple feet away from each other. With Cove's careful toss, you caught the candy easily. Like you, most of the other players moved on to the next round. There were a few gaps in the rows as everyone took a step back. The round was harder with pairs further apart, but not overly so. It could be done if both partners tried. You had fun, but you had fun with it, but still tried. You did your best as you tossed. No, I had fun, but I'm trying. You grabbed the candy and wanted to do a trick shot. No, why are you doing a trick shot? That's not what I meant. Cove must have noticed something in your expression because he raised an eyebrow. You threw the blue candy from hand to hand and high in the air. Very quickly, it was coming down as you slapped it towards Cove. What is that? We took the candy and tossed it head, dude. And then we like threw it up and then like smacked it to him like straight across or something. That's so weird. Why would you? Bruh. He jerked to the side to catch it. Despite his worry, your shot had landed true. Wow. Cove laughed with amazement at your toss, or the fact that he had caught it, possibly both. From his face, you know he was at least excited to go to the next round. The next round began. You took another step back. Cove was even further away now, but he made an okay sigh. He was in this to win it. Around you, once packed rows of players had thinned out some. You wondered how many rounds everyone had left in them. Cove swung his arms and made eye contact with you. You nodded, and the green candy flew towards you. You casually tried to catch the candy. You refused to have green candy in your mouth. Oh, I don't have like a least favorite color. If somebody like really disliked green, of course. Nah, I'm gonna try catching it, bro. We're already super far ahead. We gotta catch it. You followed the arc of the candy and opened your mouth wide. It had a slight spin on it, and you tilted your head to the left to compensate. You bit down on the candy, grinning with your victories. Victories! Victory! It tasted sweet and vaguely like a Slurpee. Yally! What? Cove was thrilled. He was entirely invested in the game at this point. You and Cove were still in the game. You knew this was the final round. Only a few other pairs were left. Candy. Cove was determined to win. You could see it in the clench of his jaw, the careful way he watched you. Okay, you're charmed by his attitude. You equally wanted to win. You didn't want to let him down. You thought this was kind of funny. Nah, this is kind of funny. You snorted at the ridiculousness of it all. This is just a kid's game, and yet Cove was taking it so seriously. Cove gave you a firm grin as you prepared to throw. Your fingers grabbed an orange gummy from the bag. You felt solid in your grasp, even if your hand was starting to get sticky from touching all the sugary sweets. Dude, are these like... Oh yeah, these aren't in like packets. They're like straight candy. Ew. We're probably like sweaty. Ew. Cove leaned his face towards you and bent his knees, ready to catch. The time came. You looked at the candy and then Cove. You messed up your throw on purpose. No, I'm throwing my best, bro. We're so far ahead. Cove followed the candy with his eyes. Your throw unfortunately spun around to the side. It looked like a loss was on the horizon. But he made a move for it. It was good. He snatched the candy out of the air with the corner of his mouth. A wide grin spread on his face as Cove was victoriously chomped down on the candy. Yes! Along with the cheer, he jumped up in excitement and pumped one arm. You looked to your left and then to your right. You see the few remaining pairs walking away. Come huh? Something over their losses. With some shock, you realize that you and Cove were the only ones who made it that round. You won. Yo, we won, bro. Cove won one, and then we both won one. You watched the moment Cove clicked into the same realization. His bright face, this is so cute. His face brightened like sunshine. He jogged over to you to close the distance between you. You stepped closer to meet him halfway. Yay! You high-fived Cove. You put an arm around Cove. You jumped into a hug. You ruffled Cove's hair. You nudged him. No, this is like a good time for like one of them bro high-fives. You're high-fiving him, bro. You put your hand up. And Cove high-fived you with a satisfying smack. You won this together. He giddily stomped his feet in place in front of you as though he couldn't contain his excitement. I love him. We did it! Then he wrapped an arm around your neck, pulling you closer into a celebratory side hug. You adjusted the hat that nearly fallen off throughout the event. We still have our hat on, that's right, and it's a crown. It's not like one of... Oh, snap, bro. We demolished the competition. The game runner strolled over and merrily gave you both a bunch of more candy on top of letting you keep the gummy bags. It was quite the collection. Cove laughed over how much candy you both had acquired. Between the game and the pin the tail on the donkey, you were swimming in sugar now. With the candy toss over, you were going to need something else to do. You didn't have to wait long. You overheard someone in the crowd shout that the bounce house is officially open for the older kids. You and Cove shared look. Cove smiled and you knew you wanted it. It's been so long since I went to a bouncy house. You both ran over to the bouncy castle and kicked off your shoes. You crawled into the inflated castle with Cove hot on your heels. There was a couple other teens inside already. You started to get a feeling for bouncing. Cove hopped from the middle to the side to the end back. Just after you landed from a particular high jump, someone else snuck in. It was the birthday girl herself. Miranda, hey. Hello, Miranda, hello. Miranda looked happy. She waved both her hands at you with a megawatt grin. I hope you're having fun. She hopped around with it. She's so cute though. I'm covering her. I hate this. I hate how I'm always like accidentally covering them. Ugh. She hopped around with her hands in front of her like a kangaroo. It was surprisingly effective. It was a surprisingly effective way to clear distance in the bouncy house. She then jumped high, kicking both her legs out to the side and touched the tips of her toes with her fingers. Woo! Miranda hadn't run out of tricks yet. She jumped a couple more times, gaining height before doing a backflip and tucking into a ball. She had like, whoa, she crazy. She managed to land on her feet, but didn't stick the landing. She tumbled on her back and fell on her booty. Cove clapped and Miranda inclined her head, almost like a bow. She was back to jumping in no time. So good at this. She bounced close enough to the two of you to talk without shouting across the way. Cove's bouncing slowed down to accommodate their conversation.
My family gets these every year.
Dude,
We have a trampoline in the backyard.
you can barely hear them and I have the volume on max. This is pain. Oh, wait, what's this? No. My family gets these every year and we have a trampoline in the backyard. Wow, that's cool. Hella cool. You're so lucky, Miranda. I want to do flips too. You nodded along to the conversation. Nah, that's cool. What? Oh my god. Oops. Miranda giggled a bit, and then her eyes sparkled. Hey, I can launch someone if you want. If I jump in front of you and then oh my god. People used to do this all the time. If you want, if I jump in front of you, then your bounce will go higher. Okay. Try it. Okay, launch me. Sure. Miranda leaped over you. Her excitement cleared on her face. Cove watched with interest. She explained more clearly how this was supposed to work. You got ready to bounce on her cue. 3, 2, 1, go. I said 2, 2, 1, bruh. The moment she came down, you jumped high. The force of her, just as she said, helped you launch up. Air rushed past your face, and then you're coming back down. Your feet hit the bounce house hard enough to help launch Marina up a little as well. She giggled some more, and the two of you took turns bouncing each other up. Cove clapped or offered suggestions, but it was becoming clear that he wanted a turn too. Miranda invited him to join and tried to synchronize your bounces to launch Cove up high. The first time resulted in everyone cashing down in a pile of laughs. By the 5th attempt, Cove managed to catch some serious airtime. Whoa. Y'all had fun bouncing around. You twirled. Miranda did stunts. Cove futilely tried to touch the highest tip of the castle ceiling. You and Cove chatted to Miranda more than you ever had at school. She was truly the queen of this bouncy castle. Wow. Hey! Hey, Alyssa. Whenever someone did someone cool, everyone would cheer. If you fell, the others would help you up. Eventually, more people wanted to take turns in the bouncy house, so you and Cove left. As you slipped on your shoes, you saw Miranda get drawn into a conversation with a group of adults. She'd be talking to them for a while. Finally here after a long time. I'm glad to see you back again. It's been a bit, huh? You and Cove decided to take a break and hydrate. You went to the party table and grabbed some ice water. Cove handed you a party noisemaker he picked up from the same table. He blew on his and made a funny sound when it unrolled. Cove downed his drink in a couple gulps. He had gotten pretty into bouncing after all. Yeah. He's having so much fun, bro. It's so funny. You're still sipping on your water when Cove blew his noisemaker again. Then again, and again. It was almost a tune. You didn't recognize any particular melody, but a noisemaker also isn't an instrument. The noise cut through the hum of the other party guests, loud and noticeable. Nah, yeah, I'm doing the same thing right back at you, bro. You asked Cove to stop. You started blowing on your own noisemaker. You blew your noisemaker back at Cove. You're amused by Cove's antics. I'm doing it back. You blew hard enough to unfurl the paper completely straight. It jutted towards Cove, almost tapping his chin. Cove wasn't going to... Dude, I did that a lot with, like, other, like, siblings. I would, like, do that. Like, blow the thing and, like, let it hit their face or something. Cove wasn't gonna let that stand. He retaliated and blew his back at you. It nearly touched your nose. It was a game now. Both of you tried to land a hit on each other. Cove managed to get your chin while you scowled right in between his eyes.
Oh, great. You people again.
Is this Jeremy? I swear, if it's Jeremy, I'm gonna scream. Someone vaguely familiar shouted and you snapped your heads to the side. Cove's noisemaker dropped from his mouth. The speaker stepped up and there was no doubt. It was Jeremy. I knew it. That mean boy you met at the start of summer. Oh hey, it's the bull got kicked. You ground out the sight of him. You felt uncomfortable and didn't know what to do. You instantly got angry. His presence. You tried to ignore Jeremy being there. I'm gonna try being polite. I'm trying. Hi, how are you? Your greeting went unacknowledged as Jeremy scowl didn't change. Stop. Dude, why are you here? Cove's tone was defensive. You watched Jeremy's face turn slack as if Cove's question was the idiocies above all idiocy? What? Didn't I already explain this? He hadn't, so both of you and Cove exchanged a look. Do you have memory loss, or are you really that stupid? Seriously.
I didn't walk here.
I didn't walk here. My parents brought me. Apparently, I couldn't just stay inside like I wanted. No, they insisted I get out and enjoy the day and have fun on vacation. Blah, blah, blah. He said enjoy the day and have fun on vacation. Like some other people would say scrub the entire bathroom or listen to an off-key singer for 10 hours. They found the park because I hate the beach. Too bad I also hate parks. Ugh, it's dirty here. They don't know anything. Oh my god, he's just ranting at the birthday party, bro. Dude, what if Miranda's cute? What if she hears? Oh, and then they saw this stupid party and decided to bother some adults by asking what's going on. They think maybe we could be included. It's moronic. Get it now? That's how my parents are. Annoying and embarrassing. Why would anybody want strangers at their birthday party? Why can't they ever just leave things alone? He huffed loudly. His eyes shot daggers at some grown-ups that presumably were his parents. Ah, that's really awkward. That doesn't sound very bad. All you can do is complain about it. Sucks to be you. You tried to be friendly and welcome Jeremy to the park. You didn't bother trying to respond to that mess of a rant. I'm trying. Don't be friendly. Like, just chill out, bro. Yeah, just chill out. Just be friendly. Well, you're here now. Maybe you can make the best of it. Maybe you can, bro. Maybe you can shut your dumb face. Oh, fuck you, bro. Jeremy's eyes slipped away from you to take in the rest of the park for a bit. It was a little awkward. It was possible he didn't know what to do, but then he spoke up again.
So dumb.
How can people really go around in those embarrassing hats? Don't make fun of Co's hat. We are so cool. Do they think it's fun or something? How could a human being be so dumb? It's kind of like nice to do party stuff. Cove scoffed, unimpressed. The expression on his face was nasty as he spoke. I am not surprised that an empty-headed person like you would think that. Jamie looked over to you, completely dismissive. It's so rude you can't help but be offended. Cove's face hardened. He seemed more offended than when anyone actually insulted him personally. Hey! What the hell is that? Just because you don't know how to be happy doesn't mean no one else does. And it's not our fault if you hate everything. And it's not okay for you to take it out on Lee. She isn't doing anything wrong. You are. Jeremy seemed unfazed by Cove's defense and sniffed. Lee can humiliate herself on her own. She doesn't need you to step in and do it for her. I pushed Jeremy? You punched? No! But like, what if I did that? Okay. You poured your drink on Jeremy, you pushed Jeremy, you punched Jeremy in the face, you drowned out his words with your noisemaker, you stood still shocked, you teared up. Maybe you could just drown out his words with a noisemaker, just throw it in his face. Beep, beep, beep. We'll do that. You're both, dude. It didn't take long for him to piece together that you weren't gonna let him speak without interruption.
Stupid.
How stupid. He shut his mouth though and finally stopped talking. You're a dick. You're ruining someone's birthday party. I'm gonna find your parents and tell them what's going on. That's kinda, no. No, don't say anything like that ever again. You laughed at his reaction. You said nothing. Nah, I'm laughing, bro. This dude is lame. People were starting to watch what was going down. Your argument wasn't exactly quiet at this point. Why don't you just leave us alone if we're so awful? Dude, dude, no, wait. I didn't want people to look. I thought we were, like, in a private... Jeremy glared even more and huffed.
Dumbasses.
Talking to you is pointless. He stalked off like that, like the last time you saw him, muttering under his breath. You blew your noisemaker after him with a final long dude. Cove sighed in relief after Jeremy was gone. He relaxed, but only for a moment. He noticed how much attention you'd drawn from other guests. Luckily, it hadn't gone long enough to get a real crowd. A concerned adult in a blue button-up shirt approached you and asked who that was and if everyone was alright.
It's okay.
I'm fine. Cove looked at you cautiously, asking just as much as if the adult were asking if you're okay. Everything's fine now. You don't have to worry about us. The concerned adult lingered for a few seconds but nodded and left you alone. The Jeremy fiasco was officially over. Cove rubbed his eyes, clearly ready to put all that nonsense behind him. Then he started laughing. It was a surprised laugh, breaking out of his chest without any actual joy. It was nervous and disbelieving, and all the complex emotions brought about by one meeting with Jeremy. Can't believe it. He spoke in fits and starts. That look on his face after he started with it was hilarious. It was funny. How could Jeremy be like that? He shouted at us. He barely knows us, and it was at a birthday party for someone he's never met. You agreed with Jeremy. You agreed Jeremy was totally nuts. You wish that someone had done something more. You hoped that you'd never see him again. You weren't sure. You were happy Jeremy was gone. You felt sad he was so mean. I don't know. I was unsure how to feel. Like, it's funny, but like, why is he so mean? You could relate to Cove on how incomprehensible Jeremy's behavior seemed. Cove seemed to think about his next words carefully before he spoke. I don't think it matters what we do around him. Jeremy's just gonna yell no matter what. We shouldn't worry about it. Do you want to tell your moms about Jeremy, I mean? He always picks a fight. Maybe they know how to handle someone like him. Thanks for asking. But nah. I just want to keep this between me and Cove. I think he's fine. He's just an edgy kid. I think me and Cove are fine. We'll keep this between us. But let's not. I don't think it'll help.
Alright.
Okay. Yay. You apologize for Cove making him wear You apologized to Cove for making him wear the party hat. We felt that bad because Jeremy insulted him that we have to apologize. No. Let's just drop the topic. It seems like we're both good. Finally, you bent over to pick up the noisemaker that Cove dropped when Jeremy appeared. It might be too dirty to use now, but you didn't want to leave it there. He accepted it softly when you offered the little favor back to him. Thanks, Lee. I like how we can be there for each other. Ah, that's cute. It makes me feel better about when stuff happens. Yeah. Cove suggested that you should find a seat at one of the tables. It was almost cake time and he wanted to be prepared. It was a good reminder that the party wasn't over yet. There's a free table there. Let's get ready for some cake. You and Cove tried to settle down after the last event. You took seats across from one each other at one of the park tables. There are a few attempts to chat. For the most part, you simply watched the adults run around instead of the cake cutting. There was a minor panic when you, who assumed was Marina's dad, apparently forgot the lighter for the candles. He and another man went, though, and started asking other adults for matches or lighters. They weren't having luck until the grim-faced teenager who had been passing out party hats pulled a green lighter of the ice cream cooler. Why is there a lighter in the cooler? Why the lighter was in the cooler remained a mystery, but with party hat girl. What? Why is there a lighter? But with the party hats girls find it. It was time to get things going again. Miranda sat at the head of the longest table. A large chocolate cake was seated in front of her. She lit all 14 candles with the cooler lighter. And oh, she's older than both of us? Oh my god. Because me and Cove are 13? Or are we 14? I can't remember. The adults started singing happy birthday and the rest of the guests joined in. At the end of the song, Miranda blew out the candles with a dedicated huff. She closed her eyes and you saw her silently mouth something. Maybe it was a birthday wish. Miranda cut her own slice, then one of the grown-ups took over cutting the cake. Another adult passed around plates and cake slices and scoops of vanilla ice cream to the guests. Eventually, the cake got around to you and Cove. Cove was pleased with the treat in general. The cake looked rich and moist. The smell quite chocolatey. I don't like, honestly, I kind of don't like eating cake unless it's like, I don't know, ice cream cake. I only want ice cream. No, I just only want ice cream. You took your plastic spoon and tried a bite of the ice cream. It was a little plain, but most bulk vanilla ice cream. It was still ice cream. You liked it and took another bite. The cake, however, you shoved up to the side of your plate. Hey, I'll take what you don't want. Cove eyed you. Hopefully you could hear his legs swinging against the tablecloth, hanging over the side of the table. Take the cake. Take the cake, Cove. Cove transferred what you didn't want to his plate and then handed yours back. Thanks. He beamed and you felt a little better that your unwanted dessert would still be enjoyed. Cove then took his fork and started mashing up some of his cake. What are you doing? What are you doing? He's like... When the cake resembled a pile of crumbly chunks, he started mixing it into the... What are you doing? What? He started mixing it into the ice cream, then melted parts of the ice cream and made some kind of chocolate cake soup. You raised your eyebrow. You told him you'd do the same thing. You thought it looked gross. I've never done that, but I want to now. No, what are you doing, bro? You were puzzled at what he was doing. Cove paid no mind. Vanilla ice cream is not so good by itself, and I'm gonna eat it with the cake either way, so why not put them together? Things like ice cream cake exist. Putting stuff together is normal. Yeah, that's what I said. I like ice cream cake. Cove contently chowed down on his One advantage to his mix is that the ice cream seemed to catch most of the crumbs that would usually fall from eating a cake. Unlike some of the kids around him, Cove's shirt remained clean. You started eating your dessert in earnest. You enjoyed yourself plenty. Cove suddenly put his fork down on his plate and stared up to the sky with a faraway expression. You checked but didn't see anything attention-grabbing. Is this ice cream better than those ones in cups? You know, with the little wooden spoons? Kinda wanted that instead. You remember what he was talking about. Oh, from a while ago? Oh, he remembers? From like a long time ago? When we shared ice cream because he had like the other flavor. He had chocolate and I had like strawberry. Oh yeah, like the ones handed out at the barbecue before the fireworks happened. Right. Cove smiled. He remembered. I'm so happy he remembered. I didn't think he remembered. Cove smiled nostalgically at the thought. You could picture a younger Cove for a moment with the same look in his eyes. You remember how your mom tried to share it with everyone that night. You held up your fork and offered a bite of... this is like, you want a bite from my fork? You asked him if you could have a bite of his dessert. No, I don't want cake. No, he made like something... yeah. You smiled about the memory to yourself. You held up a fork and offered a bite of your dessert to him. Well, he has his all mixed up. Should we offer a bite? This is a common thing with the game. It'll reference things that happen, choices you made in a previous moment or stuff. Is that what they call it? Like a moment? Like the smaller, like mini side stories that are not like DLCs. Should I offer my fork? Let's see. Cause it's like I don't wanna eat his like weird mesh of like ice cream and cake. I don't even like chocolate cake that much. Let's just offer it. Whatever. You want some ice cream? Some like plain regular ice cream. The dessert was still held unsteadily in your plastic fork, and you had to be careful as you moved it towards him. Cove raised his eyebrows at your offer. What? You told him you're serious. You laughed along with him. Nah, laughing. Your shared laughter attracted the attention of some other party guests. It took a moment to compose yourself and get back to your dessert. Miranda then started opening her gifts. She systematically attacked the mountain of presents like a pro. She checked for any cards and read them aloud before opening a gift. Dude, oh my god, at birthday parties, specifically, the parents would always make you get a card or like say thank you to the person who gave you the present, and then you would open it. They would be like, you can't open it. You have to say thank you first. Say thank you. It would always be like that. She checked for any cards, read them aloud before opening gifts. She smiled at every present, including the ones you and Cove got her. You're glad the presents were accepted. It took time, but eventually Miranda got through all the gifts. She was very sweet and polite through it all. The party went until the sun began to set. By that point, most everything had settled down and people began to leave. Any of the guests whose parents had stayed for the party were already gone, except for Miranda's family. Only a few kids waiting for their parents to come get them remained, you and Cove included. Miranda's family were cleaning up. As a guest, neither you nor Cove were supposed to help with that. Instead, you both had decided to take it easy in the bouncy castle. It was somewhere out of the way where you could actually casually wait for your rides. Miranda had also elected to hang out with you. You weren't even mounting anymore. Cove laid on his side with his back to a wall, and Miranda sat across from him with her legs stretched out. You also made yourself comfortable. It was nice and warm in a little building. It also felt like you had some privacy, which was nice. You could all speak openly here. Thanks for coming. She looked down but continued shyly. It's been really cool. I get to hang out with you a little bit. Thanks for letting me come. I didn't think I'd be invited. Thanks for me too. Thanks for me too, Miranda. Yeah, I wasn't expecting it either. I'm so happy I could come. Nah, thank you. Thanks for me too? Yeah, thanks for me too. Miranda just smiled a little more. So, did you notice anything happening earlier? Was some people you didn't know showing up? She had to think about this question a little. It was apparent that she didn't have an encounter with Jeremy since there was no instant recognition. I heard about something. Some other parents were talking about my parents when their kid came and forced them to leave the park. Oh, Jeremy forced them to leave the park? She tilted her head to the side, finding it weird but also not important. Then everyone had a cake and ice cream. Cove smiled uncomfortably. That's good. He was clearly worried that the Jeremy confrontation could have gone to her. Luckily, it didn't seem like anyone had overheard or passed along Jeremy's cruel words. Cove rolled over on his back and sighed contently. Miranda seemed confused but wasn't gonna push. Wow. You laid and closed your eyes to rest. You got up and started bouncing again. You changed the subject. You told her about the ordeal. Now let's lay down. The air-filled floor was comfy, and when you listened, you could feel the vibrations of the blower keeping the bouncy castle up. The silence stretched between everyone, and you opened your eyes to take a peek at the others. Cove was relaxing, but Miranda was looking between you two, looking confused. Why? You smiled to yourself and closed your eyes once more. You spent the rest of the time content and dozing until it was time to go. At the end of the day, you thought it had been quite the party. That was cute, and then Jeremy showed up. Of course Jeremy showed up. Oh, that was so cute though. I don't understand what Cove did with his cake though. I know like ice cream cake is a thing, but like that was confusing. That was like so confusing. I have no idea what he was doing with his cake. He was like I have no clue, bro. Wow, okay. Summer work. This is probably some summer school type stuff, which I did often. I went to summer school. He stared out the window watching the senior pass. It's okay. He can do it if he wants. He did it and I was so confused, bro. I was like, he like started, I guaranteed homie had like 2 forks and started like mixing it. You stared out the window watching the scenery pass by as your mom drove down the quiet streets at a leisurely pace. A singer crooned sweetly from the radio, turned low enough that you could block it out if you wanted. You turned away from the window when your mom suddenly spoke up. Well, kids, are you excited to be going to the library? Oh, we're going to the library. I guess. Nope. Yeah, I can't wait to get there. Yeah, sure. Mom laughed, catching your eye in the rearview mirror and winking. I don't know why I asked. I already know how you feel about it. You hadn't liked going to the library. Oh my god. Time to do homework at the library. Why do we got summer like homework or something? Like, why is that a thing? You hadn't liked going when you were a kid and your parents made you visit the library with Elizabeth, but you felt differently now. What about you, Cove? You're part of the conversation too.
Not really.
Not really. If I didn't have school stuff to do, I would probably be somewhere else. Time to do. I've never had it. I did like summer school on a computer, like at school, but I don't think I've ever done like homework in a library. Just kind of went to the library and like took out like any. I like was on like a scavenger hunt for like any manga I could find. I get it. I wasn't so keen on the library in my day either. Really? Well, no, unless you count under 6 years old as my day. She grinned over at the two of you briefly. Mom refocused on driving, humming along with the radio under her breath. You went back to staring outside. As you passed one street, you caught a glimpse of someone in brightly colored clothing passing out balloon animals. Balloon animals? It sparkled a faraway memory, and you felt your lips twitching before consciously remembering why. How long ago was it that you and Cove watched the amazing Alexander perform magic tricks? You DLCs really like remember the moments. I don't see like these sort of like, oh yeah, like I remember that in like the regular ones, but on the DLCs they're like always there's like at least like once where they're like, oh yeah, they did that one time. Hey Cove, you remember that one dude? Maybe. Maybe I do. Alexander, the amazing Alexander. He gave us dolphin balloons for free. At this reminder, Cove smiled faintly. Oh yeah, I wonder if he's even there now. Maybe we should go maybe we should go more often to check. Maybe. That was the first time we ever went down that street together, I think. I miss my balloon. He was a good dolphin for that one afternoon I had him. Hey, Cove. Hey. Yeah, hey, Cove. What were you going to name your balloon? You never told me. Oh, huh? I don't know. I can't remember what kid me was thinking. Probably something obvious like Flipper. You couldn't help the way your own smile curled up higher at the sentiment. You wanted to say something else, but couldn't quite think of what. So just settled back into your seat. When silence filled the car again, you returned your attention to the window. It was an absolutely gorgeous day. You leaned your face to the sunshine, tempted to close your eyes as the gentle rays warmed your cheeks. Leap? Huh? You lifted yourself up a bit more, seeing your mom twisting her torso to face you confused from the front seat of the car. Next to you was nothing. Cove's car door was already open. You had reached the destination before you even realized it. I was asking what time I should pick you two up. Oh, 4 should be okay. That should give you enough time to finish your summer assignments, or at least make a large enough dent. Thanks, Mom. You hopped out of the car. Dude, there's no cars in this. What? This seems like... well, I mean, I guess we're at the library. I mean, yeah, there wouldn't be... I would expect there be some cars. Why is there literally nothing? You hopped out of the car, remembering to grab your backpack at the last second. Alright then, have fun, you two. We will. You closed the door, giving a little wave. She waved back. The two of you went right to the door of the library. Cove reached it first and tugged it open, stepping inside. He popped it open so you could pass through behind him. Ah, thank you. The air was cool, much cooler inside. Guess it's not a library kind of day. Bro, like, it makes it's so confusing how, like, absolutely nobody is here. I would expect there to be, like, I don't know, people in the car. Oh, whatever. The air was much cooler inside the building than it had been for the few seconds you spent outdoors. The space was filled with the soft din of papers being moved and whispered voices. See, there's people at the library. There's people here, but there's no cars. Hey, you seem kind of distracted on the ride here. Oh, my mouse just, there it is. I'm enjoying the day. I'm excited to see Derek. Want to walk around for a bit? Now, you want to walk around for a bit? Let's go to the manga section. What? I'm distracted, so. And Cove looked dangerously close to rolling his eyes. Don't tempt me. Cove's eyes strayed towards the door. You considered trying to persuade him despite his protest, but eventually talked yourself out of it. Bus? Maybe a bus. That's true. Maybe if Derek wasn't waiting. Oh, wait, Derek is here? I didn't know that. Wait, they literally told us. Your studying buddy was standing at the front of the library by a long rack of magazines. Predictably, he was flipping through the ones with various sports players on the cover, looking intense enough to burst off the page. His head snapped up when you walked over, beaming widely. Hey, Lee, Cove. Hi, were you waiting for a while? Not super long. Derek put the magazine back in its place, then he gestured to the space at his side. Most of the tables were empty, only a few people leafing through books. There's plenty of room. In unspoken agreement with the three of you started moving towards the seating area. Derek taking 2 steps for everyone. What? Derek taking 2 steps for every one of Cove's. Oh, guess what? I'm pretty sure I've mastered the fake shot. I'll show you some other time. Derek looked over to the gauge of the level of interest. Do you know it? Soccer's not really for me. Oh, he likes soccer? Cool. All of the sporty stuff Cove liked was beach-related. Surfing, snorkeling, bodyboarding. And he never played games that involved working on a team. Even volleyball had to be one-on-one. How does it go? Derek's eyes flashed with excitement as he explained. Well, you move the ball like you're gonna go one way, then he demonstrated by running. Dude, we're in a library, be careful. He demonstrated by running a few steps ahead, showing off some fancy footwork. You did like this, so it does like that. You laugh, bobbing your head at his attempt to get the trick shot across a no ball. I knew the librarian go shush. The three of you looked over to the checkout desk. The librarian stood behind it and was wearing a deep frown. You were apologetic, sorry. You mouthed sorry as she sighed before turning back to the book she was reading. Derek scratched his cheeks, choosing not to let that derail things.
Oops.
So, what are you guys working on? Yo, can't say because I gotta go to bed, but I hope the rest of your stream gets good. Peace. Good. Thank you for joining while you could. I hope to see you next time. Goodbye. Have a good night. So, what are you guys working on? What weren't you working on? There's something there's some things you had gotten to start with. Yeah, you had yet to start a single assignment, sadly. You had yet to start a single assignment because you didn't feel like it. Nah, I didn't feel like it, bro. I was so bad at summer school. I did everything in like one go. I just clicked, bro. I sped run that. Aha. You had a few assignments to work on, but you hadn't sat down and decided which to focus on this afternoon or anything. You just grabbed all of them and checked them into your backpack. You figured you could pick when the time came. I don't know. I think I'll work on my history assignment. I got some math problems that need work. I don't care. I don't know, man. I'll let fate decide and do whatever I pull out of my bag first. There's some summer reading too. I have to go through an assigned book, but if I do that later... But I'm going to do that later since it doesn't need extra references or anything. What about you two? I got a few worksheets. They look pretty easy, but my school gave us 3 books to read. Can't they just stick with one? Anyone else spend time in English where instead of writing essays on the laptop, instead they spent the entire class... Bro, I remember like... literally... During my like entire like English class, I would never do anything. I would like put in my headphones and just play games on my phone. I remember I used to watch like anime on my like phone sometimes. I remember there was this one time I was watching Haiku and my friend next to me, she's a volleyball player. She was so like interested. She was like, "Hey yo, what's that? Hey yo!" And so I lent her an earbud and we started watching like an episode together and I got her into it. It was funny. I'm doing a timeline for history. That's what I did. I hate essays, so in my class when we were first to write essays, oh my god. You found the table closest to the tall bookshelves and set up camp. Look, we sit in. Derek looks like he has his like little thing. He has his like hands on the table. It's cute. Within seconds, pencils and folders and books were strewn out on the surface. Faye, don't let me down. Closing your eyes, you reached into your bag and pulled out a textbook. You opened your eyes to find your math book before you. The matter had been settled. No, not math. I'm gonna doodle. That's what I did all the time. I just drew pictures. I'm a doodle. You're having trouble getting into the right mindset. Giving up, you lightly sketched on the paper, your tongue poking out between your lips as you did. You were in the middle of attempting a shark with toothy jaws open wide when you felt someone looking at you. You glanced up, seeing Cove look at your scribbles. I hate math. No, I hate math too. I failed math. I failed math like so many times. Cove's eyes rose to meet yours.
It's nice.
It's nice. Are you gonna do the rest? Add in the second dorsal fin. Dude, this guy is knowledgeable, and I'm like, what is that? He pointed to a spot on the unfinished shark. Yes, thanks. You push forward your scribbly creation. After some time, Cove shifted in his seat, twisting back as if trying to work knots out of it. Feeling angsty? Antsy? Antsy? Oh, antsy. You paid enough attention to Cove to recognize he was no longer feeling comfortable. Yeah, I'm gonna wander around for a bit.
Talk to you later.
See you. I'm gonna stay here. I'm making good progress. I want to go with you. Like, I don't want to stay here, bro. I want to go with you. I want to go look at the manga section. You might as well take an opportunity to refresh yourself before getting back to work. I had to have an IEP my entire education from pre-K all the way to senior year because I was awful at math. I don't really quite understand what an IEP is. What is it? I had like, I don't know. School was like difficult. I couldn't pay attention like at all. I was one of those kids who had to doodle while I worked. And I mean, I got a pass for it because it was like what is it? Legitimate reason. It was like an actual thing that helped me like focus. I had to like doodle a little bit and then I'll like write notes and then I'll doodle a little bit and then write notes. And I was one of those kids with a pass, so I was like, it was good. I don't know. Wow. I had to have it. The two of you strolled away from where you've been working. Your eyes roamed over the titles of books as you passed. Individualized education program. Oh, I see. Like special ed. Oh, okay. Wow. Math is really hard. School is hard in general, man. School is just awful, I swear. Some were dull, some were intriguing, and others were just strange, but you didn't spot anything that made you pause and pick it up. Looking for something? Manga! The reading assignment is more than enough. Always. No, but something might catch my eye. No, it's something but might. Yeah, no, but something might catch my eye. You never know. I might get out of here if there's enough time. His comment reminded you of the clock ticking away. Even after you finish your work for the summer, the countdown to the new school year would still be on track. Before you know it, we'll be back at class. Yeah, we just got out and it's almost here again. Are you looking forward to going back? Cove rubbed his arms, drawing your attention to the scar he had earned as a reckless kid with his far-off gaze. Upside to it, though, because I got benefits from it, like preferral seating. Not that I ever used it. I had some assigned seats in class, but most of the time I just kind of ignored it. Even if I had an assigned seat, I would just take someone else's seat in the back and be like, this is your new number now. You go sit there. Go that way. We're trading. It doesn't matter. Cove rubbed his arms, drawing your attention to the scar he earned as a reckless kid with his far-off gaze. Not really. I don't want summer to end. I wish everything wasn't always decided for me. I want to grow up already. Cove didn't feel safe knowing it was others who really determined what his life was like. You understood that much. One I did use, though, was the test room. The test room. I think my school was really small. We just kind of took tests, not in like a big test room or anything like that. We took tests like wherever we could, honestly, because there was not any room at all in our school. You shrugged casually, you smiled supportive, you touched him softly. I don't know. I smiled supportively. Oh my god, I thought it was googly eyes for a second. I was like, oh my god. Oh, I'm back. Oh my god, that was the most intense thing I've ever witnessed. Which trial was it? Was it like... No, you said it was the third trial. Are you playing like V3 or like... Because if it's like the third trial, isn't that... It's my best boy Kokichi's, isn't it? Ooh, that one was intense if you're talking about that one. You caught eyes and looked on understandingly in a way you hoped was comforting. But there's a chance we would end up in the same class. I think that would be nice. You nodded, glad that he was cheering up some. Trust Cove to look on the bright side. I'd like that. A smile spread across his face, crinkling his eyes. What about you? Do you want to go back to school already? No. I like summer, but I'm ready to go back to school when I've got to. No, I don't want summer to end either. Well, it's Trigger Happy Havoc chapter 3. Oh, Trigger Happy Havoc. Oh, I don't think I'm... Wait. I don't... I need to look at the characters really quick. Trigger Happy Havoc. Havoc. Can I speak? Dun, dun, dun. Oh! Oh, it's the first one. Oh, it's the first one. That one. I don't remember the trial for that one, but that game's really good. Yeah, most tests are just in the classroom, but the test room is an option for IUP students where you can do it in a quiet environment. I think if I remember correctly. That sounds a lot better. Usually it was like really loud in the testing areas, mostly because you didn't have room for it. It made you depressed just thinking about it. Cove nodded, obviously getting where you were coming from. There's really no getting away from the topic of school right now. It was prompted to you to think back of the class. Oh, blah. It prompted you to think back to the classes you were in. You pushed your lips. History class is the one you were looking forward to. English class was enjoyable. Math class kept your attention. Science fascinated you. You wanted to enroll in art class. You didn't like any of them. The one I liked the most, the one I remember really wanting, like, being a history teacher was something I kind of wanted to do for a while, but then I was like, I don't want to be a teacher anymore. So I guess history class. Science is my passion. There's so much out there to learn when it comes to the past. It would take ages to know everything. I think that was it. English was also enjoyable, mostly because I didn't do anything. You liked the books you had to read in English class. The writing assignments were engaging too. I think that's it. Nah, that's all. Math. I tried to like science and I found it hard because it's also needed. I think that was all the classes I liked. I only liked like English and history. Each lost in your own thoughts, you continued to stroll through the library for a little while longer until Cove caught your attention again. We should probably head back. Yeah, let's go. Before you could take a step back, Cove cleared his throat, avoiding your gaze. Thanks for listening before. Don't make a habit of it. No, why would you say that? It's also needed. Math is what I meant. Nah, it's just fun learning about science. I'm not passionate about it, lol. No, I get it. I would say the same thing for like English and history. Like, I don't want to make a career out of it, but I think it's interesting to learn about history stuff. And, I don't know, read certain books in English. Anytime! Cove smiled, his cheeks pink. You jerked your head towards where Derek had been left studying. Time to get back to work. Cove and you rejoined with Derek and settled back in as quietly as you could manage. Work continued as normal from there. The sound of shuffling dragged you out of your head. You looked up surprised to see Derek packing up. You done? Derek casually shrugged, but you could tell he felt proud to be the first finished. I told you it wasn't anything hard. I wish mine was that easy. Was it even worth coming to the library for that? What are you gonna do now? Nah, I wish mine was easy, bro. Want me to look it over? Maybe I got some tips that'll help. You know what? Pass it. I'm gonna pass you the paper. Tell me. Knowledgeable one. That'd be great. Thanks. I gotcha. With a smile, Derek leaned over your think I'm interested in psychology. It's so cool. I feel like I'm interested. I do want to do, I don't know. Psychology seems cool. It's just, I know a friend who took psychology and I'm pretty sure it's like a really hard class. So I'm like, never mind. I think I'm good. With a smile, Derek leaned over to your part of the table. He took some time to get the gist of the point and point you in the right direction before turning it back on you. Derek has come to study. Yes. Derek leaned on the back of his feet. Okay, I'm gonna look around while you guys finish. See you soon. Bye. See you soon. Yeah. Wait, can I like, wait. I'm sorry about that. Is he getting smarter? He's getting so smart. He is a smart little lad. I took it as an extracurricular in my senior year, but this teacher is extremely chill, so it's more like a free period. That's what it was. That's what English was like for me in like my last year. It was more just me watching, like, I don't know, random stuff. I'm gonna get a Capri Sun since my Starbies is done. Bop. Later on, Cove shifted in his seat, closing his book as he looked over to the notes he's been taking. Glancing away, you contemplated what you had done thus far, too. Nah, I didn't do anything. You had finished most of the assignments. You'd say there's about half yet. You still had a long way to go. You'd spent most of the time being unable to focus. Yeah, I can't focus. It was hard not to feel guilty, staring down at the mostly blank page in front of you, but there's no point in forcing it. I never really liked English. The books we used to read weren't interesting except for one time. There's been a couple books that have been really interesting that I've read. I can't remember. There was a couple books, but I can't remember which one was them. Man, I wish I could remember. Derek's advice seemed to have fallen on deaf ears. Are you ever ready? It's almost 4. I think so. Come on. Both of you gathered up your books, and after returning the ones you used for reference to their proper shelves, set out to find wherever Derek had wandered off to. He was in the biography section. His back was to the two of you, one hand above his head and the other supporting himself against the shelf as he strained to grab one of the books. Hey Derek, we're ready.
Okay.
Oh, okay. He glanced towards the sound of your voice, then up towards the shelf he was trying to reach. There's a struggle you knew all too well. You need help with that? Tall. Derek frowned, his eyes blinking to Cove for a second before shifting at the floor. Yeah, thanks. Which one? Derek directed Cove towards the book he wanted. It was an autobiography of someone you'd never heard before. And then the three of you moved to the front of the library to wait for your rides. You stood close to the window and let out a content sigh, feeling the rays warm you from the slight chilly in library interior. I remember when I was playing Majora's Mask on my my head just like absolutely my 2DS in psychology class, which is actually a free period, when some kids in the back asked me to put Zelda. I actually scratched that 2 times. First book was Cinder, and then the second was Stage Long. I chose them and they were good. Man. I had this, okay, in my senior year, I had this class, my 7th period, which was a free period because I was like, okay, I just want to be a teacher's assistant. But the teacher was so chill. He's like my favorite teacher. He was so chill. And so all I did was play on my 3DS. Dude, this teacher was like, he would bring out his 3DS. I used to bring my Switch, and he would bring his like Pro controller, and we would play like, Super Smash Bros. While like we just chilled. It was a cool teacher. I just played on my 3DS. I played like Animal Crossing all the time on my my free period. It was fun. You stood close to the window and let out a content sigh, feeling the rays warm you from the slight chilly library interior. I wish our excitements were more exciting. Staring in space. You got any plans after this? Gonna work on my technique. Can't get rusty while school's out. The answer was inevitable. Technique for what? Football. How about you two? The words you two echoed in your mind. You knew what Derek meant, but why was it bringing a smile to your face to be linked with Cove, even in the most tenuous circumstance? Nothing planned. Me neither. Oh, that's my dad's car. Derek lifted a hand to wave, pushing the doors open and headed towards the blue pickup truck waiting in the parking lot. My teacher used to throw secret pizza parties with me and my 2 friends because I was teachers, but I thought it meant as in when someone calls the series Zelda for short, so I was dummy and said it was. And it wasn't until after that I realized they were probably talking about Link, and I felt ashamed. Oh my god. Dude, I get like Zelda confused all the time because I know Link is the main character, but they call it Zelda. Bruh.
Talk to you later.
See you later, Lee. Bye, Cove. You watched Derek jog off before scanning the area for your mom. Did you get everything done? Link is a pretty boy, though. He's very pretty. I used to get the things confused all the time because I thought Zelda was his name, but no, it was Link. And I was like, who's Zelda then? Sort of. I'll get it done. We both will, right? He smiled understanding. Right. I feel like I need to come back to the library again before summer is over. I'll come with you. I still have those books to read anyway. He smiled at the idea. Despite not working on the same thing, it'd be nice to have some company. I'm good with that. Hey, do you want to do something with me after this? Oh, sure. Cove seemed eager towards the offer. You hadn't exactly expected him to say no, but the agreement still made you happy. The two of you smiled at each other. Cove looked away for a second, and so you did too, fidgeting with the hem of your shirt. It was long before you Speedy? Your mom's car came coming down the road. There she is.
All right.
Time to go then. Also, short. Apparently, Link is 4'10". He's only 1 inch shorter than me. He is so small. I'm like 5'3", 5'2", 5'3". He's so tiny. What? You climbed into the car, sliding into your usual seats and buckling the belts. Hey, kiddos, you get a lot done. Oh, Mom squinted at you, but you purposely didn't catch her eye. The car shifted into action and you watched as the library shrunk into distance. It wouldn't be the last time you saw it this summer. Even better, you were going to have good company with you. You were already counting down the days. You fled the questions from Mom while you tried to juggle a conversation with Cove. Once she learned you two were planning on returning, she immediately offered to give you a ride next time. You continued to answer Mom's questions about what you've been working on, then told her about your plans to stick with Cove after getting back. There was something knowing in her smile that made you pause just for a moment. Link is that short. Not all the Links are that high, but I don't know. They're all on the shorter side. It's funny. I didn't know he was that small. But soon enough, the trip was over. You had arrived back to your neighborhood. Cove has run over to his house really quick to drop off his stuff. You also had to make a pit stop to put your backpack away before heading out again. The two of you regrouped in the middle of the road, halfway between your houses. Where does Cove live? Cause does he live like in this house or does he live like in this greenhouse? Is it specific? Or wait, is this our house? But no, this is our house. Cause this is, wait. Where's the door? What is this? Across the street? So we can't even see his house? I'm so confused. Is this entire thing our house? Wait, I've never looked at this picture more hey, wait. Is this, no, this entire thing isn't our house because there's another set of doors here. And there's like, what's this? Because if there's a door like right here, there's already a door here. There's no, and then what's this? It's just a window. But like, why here? What? I've never taken a good look at this picture. I'm so confused. What? You know what? Whatever. Let's just continue. I'm gonna explode my mind if I continue with this. With everything wrapped up, you can now freely enjoy the rest of the afternoon. Your conversation resumed as you both began walking down the streets together. The afternoon came and went. Dinner was eaten, and you were cleaning up the dishes left behind from it. Cove had elected to stay for the meal today. He had passed you a couple plates to rinse in the sink, even though he didn't have to. Cove asked you to do at least something to help. You scrubbed the last of them and let out a satisfied sigh. Okay, they're done. I'm going upstairs now. You dressed your guest for the evening. Gonna come with me? Yeah, I don't have to go back until later. Take it easy, kids. Thank you for the help. Wow. It still feels so weird knowing this is like our room. The weird 7. There's so much lighthearted content here. It hurts my heart, loving heart. Too much positivity. It feels weird, doesn't it? I really like psychological horror RPG games. It does feel a little weird, especially when I started, because it was wholesome. It's so wholesome. It's comforting. It really is. I was thinking about this game nonstop. It's like one of the very first, like, it's probably the only visual novel that's had me like invested and thinking about it like pretty often. When you got back to your room, you noticed your backpack from earlier. You figured it'd be easy to unpack the stuff you needed before going to bed. Cove plopped onto your desk chair. It spun around a bit as he got comfortable. He watched you contently as you walked across the room. He didn't need or expect you to try entertaining him constantly. It was just nice to be near each other, even when there was nothing going on. At least I can cope after watching Danganronpa. Oh god. You heft your bag up onto the bed. It sunk into the comforter. With that, you started to sort through the books and paper packets. Not all of it were things you needed anytime soon. I need this cute stuff to forget. Felt that. A small pile of the most important assets began to grow at the side of your backpack until you'd gone over it all. You had actually finished flipping through the contents, but that wasn't all of your work. You instinctively pulled the opening closer to you as you peered inside. A second look through the commenced, and then third, and then you began to open the smaller pockets. You're missing your math assignment. Oh, Lee? By this point, Cove could tell something was wrong. You had spent the better part of today making progress on it, and now it was gone. It hadn't been that noteworthy before, but the bag wasn't really zipped when you first begun to look through. The work could have fallen out somewhere if you had it in the first place. What would I do in this situation? I would start like straight up panicking, but I would feel really guilty panicking. Like, you're upset that we're village, but you stayed calm. You started panic. All you could do was shrug. You shut up. I don't know. I would, if I made progress on it, I would like start stressing about it. Maybe just this one. Your stress level, shut up. It was gone, and now you're gonna have to replace everything you did for it. My math work isn't in my backpack. At your word, Cove jumped out of his seat. Why are you so concerned? It's
No way.
no way.
No way.
It's so funny. Oh crap! Is there somewhere we can look? The bag was kind of open, so he went sympathetically. That left a lot of options for where it might be. Most of them bad. You made a sudden bolt for the other side of your room. You started to skewer the spot of the backpack. You skewer the spot the backpack was originally left in. With nothing in sight there, you expanded to search the rest of the space. Cove did his best to stay out of your way while keeping an eye open for your missing work. It was frantic until ultimately fruitless effort. Your assignment wasn't here. Let's check downstairs. It might still be in your house someplace. I love him. He's so concerned for you and he cares so much. He does. I was like, why? Fine.
How are you?
She's so pretty. Oh my god. Why hello again? Is everything alright? You answered her with a raised voice. You gave her rambling. Nah, my like thing is gone, bro. My assignment's gone. I unpacked my backpack and one of my assignments wasn't there.
I'm so sorry.
She sounds so. Oh my god, sweetie, I am so sorry. What's missing? An assignment from school, the library today. Mom's eyebrows raised at the corner at the answer. That's a pickle. That's a pickle. I'll call right now. I think they might still be open. No, don't worry about it. I guess I'll redo it. Yeah. They probably won't be able to do anything. Well, it won't kill me to ask. Cove, honey, can you tell us if there was anything you noticed? You were with Lee, right? I saw the assignment when Lee had it out at the library, but I don't remember her putting it away. But I'm pretty positive there was nothing left on the table when we were done. He spoke resolutely. Before now, he hadn't considered that something might have been left behind. You'd felt the same when leaving, though it was hard not to second-guess things now. Your mom re-entered the scene a few minutes later. The look on her face was not promising.
Well,
So I got a hold of one of the librarians. They don't have any papers with your name on them. Not that they could see. Anyways, I'm sorry. It's okay. It's okay. Okay. Thanks for trying. Okay.
sweetie.
Honey, we'll figure this out. Okay. Yeah, it's okay. Yeah. Hey, Lee, let's go over to my house. I can check my bag. Maybe I took it when we were packing up and didn't notice. Alright. You got the impression this wasn't just about to be another place to look. You were stressed over this situation here. He was trying to give you an out. Let's go. Cove nodded and made his way out. Bleh. Cove nodded and made his way to the door. Your mom stood with ceased eyebrows. Take care, kids. Good luck. Bye, mums. You briskly made the trip across the street. Dude, Cove's house looks really cool. It's so cool. But, like, I don't get this area. Like, I won't understand what's going on here. No way. Hold my bad. I misclicked. It's okay. It's funny. Ugh. In less than a minute, you were going through the threshold of Cove's house. Cove had been rushed earlier today, too. His backpack was tossed on the couch without thought. No one had moved it since then. You can sit down or anything. I'm gonna go look. He lifted the backpack and unzipped it in a fluid motion. You're left to wait as he read it around inside with an unexpected level of seriousness. You were actually calming down now. Yeah, I would be like, whatever. If we can't find it, I'll redo it. Whatever. There was definitely some panic earlier, but you had a little time to sort your thoughts. Whether you found it or not, you'd be able to make things work. Still, it wasn't possible to stop Cove on his quest, so you tried to relax in the meantime. Eventually, he sighed heavily. Cove's arms were tucked away inside, but the search was over. Sorry. It was obvious there wasn't much of a chance Cove somehow had it this whole time. He shrugged. It's alright. He dropped the backpack on the floor unceremoniously and spoke up with a cautious tone. Is it? Aw. Well, that showed. Those times. So I'm gonna take a break. Well, take care. Take care. Thank you for coming, Gabby. Wow. Take care. I really am. I can get another copy and rewrite stuff. It's nice of you to ask about. It's cool. I'm glad. Cove laughed lightly, and you noted a small shake to it. He was clearly relieved you were gonna get through this. It was sweet. He had been more upset about the loss than you. Yeah, he was upset more than me. That's what I was so weirded about. I think it's admirable how you can keep it together like this. Oh, thank you. You're grateful towards him. You're flattered. He thought so. No, I'm grateful. Thanks, Cove. It's easy to feel okay because you're with me. He had to gain some courage to be that forward. Returning the favor was too much for him, and Cove broke eye contact. Don't give me credit. I'm trying to compliment you. Then the moment was interrupted by the piercing ring of the Holden home phone. You wordlessly stared at one another with raised brows. Cove's mouth formed a tiny frown. Kyra appeared from the hall on the far side of the living room, summoned by the noise.
Hey,
Hi, Cove. Hi, Lee. I didn't know you were here. She strolled on past. Your eyes followed her. Cove's mom answered the call, giving a chipper greeting to whoever was on the other end. A few uh-huhs and hum-hums later, Kyra thanked the person and placed the phone down some more. He cares so much. Like, honestly, this has made me fall in TBH. I feel so loved and appreciated playing this game and have been sipping since. That's true. It is true. Lee, that was your ma. She said that your stuff was in the car.
what?
Really? That's what I was told. Now I'll just return to the guest room. You can have your privacy. Cove's face cycled from shock to sour as his mom made her escape laughing. He shook off the interruption off as he refocused onto you. They've got it. As you guessed, this isn't going to be a big deal. They've got it. Cove smiled crookedly and shrugged one shoulder. You should probably head to your house. Your moms might want to talk to you. Yeah, my parents really care about me. They had kept searching even after you left, and because of that, it worked out. Cove nodded in agreement. Cove, it means a lot that you stuck with me. Thanks. He brightened up with sparkling eyes.
Don't worry about it.
Ah, so cute. Anytime, Lee. While stepping towards the door together, there's a thought in your head that you knew to be true. You're gonna be there for one another with the small things and when it came to the big things. That was really cute, especially the end. Especially the little ending thing of what he said. That was really fucking cute. I don't know, bro. I was like, there's no way I would have made progress on a math paper. There's no way. So I was like, whatever. If it's gone, it's gone. Whatever. I feel like this is gonna be really interesting. So that's why I was really excited for this one. But I also want to know what this is because they're Christmas lights. Okay. Escapade. You looked up, noticing the sun was finally setting. You'd been trying to delay the end of the day for as long as possible. The evening breeze tickled your nose as you sat on your front porch, munching on a fresh watermelon slices. I never actually simped for before Cove, TBH. I've had characters I've loved as if they were my children or something, but Cove was the first time I actually fell for a character. I've fell for like other characters too. Cove is different though, because it's like this is meant to be like romantic, so it's like a different experience than like other ones, because this is like the only romance, like I guess, visual novel that I've ever played that's like really, really good. And it's 100% because of how much he loves AMC. The snack made you happy. You picked up another slice even though you already had dinner. You were still delighted to make the room for watermelon. You turned to look at Cove. You both had been sitting in a comfortable silence for a while now. He sat next to you, close enough for your shoulders to touch. He was happily absorbed in his thoughts and his own slice of watermelon. Chuckling, you watched as his face twisted in discomfort. He had to stop chewing to spit out a seed into the bush. I bet I can spit a seed farther than you. Bro, I bet I can. Immediately, you shoved the majority of what was left of your watermelon slice in your mouth to get ready to get a seed to prove point. As soon as you could, you sent the seed sailing into the middle of the street. See that, Cove? Cove burst into laughter, that slowly into a wide grin. You could tell he was equally parts surprised and impressed. Can you do that again? I didn't see where it landed. Of course I can. You popped another seed into your mouth and focused on where the last one landed. Setting the seed free, you got it to go even further that time. Not bad. Not bad. You had Cove chuckling again. It was taking a lot of focus to stay looking serious and not breaking to laugh at yourself. I like to see you try. I will. Cove took a mouthful of watermelon, face grimacing when he had the seed. Then his expression morphed into a focused look as he sent the seed flying, landing in a similar spot to yours. Wait, you got to do two. I need another try. He spoke before you could even comment on his non-victory. His determination got you laughing. He quickly sent another closer to where your second one landed. Seems like we're evenly matched for now. Yeah, for now. For the next several minutes, you both kept carving seeds from your slices and giggling at the ridiculousness of the competition. Eventually, a truce was called and you both went back to eating neglected watermelon flesh. I wonder if I'll have another slice after this one. That is your third one already. Is that bad? It tastes really good. You bumped him with his shoulder. Unable to resist, you knocked the mostly finished slice out of his hand. You smiled at him. No, it's alright. It's not really bad. Hey, you sighed affectionately. I don't know. Maybe just this one. Be like, wah. If another slice is gonna make you happy, it will. Go ahead, I'm not stopping you. Cove picked up another slice. He smiled at you, delighted. A little while later, Cove flinched, making a confused sound. He slowly put his current slice down on the plate next to him. You okay? Yeah. He stood up, his head tilted back to look at the sky. His feet took him to the middle of the street. You notice anything? What do you mean? I thought I felt a raindrop. The sun's still out. I mean, it can rain when it's sunny. You put down your watermelon slice and hopped off your front step. Immediately, you felt a tap of water at the crown of your head, making you yelp. You're right. Oh, snap! It just started going crazy. Cove still staring up at the sky. And you watch as he began blinking more rapidly. When he finally turned in your direction, his face was bemused. Sun shower. It's a sun shower. How'd you know? I didn't know that's what those are called. I was like, what are you talking about? It seemed crazy, but soon you couldn't avoid the drops that began increasing into a light shower. Booming with laughter, Cove kicked off his shoes towards the front door and relieved them in the moment. You were excited. You hid from the rain. You were annoyed with the sudden sprinkle. It kind of felt special to you. I was excited. Probably. I knew because I played this ridiculous amount of times. This one in specific. Kind of special to me. I would say it was exciting and kind of special. It's weird. If we're like all the way in Cali. I'm excited. You closed your eyes as you threw your head back, letting the rain shower over you. The cool I don't mind rain showers. I just don't like it when it gets like really cloudy and like dark. But I mean, sun and rain, just as long as the sun's out, is fine. The cool drops felt so red after the warmth of the day. Feeling energized, you ran over the Cove and laughed at how soaked he already was. Not that he cared because he was busy spinning in the middle of the street. Following his lead, you spun yourself until you were dizzy. Just as suddenly the sprinkle started, it stopped. It left you dripping with the smell of wet asphalt, and soil tickling your nose. Cove caught your eyes, running a hand through his wet hair, combing it back. He frowned. I like it when there's no sun TV. Sunlight hurts my eyes. A lot of people like rain when it's like really, really like, I don't know, when it's dark and the clouds are out and like it's just, you know, dark. No, like clouds are all covering the sun. There's no sun and it's raining. A lot of people like that, but I mean, I don't like rain in general. Rain makes me so sad, especially when the clouds are out. Like the dark clouds, it makes me sad. I just feel really sad, bro. But I mean, if the sun is out, it's okay. It's like, okay. Cove caught your eyes, running a hand through his wet hair, combing it back. He frowned. It's over. He's whining. It's over. There were drops of rain clinging on his face, almost could have been mistaken for tears. He sounded that disappointed. You're charmed by Cove. You didn't have anything to say. I've had enough rain for one day. I wish it lasted longer. Well, it was fun. It was fun. Yeah, it's so cool that it happened. You then looked over to your door and sighed. You knew Ma wasn't gonna be happy seeing you trailing water into the house. Cove rubbed his arm awkwardly. He must have been thinking the same thing because he watched you sympathetically.
It's okay.
You can dry off at my house if you want. My parents won't mind. Let's do that. You're the sweetest guy I know. I don't want to cause trouble. I'm fine. No, let's go for it. Whatever. I like when there's a... Oh, wait. I was born and grew up in a place where it's sunny like at least over 100 days a year. I got tired of it. I mean, I grew up like that too. I grew up in more desert... both of them were like desert areas. No, that's a lie. I grew up in like... I went from like desert to like heavy snow and then back to desert. And I've been like in like the sort of desert area for like a majority of my life. I still find it fun. I mean, but that's just me. Everybody got their own opinions. Wow. Let's do that. Yeah, okay. The whole demeanor brightened. You figured he must have felt relieved to help avoid you getting in any trouble. Cove led you inside and you stayed close to him. You have a ton of spare towels. I'm just gonna dig them out of the hall closet. Ooh, thank you for doing this. What should I do? I think I'm gonna borrow some clothes from you. Wow. Thank you for doing this.
You're welcome.
No problem. It'll be a second. Just hang out in the living room, but maybe don't sit on the couch. You answered him with a slight smile. Okay. With that, Cove disappeared and returned in no time, towels in hand. Here. Thank you. You accepted one and began to pat yourself down. A sudden call caught both of your attentions. Oh, I thought I heard voices. Cove's mom strolled into the living room with a curious grin.
Huh?
What happened here? You're both wet. There's a sun shower. Badass. Cove smiled back at his parent. We came inside to dry off. My mom doesn't want me going in the house when I'm wet.
Right.
So I told Lee to come back here. That's very sweet of you, baby. She ruffled Cove's wet hair and laughed at the drops of the water that shook off. Then a light came to Kyra's eyes.
What do you think?
I have an idea. Why don't we go for a drive? It has to be standing around the house. You'll air dry in no time. Cove only offered a shrug and bent smile into his mom. He looked at you for a real answer. Me? I don't know. It's you weren't sure about sure if they're offering. I mean, I don't mind. I mean, yeah, sure, whatever. Fun. This will be good. Kyra pulled out her cell phone from her pocket to call your mom's. Fun fact. No, I'm saying you should do it because I thought it'd be fun. If you choose to borrow clothes, he would let you afterward and you're allowed to keep them. Well, I'm saving here just in case. I was gonna say maybe I should borrow his clothes, but at the same time, I don't think like that. I don't want to borrow clothes from somebody. I would feel guilty. I've never borrowed clothes from somebody, so have I? Not really. It's always kind of been me lending clothes. They had swapped numbers earlier in summer.
See you soon.
Head on to the garage. I'll meet you out there in a minute.
Sorry.
My mom can be so pushy. She gets some idea in her head, and that's what she does. It's okay. Thank you for letting me come. I didn't do anything. That wasn't true at all, but you let him get away with that. Come on. Cole led you to the car, and Kyrie wasn't too far behind. And if you do the road trip moment after this, you can bring his clothes with you on the trip. And he points it out. Oh! That's so cool. I thought you always had to do the base ones and then a DLC. And don't worry, I was saying you don't need to. I just thought it'd be fun to know. No, I'll definitely try it later on when, like, I'm playing this on my own, like, after I finish this. I'll try that later. That sounds so cool. You bring it to the little road trip. I want to see what he says.
Okay.
And then back you two. Once the three of you... Oh, they just flipped it around for the... Okay. Once the three of you were situated inside, Kyra started it and drove out of the residential area. When she hit the main road, the car sped up and she rolled back the windows down all the way. Hey. Cove started laughing as he kept trying in vain to keep his hair from flying and his eyes too much. Meanwhile, you closed your eyes as the wind whipped against your wet clothes. I said this drive was gonna be good for like getting air dried. You can do all of them in any order in browser. It doesn't matter if it's base DLC or not. I did not know that. I was like, I didn't know that. That's so cool to know though. Thank you for letting me know. I'm definitely gonna try it later. Yeah, but I didn't agree to this much air. Cove tried pressing the window button, but nothing happened. His eyes peered in frustration. You disabled the back. Sorry, I can't hear you. Smiling devilishly, Kyra turned the radio and turned it up to be heard over the wind. Nah. We laughed and enjoyed the event. Yielded in the wind and burst into laughter. Looking over at Cove, you saw him relax. He seemed glad you were having fun. What is that? Papers? Then something struck the side of your leg. Several papers were freed from under the car seat and were blown about. Oh, they can't go out the windows. Cove began to reach around the space and try to get it all back under wraps. Amused you helped. You watched him struggle and entertain. No, I'm helping. Don't let him do it by himself. Mom, close the windows. Kyra offered no response other than a chuckle. She just kept driving. Oh my god. Cove snatched several of the papers out of the air and you caught others, preventing most of them from flying out the window on your side. You showed Cove your collection while grinning widely. I think we got pretty much all of them. You figured if they were sitting out in the back car, they couldn't be important enough to get upset over, but Cove continued looking annoyed. Your smile started to slip as that expression softened. I think so. Thanks for helping. You're welcome. Kyra's fun. Kyra's chaotic. Why is there papers in the back, bro? The sun set completely, and at that, Kyra rolled up the windows. Cove let out a big sigh and released the random bits of papers he had in his fist. My mom is crazy. He ran a hand through his wind-blown hair and laughed with a bit of an exasperation. You felt good. You didn't know what was happening anymore. Fun equal chaotic. Exactly, bro. You felt good. The evening had really turned out to be more interesting than you expected. Grinning, you were happy with your odds with whatever else happened next. Cole watched you with interest until his focus was taken by a new comment from his mom. I bet you're not feeling damp anymore. No, but now I feel tricked. Yeah, I stayed quiet. You shook your head and looked out the window. Kyra continued driving. The radio volume is adjusted for the closed windows and everyone's sitting more comfortably. Kyra lowered the sound even more after pulling into a red light. She took a chance to turn around. You caught her coy smirking.
So?
Does anyone know what we drove past during the dry cycle? No? A movie theater! Okay, most places have them somewhere. You're so blunt. You're still blunt. Oh my god. Corporation needs you to point out the difference between those things. They're chaos me. They're the same thing. They're like so. They are the same thing. There's no point. Oh my god. Isn't that late? You know, we can probably still catch a show.
What?
Really, ma'am? We don't even know what are we playing.
Come on.
That's what makes it fun. I want to see a movie. I'm not sure about that. No way, that's not fun. Heck yeah. My mom's expecting me backstage. Nah, let's go see a movie. I want to see a movie. Both of you? He seemed hesitant. You gave him a smile and Covey stepped a bit. Don't get me wrong. I'm not advocating impulsive behavior every day, but it's important to seize the moment while you can. We might never have another night like this. And don't worry, Lee. I said I'd watch over you for the night. Not just 10 minutes or so. I put your parents in the loop about hitting the movies as soon as we get there.
That's,
I didn't bring any shoes. Dude. I'm not wearing. No, we in it together. I'm not wearing any either. Let's go. You tilted your foot up, wiggled your toes so Cove could see. How are you gonna go inside barefoot? We can't. But no, we can't. No, it doesn't matter. We can go.
it's alright.
We'll sneak through quickly. No one will notice. You could just do it just as once. No shoes, gang. You bounced in your seat excitedly that it was gonna actually happen. Kyra was right. You never got to do stuff like this. The same parking lot. The same empty parking lot. This is so... Why do they... I don't get it. Why is it so empty, though? It bugs me so much that there's, like, absolutely no cars in sight. Kyra drove into the theater parking lot and shut the engine off. With the unbuckling of her seatbelt, she ushered you and Cove out. They reused some settings. It's so funny, though. There's no cars, like, at all. Despite being hesitant to leave, once outside, Cove burst into a sprint towards the cinema. You're right along with him. The tarmac was still wet from before and cold to stand on with bare feet. Inside, you noticed there was no lines. All the current shows already had started. Kyra paid no mind, and strode up towards the counter with some words of encouragement. A third of the running time ads these days. We haven't missed anything. Meanwhile, Cove stood next to you awkwardly. He shifted from one foot to another and constantly kept looking around. His shady behavior would have made him much more likely to get caught than standing still with him. If there were people around to really notice. It's just the parking lot. It's everywhere. It's the universe itself. Dude, what bugs me is not like them reusing the parking lot. It's that there's absolutely no cars in the parking lot. It makes me feel like we're the only ones there. And I'm like, bro, we are not the only ones here. Please. Where's the people? It's pretty goofy. You consoled him. You poked Cove's arm to get his attention. I'll be okay, Cove. His expression softened into a pea smile. Appeased. It's both of those facts to me. Yeah, thanks. I don't know what that word is. A sigh of relief out of you two. Kyra returned with tickets in hand. She quickly herded you and Cove towards the showing room. I am so sorry for the little hiccup, but hold on. We've almost made it home free. Once we sit down, it'll be smooth sailing. Every single parking town in this is devoid of human life. What the fuck? That's so fucking funny. You know what? Can I do this really quick? Maybe I can. I just want to make it smaller. I feel like it's big. Is that too small? I think that's okay. I'll just go with that. The lights were already off in the showroom, but the movie hadn't started yet. The upcoming movie trailers were still playing. Yes! Keeping her volume in a hushed tone, Kyra couldn't help but burst with excitement over your luck. You followed her down the hallway until she spotted open seats in the middle-ish area of the theater. Kyra pointed at the seats, looking over his shoulder at you and Cove, waiting for input. Cove nodded and you decided to give her a thumbs up as she led the way. When you reached your seats, Kyra sighed contentedly. Cove gave a sigh of his own and lifted his feet to sit cross-legged instead of keeping them down on the floor. Wow. I'm sitting cross-legged right now. Crisscross applesauce. I always sit like that on my chairs. He then leaned over and whispered to you. Do you have any idea what the movie is? No, I didn't hear the name or anything when your mom bought the tickets. Oh boy. After a couple more previews, the main event began. It dawned on you quickly that it was a horror film. Oh shoot. I'm not good with horror films. No, I'm not. No, why'd you do this, Kyra? Kyra. One about a group of students being haunted by dangerous ghosts. You were psyched you could live with that. You knew that I was terrified, bro. The movie was only starting. You were all petrified. It was perfect. Glancing over at Cove, you noticed that he looked less than thrilled with the movie. He bit down on his bottom lip and stared at the screen with trembling eyes. Horror films bring date closer. I swear. If it were IRL me in this scenario, I know I would run out of the movie theater. I can't I don't know, horror movies I feel are different than horror games. I feel like I can somewhat handle horror games, but when it comes to horror movies, I just cannot, bro. You're in a movie, I don't know, it's so weird. I can somewhat handle horror games, just not movies. Cove had never been a fan of ghosts or intentionally frightening things. That was something you learned about him early on. You remained still. You tapped Cove on the shoulder to get his attention. You grabbed a hold of his hand. You angled your body, and you seemed to be closer to him. You covered your ears. I can't handle horror or anything. Omori was a rare exception for me, oddly enough. I'm sorry, I'm late. Ooh, you're good. Hi. No, Omori was really good. Omori was something different. That was a whole nother experience, bro. I don't know what to choose because I would this is what the cliche answer. Okay, let's just save. The cliche answer is grabbing a hold of his hand. That's what everybody does. You're like, oh my god, hand hold, right? At the movies. But if it's a horror movie, I would not be paying attention to anything. I would be crying, bro. I would be literally sobbing. Maybe just angle my body to see to be closer to him. The DLCs. Okay, yeah, I would just angle. You bent yourself more and more until you were essentially leaning against him. It had been slow enough that Cove hadn't noticed it at first. But soon he started to peek at you at the corner of his eye. Are you okay? He smiled, nodding shakingly. Not wanting to push him, you gave him a small smile back. Sometimes the other people in the theater screamed or cheered or clapped depending on what was happening. Your heart was pounding in your chest, and when the movie finally came to an end, the main character resolved the hauntings. But in the dark conclusion, they didn't make it out alive. Man, speaking of movies, I'm so sorry. Y'all seen the Demon Slayer movie? I read the manga. I knew it was gonna happen. I left the theater shaking, crying, like really badly. I couldn't stand up. It took me like a second for me to stand up because I was like so shaken up. And I knew what was gonna happen. I was like, I know what's gonna happen. And couldn't. You stayed to let the credits roll for the theater to clear out, and then it was time to head to the car. Both you and Cove took same seats in the back of the car again, even though I haven't seen anything of the series. I'm so confused. You should watch Demon Slayer. It's a pretty good show. I like it. Though it was like Kyra was exuding an upbeat, cheerful energy. What a great flick. It wasn't so bad in the end. You enjoyed it, baby? No, I mean, it's hard to explain. I got really tense, and I guess that's the point of horror stuff. But I kind of don't want to have it to feel like that. Now that it's all over, though, it was sort of cool to do.
Fantastic.
That's so greatly. How you feeling? Nah, fuck that. It was terrible. It's just bad. It was terrible, but that made it fun. Fair, sometimes bad movies are good for that reason. I still can't believe they died. It's nice when things aren't all obnoxious and you don't really know how it'll end until you see it, but I wanted it to go better. I demand a happier ending. I love how it all fell apart when it seemed things were gonna be okay. I saw it coming, you know, it was so lame. It was so lame. No, I demand a happier ending. Yeah. You and Cove spent the rest of the car absorbed in the conversation about the movie. So, who's hungry? You're surprised when you realize Kyra didn't drive you home, but to a drive-through burger restaurant instead. Why not? Oh, I'm gonna get copy straight for that. Oy. It's not like I make money off of it. Why am I worried? Everybody seems so worried about it. As a spirit, get whatever you want. Ooh, whoa. I want a hamburger, a cheeseburger, some french fries, chocolate chip cookie, a soda, a milkshake, a soft serve cone. That's everything. Is that alright? Wait, I forgot that's like... oh my god. Okay, is I okay? Cove was tickled by the size of your list. It had no disapproval. I totally forgot that it wasn't like our mom's buying it. Oh, I'm so sorry, Kyra. Kyra pulled up to the window and ordered everything you asked for first. She then decided to order one of everything on the value meal. Whoa, what are you gonna do with all that? Eat it.
Really?
The whole menu? Even after they picked most of that already? That's alright. There are only maybe 10 things on it, and they're about to $1 each. I can swing it. And besides, whatever we don't finish, I'm gonna feed to your dad. He'll be in heaven. Cove sighed affectionately at his mother's antics. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Oh, so cute. You're quite welcome. A few minutes later, Kyra exchanged her money for multiple bags of food, which she quickly tossed at you both in the back seats. Then she drove off into the night. Can you pass me something? What should I grab? Surprise me. Oh, you chose one of the wrap sandwiches and handed it to her. You had no idea if it was a burger or something else.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. Accepting that this was happening, Cove shrugged and started pulling Fool out of the bag for himself. Fool? Food. I can't stand onion rings. No, dude. Cove ended up with some onion rings, and he happily munched on them. You made sure to grab something you liked. You weren't even questioning Kyra's crazy ride anymore. The adventure continued, and you were so preoccupied in the back that you almost didn't realize the car had stopped. Kyra turned to look over her shoulder. Okay, party people, it seems like we've reached the end of the road. Cove just left food. Bro, the onion rings are so weird to me. Everybody ate them, and I just looked at them like, no, what are onion rings? Oy. I just can't handle onion rings. Confused, you checked out the window and saw nothing except an empty road ahead, and then you noticed it. The now leaving sign. Kyra took you through the entire town. What are we doing here? Kyra turned the car around and parked it along the side of the road. I think you both could use a break to stretch your legs. I doubt anyone is going to come through here at this time of night. Besides, I need to make a call, so go on. I can have them sometimes, but they're hit or miss for me. Mm-hmm. Cove shook his head and got out of the car without a fight. I'll follow Cove. You got out and caught up to Cove. I would feel awkward if I was inside with Kyra when she was like, I need to make a call. You got out and caught up with Cove. He was busy looking at the stars and stretching his arms while he strolled around. Whoa. The music caught me, bro. You thought the being there was exciting. The being there was pretty cool in your mind. You didn't care much at all overall. You felt worried. You were mad. You just felt sorry. Nah, being there is pretty cool in your mind. This is a good place to stop. If she's gonna take us all around town, at least it wasn't done halfway. Cove smiled, glancing from the stars to you. Shortly after, you noticed Cove's expression change. His eyebrows furrowed, and it seemed like he was thinking hard about what he wanted to say next.
I'm so sorry.
I was vibing. Lee, I'm so sorry for my mom being crazy tonight. She isn't always like this time. Oh, like this, seriously. Why is she being like this now? I think she feels like she has to get out there and do things with me while she can, and she wants to make the time more memorable. This visit has been really different than the others, and it didn't start off good. Oh yeah, that's true. Thinking about Kyra's trip, how Kyra's trip began this summer, you could understand why Cove was thinking along those lines. She probably wanted all the trouble to be worth it in the end. Are you having a good time with your mom around? Okay, I get it. She shouldn't have made me to be a part of it. You're not understanding. She's giving you a taste of your own medicine. You said nothing, no. Nah, you having a good time though? Are you? Yeah, it's so weird having her and dad in the same house, but I love her. She's my mom. I like hanging out with her most of the time. It went silent between you both, so you jumped when you heard the sound of a dark car door closing. Cove, leave. You turned to see Kyra by the driver's side waving. A sight brought a smile to Cove's face, and she quickly made her way over to where you both were standing. Thanks for waiting. Oh, mine. Yeah, so cute. How did I end up with such a polite boy? She ruffled his hair and Cove lowered his head, accepting the compliment. You thought about how interesting it was to see how Cove interacted with his mom. And then the memory hit you. That first summer, you and Cove came to this very spot in his runway. Oh yeah, because we wanted to run away. Man, I wish they had some kind of merch. Honestly, I got like 3 of my friends into this game. 2 of my friends already finished it like before me, and like I made one of my friends like just 2 days ago download it. So like that's basically 4 friends I've gotten into this game because I love it so much. The memory hit you the first summer you and Cove came to this very spot in his runaway attempt to find his way back to his mom. And now you were all here together. You kept that thought to yourself. You whispered about it to Cove. Nah, I'd be like, you remember that time? Taking a step closer to Cove, you leaned in closer to share the moment just with him. Isn't it strange that your mom took us here? This is where you went to try seeing her when you moved to Sunset Bird? Cove flinched and his eyes started over to his mom. Worried that she'd hear when he was satisfied she didn't, he turned back. Yeah, it's weird, but she doesn't know it happened. At least I'm pretty sure she doesn't. Really? Dad likes to tell her things are fine so she doesn't worry. I just need to cuddle away. Nah, I nodded and kept the secret. It's him. It's not my. I can't tell her like, oh yeah, your son came here and tried to run away. Like that's no. Well, we tried to run away, right? Yeah, whatever. Cove looked at you gratefully, and you shared a smile. Anyways, it's kind of cool to be here, right on the edge of town. Exactly, we're standing on a I don't know what that word. I don't really see what's so different about it. I think so too. Yeah, you didn't have a strong opinion. I didn't have a strong opinion about it. Maybe it's okay. I think, okay, well, it's cool. I knew you'd get it. It's good to appreciate these times and places. Kyra let out a big breath of air. Should probably call it a night, huh? Yay! You felt the disappointed it was actually over. You shrugged. Finally, let's go. Yes. Let's go. Yeah. Felt disappointed it was actually over because it was cool. It's the closest thing I'll ever get to hugging him. He's adorable. I instantly fell in love with him. He's very cute. You kind of hoped some other unexpected thing would pop up to keep things going. Kyra shyly smiled and gestured to the car. Quietly, you all made your way back to it. Cove naturally followed you, taking the seat nearby in the back with the collection of fast food bags still strewn about. You rested your head into the seat as the car rode to life. roar to life. As you did, Cove leaned over to whisper. What? I can talk to your moms if they do get mad about tonight for some reason. It was my mom's idea. You didn't have a choice. Thank you. I might need it. I'm glad you're handing back. This is worth it. Even if they get mad. You know, no, it was worth it. This was so cool. Your mouth pulls into the biggest grin, getting a laugh out of Cove. If you say so. Cove smiled bashfully at you, but said nothing else. The drive home was smooth and uneventful. The radio was off completely, and you felt your eyelids get heavy. Wow! Your head rested on the side of the car. Your head... Wow! I don't know. I don't have a job or income, but if he had merch for the game, I promise you one way or another. Fine. That's me. That's me with Omori merch. I don't have like a job or anything, but I'm getting like who knows how much money worth of merch. Whatever. You're too tired to keep your head up, and it felt quite comfortable there. Cove didn't have any issues there. He leaned into it. Bro, I'm getting so much Demon Slayer merch. Demon Slayer movie had me ballin'. He must have been exhausted too. You're happy to stay close like that. It was warm and comfortable. When you opened your eyes, you expected to still be in the car, not your bedroom. It was somehow already morning. You couldn't remember how you ended up there. Sitting up in bed, you thought about how last night was quite an experience. It almost felt like a dream more than a real event, but it definitely happened. And you were glad you got to have a spontaneous escapade this summer. That's cute. So cute. I bought the Sunny shirt when the new Omori merch came out a while back. It won't be delivered until early June. Is that when they're delivering that? I bought the Release Energy hoodie and the Basil shirt, and the postcard, but they haven't like sent like anything. I didn't know. Maybe that's why it's not coming until like early June. I bought it a while, like when it first dropped. That's why I'm like, okay. Escapade. I like it. It's Escapade. Let's just okay. I don't know how to say this either. Soiree. Sorry. Whatever. Let's go. Push. You wiled away the morning, doing whatever struck your fancy, and now you were recharging with lunch. With nothing on the horizon, you were free to spend as much or as little time on your plates as you wanted. Soiree. Hey. It was a while. You were thinking on all the possibilities for your afternoon that your mom's approached you. Hi, Lee. You okay? Hi. Mouth full, you nodded in reply. To your surprise, they both sat with you at the table. Based on the time, you had wondered if they were joining you for a meal, but neither of them brought anything. What do you want to talk about? Hey, what? Great, we wanted to have a little chat with you. What? Hey, yo. The qualifier little did nothing to downplay the situation. Your chewing slowed as your eyes widened, looking from one parent to the other. Anything that requires both of them to talk to you must be something big. It was unsettling. You didn't like being the only one not knowing what was going on. Stomach churning, you waited for them to fill you in. Don't look so worried. It's nothing scary. Promise. There's a soiree. I looked back at your thing. At the Cypress tomorrow night. Your mom and I are going. Was a country club your moms were a part of and where Elizabeth played golf. It seemed like every other month they had some event or another. With all the fancy names, like Soiree. Chewing your lip, you wonder what this had to do with you. Mom chuckled at your poorly concealed reaction. Leaning in, Ma took your hand and squeezed it. We decided to make the night a bit special. Elizabeth's going to be allowed to stay home, fully alone for the first time. They're rich, a country club. You'll still be coming to the party with us. It's Elizabeth's night to party with no family around, not yours. Sorry, you gotta wait a couple more years. What's it gonna be like? What's it like? The usual. Well, mostly. We wanted to make it special. Wanted to make it a special night for you, so we've got something a little extra planned. What? What? What is it? Hey, yo, chill. Hey, yo, this is kind of scary. That was unexpected. Interested, you listen. Your parents shared a look across the table. You cleared your throat, reminding them that you were waiting. You couldn't keep dropping such hints and then turning coy when the conversation was about to get good.
Well,
Since it's a pretty fancy party that's still chaperoned, and attendees are allowed to bring a guest, we thought it might be a nice opportunity for you to invite someone yourself as a date. Okay, if you want. Your eyes widen as the words sunk in. Your mom's continued. It was a struggle to keep up. Even though we'll be at the party too, you don't need to worry about us getting in your way. You'll be free to eat, dance, and enjoy the music as much as you see fit. But no leaving the property. Ma nodded at Mom's interjection.
isn't that great?
Yes, as long as you don't leave the party. And if you'd rather bring just a friend, that's okay too. I would be oh yeah. Your parents are smiling at you, clearly expecting a response, but you're still so shocked to formulate anything of the kind. You hadn't imagined this was where the talk was going.
Don't worry about it.
The soiree isn't until tomorrow, so you've got time. Just let us know your plans before we're heading out. That's all. We'll leave you to your lunch now. They called it a date, and I immediately panic. Why? Your moms rose from their chairs in unison, disappearing into another part of the house. You barely noticed their departure. All you could think of is what just happened. The remnants of your lunch stared up at you from your plate. I'm gonna go back to eating. You felt like you should finish eating. Oh, wow. Okay, let's just finish eating. Your conversation had taken your mind off the meal, but you opted to try to eat a little more. You picked at the plate for a little while longer. Even though you relocated to your bedroom, your head was still stuck on the conversation that unfolded at the dining table downstairs. You knew that. Having someone as a friend would be the best. You wanted it to be a date. You didn't want to be You wanted it to be a date. I mean, I would if they called it. That's the only thing that would be on my mind. The prospect of having your first date made it impossible for you to sit still. You couldn't help but jiggle your foot as you laid in bed, contemplating the possibility. The night being a date would mean actually asking someone out. The little you knew of that came from what you've seen on TV and movies, what you heard about from kids from school. Your moms hadn't even entertained the idea of you dating until now. You went over oh my god. You went over possible words and phrases in your head, setting up scenarios and before tearing them down and trying something else. You realized you had been mentally scripting Cove as the one you were asking. It had been his name repeating inside your mind, his face lighting up as you invited him to join you. You buried your face in your pillow, not wanting to continue after noticing you laughed awkwardly to yourself. Smiling, you close your eyes, a daydream crystallizing in your head. We're daydreaming! You let your train of thought continue a little longer. You clearly pictured his eyes, the way he rubbed his arm when he was nervous and tried your best to guess what he might do next. It's nice. You liked him. You knew you were supposed to be friends, but you just liked him a lot. You wouldn't be able to stop thinking of him, even if you wanted to. And you didn't. Sighing, you shifted positions on the bed, resting your arm on the windowsill. A flock of birds caught your eyes and led your gaze as they crossed the sky. You watched the birds grow smaller and less distinct until they disappeared from sight. Like the snap of a hypnosis finger, you were released from the trance and left with a goal of your own. You're gonna take a walk. You ambled through the familiar streets of your neighborhood, picking your path at a whim. It was as quiet as ever, with tourists choosing to congregate in the shopping area near the beach rather than venture into the sleepy residential zones. You continued down the road and soon found yourself at the shore. The fresh, salty air hit you first, rolling to meet you over the grass dunes that tickled your legs, followed by the familiar view of the sea stretching out across the horizon. You came to a halt. A lone figure was standing in the ocean, the water reaching up to his knees. Who is it? Cove! Though he had his back to you, you recognized it, the familiar silhouette as Cove's. It made sense that you find him here. He was always in his element by the sea. You had no idea if he heard your arrival or if it was by coincidence, but he looked over his shoulder. Your eyes met. Why? Hey. You smiled, you waved, you called out. You nervously head closer. You confidently head closer. You just waved. Hey, heart bounding. You thrust your arm into the air and waved for Cove's attention. Cove smiled at you, bathed in the soft light of the afternoon sun. With his hair gently by the sea breeze, he looked especially charming. And then fully turned around and began to wade through the water over to the shore. You wanted him to get to you already. You could hardly wait to talk about this. You hoped he took his time to come. You were nervous about this. No, I would be so nervous. You relaxed after running into him. You were alright with this. No, I'd be so nervous. Instead of standing at the shore, you felt like you were on an edge of a cliff. The question of whether to invite him, and if so, in what fashion, was in front of you between leaping into a world of unknown or enjoying the safety of the familiar.
Leo.
I forgot my name is Leo. Hey Lee, are you free right now? Not exactly. My moms are taking me to a soiree tomorrow at the country club. He winced at your abrupt transition to the topic and hoped Cove wouldn't mind. He had known to dive into new and unconnected topics in the middle of conversations after all. A soiree, huh? Sounds exciting. He was smiling politely, but you could tell that your outing mentioned hadn't sparked much interest. Your heart, which had lodged itself somewhere in your throat when you spotted him, dropped. You stared at him, weighing your options. Cove tilted his head curiously as you fumbled on what to say next. Who better to invite on your first real date than Cove, the only person who could make you giddy with a smile? But you were afraid he'd think it was boring, or worse, wouldn't want to go with you as a date. Okay, you resolved to make it a date. You asked him to join as a friend. You didn't want to ask him all at once. You didn't want to force him to come. You decided to ask him all. You didn't feel like having a guest. I want to ask him to go, but like calling it like a date is probably so nervous. I could never say it. You know what I'm saying? You know what? It's like I have to, because that's what I was thinking about. Okay, 3, 2, 1 to go. Choosing your clammy fist, you swallowed and tried to conjure up the right words. Cove continued to watch you expectantly. It might have been easier to do this right now if he was wearing something other than just a swimsuit. Hey? Cove, I want you to be my date for the party. Do you want to go on a date with me? My parents said it would be alright if I brought a date, and would you go to the party with me as a practice date? As a practice date? That's so rude. That feels rude. That feels mean. A little mean. Cove, I want you to be my date for the party. My parents said it would be alright if I brought a date, and yeah. He danced around the unspoken question, hoping Cove would catch a drift. Caught off guard, he lifted his hands in front of his chest out of surprise, and he packed them down across over his chest. He twisted his face to the side, no longer able to meet your eyes. Still couldn't hide the flush on his cheeks.
Oh my god.
Are you serious? I was serious. As something serious is very serious is what I'm saying. His lips were pressed together, tightly together, preventing any more words from slipping out. You could tell he was nervous, but it was always easy to pick up on with him. One after another moment, he inclined his head, dipping into a nod so slightly that you might have missed it if you had been able to tear your eyes from him. Exhale, bro. That'd be nerve-wracking. Cove closed his eyes, trapped in an awkward pose. He was gripping his arm so tightly that the skin around his knuckles was fully taut. You okay? Cove exhaled at last, letting out a sigh that stretched into another tense silence. His stance loosened. His arms stayed crossed over his chest, but he was no longer clutching them like a shield. You didn't want to be the one to break the quiet. Thanks, Lee. I guess I'm gonna have to tell my dad and mom too. Right. I gotta let my mom go. You gonna come with me? Yeah. It was a relief he thought enough to manage speech again. You hoped that by the time you got to your house, he'd be able to manage full sentences with more. Cove went to where he discarded his things in the sand, tugging a shirt over his head and slipping a pair of shoes before joining you and setting off home. The two of you stepped inside the front door of your house. It was an action you taken together countless times, but your stomach had never churned quite like this on a previous occasions. At the sound of the door opening, oh, I realized these are swimming trunks. I was like, why is he wearing those? I swear I had him like put in like different ones. At the sound of the door opening, your mom's poked her head through the hall. Hello. Oh, Cove, it's you. What a surprise. She chuckled at her own joke. Cove was always there, and she knew how close the two of you were. Bringing anyone other than him back would have been an actual surprise. Hello, Miss Shino. It's nice to see you. Hi, Miss Shino. So I take it Cove's gonna be our guest for tomorrow night? Yep. Oh, what kind of outing will it be? Her voice was hesitant but serious. Cove ducked his head down reflectively. You knew that he'd figure out what she was driving at. I could not speak, bro. No, bro. I was like, This is scary. This is scary. Your mom interpreted your mutual silence and nodded in understanding. She wore a wispy smile. Ma's gonna be thrilled about this. Cove tilted. I didn't ask him out, but he ended up asking if he could come instead. I didn't know that was a thing. I did not know that was a thing. Cove tilted his head back up just slightly. He peeked through the long strands of his hair. Just her, you know? Even if you hadn't been able to see his wide, worried eyes, you've heard the anxiety in his voice. Your mom sighed and patted him on the arm. Oh, Cove, you're a great kid. Most parents hope their kids meet such a special person someday. I knew in real life I'd be a bit shy. No, I was like, I don't know. I didn't know that, like, he could ask you out instead. Yeah, he asked if he can come. Then I asked him to be my date. Oh, I didn't know that could happen. No, I don't know. I felt like it was the only chance, bro. I would have. She glanced aside, a weird expression on her face. Someday is the real key word there. She turned back to you both. But you had to move in right across the street at 8 years old. Bro, chill. Bro, chill. Mom crouched down, shaking her head, and put a hand on each of Cove's shoulders.
Okay.
Cove, I hope you're planning on being very good. Bro, chill. Ow, what the heck? And I'm not just talking about tomorrow night. Hey, yo, chill. She nudged him playfully on the cheek of the fist. Cove, who had been blushing when all this began, was now as red as a heirloom tomato. Oh, yeah, I will. Or, no. Chill, talk. Man, come on. This is like, you don't have to wear Cove. Come on, Cove, what kind of answer? Dude, I would not speak. I would be so quiet. You're making him a little uncomfortable. You crossed your arms over your chest and frowned at your mom. Was she trying to scare Cove off before you even had a chance to go out with him? He didn't speak further. His eyes looked down on shuffling his feet as he rubbed the scar on his arm. The redness remained intact. Okay, I put Cove through the ringer enough. The big day isn't even here yet. You wondered if that meant she intended to give a repeat of the performance tomorrow. You were afraid to find out. I'll give your folks a call and get everything squared up. She headed off to get the phone, leaving the two of you alone. Cove's eyes darted to you, and he shot you a quick, delicate smile before staring at the ground again. I'm going across the street, talking to my parents. Okay, see you tomorrow. Bye, go. You retreated from your house entryway without another word. And the rest of the afternoon passed by just like that. Back in your room, your mind was alight with visions of tomorrow night. The soiree was something, but not nearly as exciting as going on your first date. You were thrilled that Cove actually said yes. He was your genuine date to a party. You hugged your knees to your chest, overwhelmed by the thought. The night couldn't come soon enough. The evening... Oh, shoot. We keep going? This is long. The evening of the soiree had arrived, the daylight hours having slipped away in a blur. Up in your bedroom, you're getting ready for the big event. That was your intention, at least, but you hadn't settled an outfit stationed in front of your wardrobe. You scanned over the clothing you had at your disposal. Ooh, pick time, right? Though Ma had mentioned this event was a bit dressier than a normal get-together, you didn't necessarily have to comply. What would Cove wear to a thing? You could help but consider how you would respond to the way you were dressed. Would he like seeing you dressed all fancy, or would it be reinforced the weirdness of the situation? Your mind drifted across the street. Was Cove getting through these same steps right now, staring at his wardrobe, trying to decide what to wear? You had no idea if he would dress up for the occasion himself or if he was just if he would wear his usual attire. It'd be so much more easier if you knew what he was gonna do. You didn't want to look stupid. You want to impress Cove. You didn't want to come across too excited. You didn't want to. You want to see me late. I don't want to look stupid, bro. Oh no. If it's like, it's a bit fancier, I would probably try going for something formal. I mean, right? I swear to God, if he doesn't, I'm saving here, bro. I'm scared he's gonna be like, we're not gonna be matching, and I'm gonna be formal. You attempted to decide between the nicest pieces in your wardrobe and the ones that rarely had a chance to come out. You decided just formally because you felt like you had to. You honestly like dressing up. You were dressed to impress. You ought to put the things you own to use. You want to make mom happy. I felt like I had to. Everyone else would be dressed to the nines, whatever that meant. If you showed up in an everyday look, then everyone else would give you funny looks all evening. Who wanted to deal with that hassle? To start, you decide to wear, what's a blouse? A button-down shirt, a dress, maybe just a dress, straight up. Like, yeah, I have a couple dresses. Yeah, a dress. The one you picked was light and hachine. Silky material seemed to glide through your fingers as you took it from the wardrobe. It was a perfect fit for a summer evening party. You began to get dressed, your fingers working, stuff zipping, and awkwardly fastening. It felt different against your skin, reminding you at every moment that you were dressed up. You grimaced, telling yourself that it's probably just one for one night. You could put up with this for that long, probably. Now dressed, you gave yourself a final glance over before heading downstairs, ready to head out. You found your moms already waiting in the living room. They were putting the finishing touches on their outfit. Ma strapped her heel into a silhouette shoe, and Mom trying to fasten the bracelet single-handed. Oh, they're so cute! I like the style. They're in drip. They looked up as you entered. Chill out, bro. Oh, you look so nice. You look so pale. Your expression spoke as the words you were holding back, making your mom laugh. Thanks for dressing up, Lee. Once tonight's over, you can put those clothes to the back of your closet and forget about them for another few months. Mom was still struggling with the bracelet. You lent a hand literally by taking one side and holding it as she secured the clasp. Thanks, kiddo. Ma then glanced over at the clock on the wall, seeing where the hands were pointing. A frown seized her face. When's Cove gonna be here? Do you know? I don't know. I'm not sure. He's getting here at 7 soon, probably. I'm not sure. I'm picking him up from his place. I'll go get him. I'm not sure. Mom pursed her lips as she stared at the hands ticking by on the clock. Alright. If he's not here in 5 minutes, I'll give his house a call. Elizabeth filtered down the stairs, her eyes narrowed. Still here, bro? Yeah, not for much longer, hopefully. Wait, I know you're excited, but we haven't even said goodbye, and I want to go over how things are gonna play out. Elizabeth sighed as Mom began listening to the rules, taking them off on her fingers. No ordering takeout on other deliveries. You can't have anyone else come over. She nodded, resigned to her fate, listening to the set of rules she could predict without so much as glancing a crystal ball. If anything happens, you can call us or go across the street to the Holdens. Keep the noise down. The house might be empty, but there's a lot of people around the neighborhood. Usually houses rules still apply. Don't do anything you wouldn't do if we're here. And we'll be back no later than 11:30, but we'll call if there are any issues, so don't tie up the phone line all night. Alright. Dad, can you go now? She's like, bro. Ma strode over and set Elizabeth in a hug. Your sister let out a small noise, her eyes widening, and suddenly looked much less tense, much less like the smug teenager she acted like. You're such a big girl now, I can't believe it. This is like, bruh. Elizabeth rolled her eyes. This wasn't the quick departure that she'd been hoping for. Any chance of ending it soon vanished as Mom joined in for a hug. Neither can I. It only feels like yesterday that... Oh, jeez. Elizabeth girl trying to cut the reminiscent off without success. You laughed and clearly loved it. You felt sorry. You were glad you weren't the one. Nah, I felt sorry, bro. She's going through. As the baby of the family, you knew that routine far too well. Can you all go? Jeez, bro. Elizabeth's so fucking funny sometimes. Your family tangled from the hug in time to catch the doorbell ringing. Ooh, the guest of honor's here. Bro, chill. She raced over the door as Mom predicted. Cove had arrived and he was ushered inside.
Oh, nice.
You look, oh jeez, did I get my prediction right? You look very nice, Cove. Oh, your man's got drip. Is that, are you wearing cargo pants? Is he wearing cargo pants? Thanks. He looked around the room searching for a way out of the conversation before his eyes met yours. Cove's lips squeezed into a smile as you reciprocated. The tension in his face seemed to ease. You watched him taking in your outfit before glancing away bashfully. Hi. Hi, Cove.
It's nice.
You look really nice tonight. I'm glad we got to do this. Go to the place dressed up, I mean. His words took you by the surprise, but after earlier worries about your appearance, they were a welcome balm for your nerves. You attempted to control the grin spreading across your face. The small statement had made a big impact. What's that you're wearing? You look, what's that you're wearing? You look wonderful. I wish I could say the same to you. I wish I could say the same to you. So rude. You look good. No, you look good too. You're good. Yay. He smiled bashfully. Thank you. Now that Mom had finished something, the rules to Elizabeth, who then scurried off to the sanctuary of the room, she came to over to greet Cove. Hi, Cove. Nice to have you along for the ride. Thanks for letting me come.
You're welcome.
It's no trouble. You're always welcome. Mom's eyebrows rose in twin lines of concern. Let's all remember that the foreseeable future will be neighbors who have to see. Hey, chill. Dude, Pam, chill. Oh my God, Pam. We'll have to see each other every other day. Yeah. Cove looked helplessly at your mom. Luckily, Ma came over and rescued him. Mom's the cautious sort, sweetie. You don't need to look so worried. Mom smiled reassuringly. She didn't intend to scare him. Ma laid a hand on his shoulder. We should get to the car. There's nothing fashionable about being late. Dang, Pam. Pam is so like, ayo, check this out. And then Cove is like, bro, shut up. You don't even be saying all that. As you made to follow your mom's, Cove let out a hand. Pausing, you waited for an explanation. He whittled under the force of your attention, letting out a long sigh. Both my dad and mom insisted that since this is a he paused, pushing the hair back from his braided face, and forced himself to continue. It's a date and kind of a fancy party. I needed to bring something for you. Thanks for inviting me. Cove is a good boy. Don't worry, Pam. The conclusion of the story caught you by surprise. You blinked, unsure if you slacked too much on your own preparations for tonight. You got me a present? He got me a present? Not really, just this. Cove reached behind himself to take something out of a back pocket. His hand returned to view him with his... Oh my God, I can't speak. His hand returned to view him... Oh my God, I can't speak. His hand returned to view with him holding a single small sunflower by the a sunflower? You got my favorite flower. You got my favorite flower. Of course you did. Of course you did. Okay. Okay. Let's go. Cove threw his gaze to the floor, shying. You got your favorite flower from the last step. I forgot that I was like, how did he... This game, I swear, I can't do this. Cove threw his gaze to the floor, shyly inching his hand closer to you. This is my I don't like this flower. I don't like you. If you did, pain. This is awful. No, this is my favorite. This is nice. Thank you. This is my favorite. He touched ever so slightly. Is that on purpose? You remembered my favorite flower. It got one for me. His voice cracked under the strain of being confronted with what he'd done. Yeah. This is what I did. Thank you, Cove. He muttered a delicate reply. You're welcome. And then you accepted the flower from him. Cove straightened himself out in response. So we're gonna be late if we keep standing here. Right, we better hurry. The moms are outside, bro. You pulled up at the country club. The sun had sunk deep into the horizon, and the last of its light sleepily warming the oncoming night. Your moms led the way to the space around the back where the event was being held. The place has been transformed through decoration with smart tablecloths and elegant ribbons contributing to the festive atmosphere. He's so caring. He's so caring. Musicians dressed in matching black and white and were setting up their instruments, flicking through the pages of sheet music. And as promised, there was a table covered in plates and careful prepared food. The destination reached. Your parents rounded you and Cove. Things haven't kicked off yet, but don't let that stop you from enjoying yourselves.
Have fun.
Have fun. We'll be around if you need us.
See you later.
Bye. You waved your moms off. Once they retreated a distance away, you found him watching you expectantly. What now? It wasn't a question, but a plea for help. You could tell that he definitely didn't know what to do with himself in this situation. We'll have to wait for some things to get started. To get things to start, like band, but there's stuff going on already. Cove pricked at that.
Really?
Oh, do you want to play any of those? Whatever they are. What? I could not talk to people. This isn't even a country club. In your country club, I do not go to a country club. I'm not that rich. I'm gonna check the snacks. I want snacks. Can we go eat some food now? Even if the music hasn't started.
Oh.
That's okay. It's not too soon. Yeah, there's parties for the free food. I need you to come. Poor boy's so out of his comfort zone right now. I feel so bad. I need you to just come for the free food, bro. I wonder what the hell. No one will mind, really. No one will mind. Yeah. Nobody's gonna mind. I gotta tell you guys. Okay. The two of you wandered off to the refreshment table. With it being early in the night, it had barely been touched, and the plates were nearly as pristine as when they left the kitchens. The offerings were tiny, all bite-sized, ready to be picked up and sampled. It was immediately apparent that there was plenty to choose from. Oh, I'm hungry now. Guess what I got? What'd you get? Just from the level of care with which what was presented, it was clear that this was fancy stuff. Cove stared at one plate, then another, confused. I think I know some of this. I don't. I know there's food, but not what this is. Cove smiled at your reaction, seemingly reassured that you were on the same level as him when it came to understanding high cuisine. Cove squared his shoulders as if gearing up for a match. His stance is familiar from all the times you see him preparing for some sporting event. I'm gonna try it. You got Deluxe, bruh. I want Deluxe so bad. I got a body pillow. Oh, body pillow. You're so lucky. Hey, yo, send a link though. He picked up a plate and took one appetizer, then another and another. Soon, you realized he was taking one of every single type. You taking everything? Why not? You joined him sampling everything. Maybe there's some hidden gems this time. It was worth a try. Cove nibbled his way through everything, the Cypress said. The result of his endeavor were mixed. He was revolted by some of the things he tried, openly screwing up his face and rushing to find a drink to wash the taste away. Yet these bad experiences didn't stop him from plowing on. Moving on to the next snack with an open mind. There were some foods he was neutral about, dismissing them with a shrug, but best of all was his reactions when he stumbled across something good. Each time caught him by surprise, his expression morphing from a wary curiosity to spectacle interest before making way for an astonished enjoyment. Regardless of how he felt about what he was currently eating, you could tell he was having a good time just being free to eat whatever he laid his eyes on. You thought that was nice too. After going through a round of sampling, you continue munching on the refreshments while waiting for music. Let's move on to something else. Let's relax. We should pick out a table. Okay. You found a place to sit at the edge of the party area where it was quieter with fewer people bustling around. You pulled out a chair and sat down. Cove was already seated and was stretching. His clothes are kind of uncomfortable. He flexed an arm at the elbow, frowning, before twisting it back behind him. Yeah? My arms can't move the same as normal. It's like I'm gonna rip it if I do anything. I don't mind. I think it suits you. Yes, of course, I don't mind it. Yeah, I don't mind it. It's cool. I might not either if it didn't pull at me every 5 seconds. He toyed with one of the cuffs of his shirt, wedging a finger between the fabric and his skin. Watching him struggle against his clothes, you thought back on how apprehensive you had been selecting your outfit. You quiet. You kept quiet. And I had a really hard time choosing what to wear. You kept quiet and hope he hadn't noticed. What do you... Maybe he wouldn't notice. Feeling embarrassed about your earlier fears, you held them in and watched Cove try to feel at ease with his own difficulties. Now that you had a spot of your own. Let's chat. In no time at all, the sun set in full. The lights faded and the open notes of the band's first song ran out. You and Cove stopped what you were doing, turning to contemplate the party that had been suddenly unfurling while you were distracted. It was much busier now, both in terms of people and activity. The first steps were taken on the dance floor, some tentative, some eager, and even if the band hadn't been playing, the constant level of chatter would have ensured that it wasn't a quiet night. With the party now in full swing, your options had increased. You asked Cove to dance. I want to watch the performance. No, I'm watching the performance. You and Cove had found a spot on the side of the simple stage that had been set up for the soiree. Then you were tucked out of the way of the dance floor, were still enjoying an excellent view of the band. You had gotten there in time to watch them from the start of the song, their expression solemn as they teased notes from the strings of the instruments. Cove was entranced, nodding his head along with the music. Catching you watching him, he smiled sheepishly.
Not bad.
It's cool. You enjoyed the performance. Yeah, it's great. You hope to play that well someday. Your playing was on the same level as them. You asked his thoughts on it. Nah, I can't play, bro. Your eyes drifted back to Cove. Had you seen him play before? You didn't know if your music had been the same bewitching effect on him as this playing did. What do you like about this music? I don't know how to explain it, especially not to a musician like you. But it's kind of hard to believe people are making music by performing on an instrument. How does it work like that? How does it all come together? It's the same when you play. The last sentence is rushed, as if he was trying to get the words out quickly or not saying them at all. He looked bashful and bringing you into it, but his expression was resolute. He proudly stood by his words. Hi, how are you? The band began to play their next song. Cove was enraptured once more, his head tilted curiously as he watched the musician wield their instruments. During a particularly beautiful solo, he even closed his eyes, focusing on nothing but the music. But after a couple songs, it was decided that you'd watch the band enough. I'm like, you asked Cove to dance. Nah, what's up, Cove? What's up? You're focused on Cove, wondering if he was finding the event. He sighed. It was so quiet and unobstructive that you wouldn't have caught it if you hadn't been watching him. His gaze was roaming with how far his eyes seemed. Whatever he was searching for it couldn't be found at this party. He turned to face you before asking anything. I want to sit down. We can do that. Cove began to move and you instinctively followed him. Yet instead of taking a seat at one of the many free tables you expected, Cove ignored them as he purposely strode out of the party area. Where are you going? Your call didn't seem to register with him as he continued forward, out into the greens of the golf course. You went with him, trying to watch out for the uneven ground, underfoot clouds. The clouds of earth dislodging in games of golf were perfect for snatching unwary feet, even in daylight. Up ahead, Cove didn't appear to have any difficulty traversing the uneven land. Oh, what's up, bro? Oh, sheesh. Don't sing for now. He settled down on one. Dude, is he okay? I feel really bad. He settled down on one of the little hills of the golf course. You joined him, still unsure of what was going on. Are you alright? Why are we here? What's wrong? Why'd you drag us out here? Look at us, breaking the rules. You didn't say anything. No, what's wrong? Yay, CG. He's also uncomfy. I figured he might be like uncomfortable. No, you got fooled. I'm the old Char. Oh, snap. Oh, snap. This is Charles. How you doing? Cove startled as if he acted on instinct and your question had brought him around to reality again.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry. And it's okay. You can go back to the party. No, but you didn't budge from your spot. From here, the party was a glowing haze in the distance. No, I didn't want to leave him behind. You were glad to take a break. Nah, I didn't want to leave him behind. I'm not going to leave you here. And I'm also not going to drag you back if you don't want to. Oh, thanks. Now that Cove was more at ease, he tried to find out what had caused him to take a flight in the first place. Even thinking the words pained you, but you had to know the answer. Did you go to the party with me make you uncomfortable? Logically, you knew that the issue was likely the activity rather than your company. Your heart so strange with the worry. You had been at fault, though. What? Oh, shoot, that scared me. No. He shook his head empathetically. It's not anything I did tonight. It's definitely not anything you did either. Relief came over you. Relief came over you. You suspected as much. But with this being your very first day, it was hard to be sure. Cove attempted to fill in the gaps of understanding. I don't want to think about going back into the party. I feel ready to go home. To your home planet. Don't try running that far. You kept quiet. I'm sorry you're not having fun anymore. Should I get my mom's? I would just keep quiet and keep listening. Cove stared into the distance. You figured anything you said wouldn't have reached him regardless. Cove sat there quietly, gazing out into the shadowy hills and the valleys of the golf course. A comfortable warm wind rushed between you, drizzling his air. It was so far away from the hubbub of the party, you could even make out the quiet sounds of crickets chirping. This is kind of like how we first met. Do you remember? Of course I do! You liked him from the very first day. So weird. That's a long time ago now. Your thought back to the day when Cove first arrived in the neighborhood. He had run away from Mr. Holden, taking solace in the hills behind your house. That had been late too, on a clear night like today. Looking at the sky, you wondered if the stars were looking down. Were the same ones as then. Cove's face was brighter, though you could still see signs of strain that had caused him to depart from the soiree. When he first sat down, he had curled up in a pill bug, hunched over, knees pressed to his chest and his arms wrapped around them. He unwound as you've been talking, straightening up, his hands also free to It was as though the two of you had constructed your own little world away from everything else. He had begun to prick up. A small smile that had crept on his face was quickly ushered away by a frown. Can't believe I'm on a date. I don't know, man. This is making me nervous, bro. Hey, yo, chill. Oh. Cove followed up on the statement before you could react. He spoke in a distinctive whispered tone, as though you were the only ones in the world who he could share these words with. After I said I wanted to come, I want to take it back. Not because I really didn't want to do it, but because, I don't know. It seems like a big deal. It made me feel bad somehow. I started feeling like I couldn't do it, even though I wanted to do it. Like moving his hands around. Oh! I guess it was sort of like having to give a presentation in front of the class, even though it was just me and you doing something, like we always do. He charged on, his words streaming out. I could still do it because thinking about not being there and you, and what you might think if I did take it back made me feel worse than whatever else I felt.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, Leah. I'm sorry I can't deal with stuff like this and have to make everything so complicated. You don't have to apologize. You sadly hung your head, and I'm sorry I made you feel bad. I don't want to be here if you don't have to come. You could have told me. I don't know. I don't know. This is so tense, bro. I'm like, It's like, I don't know. I was just, I'm sorry it made you feel bad. Oh shoot, another option. Then you took his hand, then you placed the hand, then you leaned against him. You ever rubbed his hair. You hoped he would feel better. I don't know if he's uncomfortable. I don't think like doing any of like these options would make him feel better. You know what I'm saying? You hoped he would feel better. You turned your hands over in your lap uncomfortably. He finally moved his head to look at you straight on, eyes meeting yours.
Leo.
Thanks for inviting me, Lee. You stare back at him, not comprehending. But didn't it make you feel bad?
Yeah.
Yeah, it did when I had to think about how I was actually doing it, but getting to hear that you wanted me to come made me feel good. He flushed. He had to break the fragile eye contact made. I mean, I want to keep doing things with you no matter what, even if I feel weird sometimes. I don't want to stop being there. I don't want you to stop wanting me there. Because I do whatever it is for real. When... this is weird. Because when I do whatever it is for real and you're with me, it all feels better in the end. It always does. Cove stood up without warning. Then the sudden change broke the quiet that fallen over you. It was such a Cove thing to do. You got up and stand beside him. You tilted your head. I just wouldn't say anything. Cove smiled awkwardly, brushing some grass off the side of his pants.
Wanna dance with me?
What? Why? It's a dance party, right? And I think... He trailed off, brow furrowed as he was trying to figure out the answer himself, nodding slowly as he continued. I think I want to dance with you before it's over. With the only words he had explained gone, he held up his hand to you. His expression was soft. Sure. I nodded quietly. Thank you. This is... Oh, yeah. Then you reached for his hand and took it in yours. You returned hand in hand, with the party reaching the end of a long evening. Dancing couples had become sacred. One pair among them were hard to notice, but now the space around you would act as a spotlight. Not that there were many left to watch you. He was still at ease, even by the displayed display. I can't fucking read. Oh my god, I can't talk. Bro, I'm like going crazy. Like, I can't think right now. Like, this, I'm just on a hello. There was a spring in his step as you walked onto the dance floor together. Cove kept holding the hand you had given Cove kept hold of the hand you had given him back on the little hill. He rested the other on your shoulder. I will scream from the rooftops. Cove hesitated while you waited for a sign. With the song in progress before you stepped out into dance, there was no signal for the rest of the moment to begin. The same thought occurred to Cove, who shrugged his shoulders with keeping form, taking that you were at that as your starting point. You cautiously began to sway. Cove readily followed your example. You danced wordlessly, dimly aware of the music guiding you. You were more focused on Cove, whose attention was firmly fastened on you. He didn't look down or away once, not even when your knees knocked against each other, or when both of you fumbled your steps. Instead, he chuckled, and it was soft. Soft as the roll of morning tide. His lips curved into a shy crescent. You had been drifting into a dreamlike state, but that expression, one that you'd never seen before, pinned you back to reality. Your heart was caught innocent, held tight and yet straining with the effort of thumping harder than it had after any amount of physical exertion. As if I'm literally gonna go crazy. Like, I'm gonna go crazy. I'm gonna go insane. You're gonna see me on the news. As if in response, his hand began to hold yours with the increased strength. He pulled you in so slightly more towards him. Thoughts about what it meant or what might happen when it was over eased. The both of you were able to simply have this dance. Time fell away as you took in the small moment. All too soon, the song reached its conclusion, and you could have continued quietly for some time more. You stilled one hand of yours in his. Cove showed no signs of moving either. It was hard to let go. You heard your name call out, and that brought the dance truly to an end. You both spun to find Mom yelling for you and Cove. Beside her, Mom was shaking her head.
Sorry.
It's time to go home. Lani and I got a hold of them somehow. What did you want me to do? Sneak up on them? I swear, Pam. Her chosen method was admittedly better than that. You still winced at how dazed you'd been when she announced her arrival. Cove looked so embarrassed that you seriously worried about him fleeing again. This time, you didn't think he'd stop until you found he was out of the grounds. Excluding the scene with your moms, it had been a perfect ending to the evening. You're so glad you got the chance to dance with Cove once more before the night was over. And it was definitely over now. You didn't need to say anything to Cove. The two of you marched wordlessly over to your parents, who were still biggeringly playfully. Standing shoulder to shoulder, your parents surveyed you and Cove. You wondered if they were checking that they were returning Mr. Holden's son in the same state that he'd left the house.
So,
It was quite the night, hugging. Wasn't it just? Cove managed a self-conscious smile. Yeah. Mom was smiling too, with an expression so soft it could have cradled a newborn chick.
well,
And how was your very first date? Please don't stare at them already. It's technically haven't even ended yet. Fine. Good. Well, we'd better ready ourselves back to get to Elizabeth. If we're lucky, the house might still be standing.
Pam.
Oh, shush. She swatted your mother playfully, laughing at the comment. You cast one last look at the party. You saw people exchanging farewells and suppressing yawns. Most of their faces were happy ones, despite the weariness that was starting to creep in. Cove's head was angled away from you as you watched your gaze, wondering what he was looking at. He came around and met your gaze. It was strange. Though it only had been for a few hours of your life, you felt a little older as a result of attending the party. It was like a step away from the world of your childhood, where dressing up is reserved almost exclusively as a form of play, towards something new that you hadn't grasped yet. Turning away from the final moments of a party, you shoveled that thought for another time as your moms eagerly led the way back to the car. As you and Cove tailed after them, you felt childlike once more. That was really cute. That was really, really cute. And that's something. That was something else. That's the last moment of step 2. That one was good. I mean, it showed, like, I don't know, it was real. I don't know, it felt realistic because of, like, oh my god, you're so fast. You're so fast. You're so fast. No, dude. That, like, no, because this shit, I can't do this right now. That was something. I'm like, oh, this is so okay. And summer ended. Let's just peel off the band-aid. Let's go. Okay. Okay, there was no denying it. Today was the very last day of summer. Tomorrow you were heading to class. Your anxiety ground on your stomach. Going back to school meant handing over the autumn you had over the past weeks. You had very little control over what you did at school or who you shared a class with. It was a heavy heart that you chose your outfit for your final day of freedom. Hi, Jade. Life was gonna be different. You had to come to think of summer vacation as the norm, but school sucked up and the majority. I'm sorry, that like past story, I'm okay. But school sucked up the majority of the year, whereas summer vacation was just in the middle. So rather than it being different, it was kind of a return to normal. What did your normal life really mean? You considered how fondly your moms talked about their summer vacations as kids. You dimly recognized that one year, the pattern of school and summer itself would be over for good. It was hard to imagine. You got distracted, one arm still out of sleeve. You pulled it through in your mind back to the present. The season had brought about plenty changes of its own, like Kyra's visit, though that too was coming to an end today. You're happy you finally got to know her. You didn't like it. Your mind was made up on how you felt. No, I was happy I got the chance to know her. She was interesting to be around. You liked how easy it was to talk to her. You finished dressing, which is good. Cove would be there any moment. You'd agreed to see his mom off together. I can see. Really? That's okay? Yeah, I just remember we're gonna be do shopping for Mother's Day tomorrow. I know it's really tight, but I really wish I didn't leave the house to do it. Officially, the plan was he would come over to bring you round to his house when she was ready to set off, but you both knew you'd be hanging out for at least a little while beforehand. Kyra's visit had troubled Cove when it first happened. It had been a sudden change thanks to Mr. Hoda's infamous tendency to surprise people, but once he was able to adjust, he'd been in pretty good spirits with her around. It was a relief for everyone. The next thought that crossed your mind was, it would be polite to get the door for Cove. You went downstairs to wait. You couldn't wait to see Cove, so you went downstairs to meet him when he arrived. Cove knew your house well enough. You could lounge around in your room and wait for him. It would only be polite to get the door. But, like, Cove knew the house. Yeah, I mean, he knows the house. He knows the house. I think it's okay. You made yourself comfortable on your bed. This is where you'd be hanging out, so there wasn't much point in going downstairs just to come straight back up. It wouldn't be the first and probably won't be the last time Cove brought himself up to your room without you taking him there. A knock at the door broke you from the idly daydream you were having about endless summers. You recognized the sound immediately, different from the cherry tune Ma rapped out when she wanted your attention, or Mom's direct beats, and Elizabeth's tendency to skip knocking completely. Those knocks were just hard enough to be heard and had uncommonly long pauses between them. They were Cove's. Come in. Cove opened the door, smiling casually as he caught your eye. Hi, Cove. He stepped further into the room. With other guests, you might have offered them a seat, but you and Cove were long past those tentative stages of friendship. Your room was familiar to him as his own. You watched as Cove sat down in your desk chair, his preferred spot. He rolled it closer to the bed, making it easier to chat, tweaking the angle so that he was fully facing you. Fully. Why do you have to... Why? Okay, but fully facing me. Once happy with the position, he leaned in towards you, hands held in his lap. What's up? Hey, yo, what's up? His actions weren't the ones of someone who planned on moving from his spot anytime soon, even though you had an appointment to keep together that day. When's your mom leaving?
Don't worry about it.
We got some time. She's still got to shower and stuff before she goes. She just didn't want to keep me hanging around while she was doing that. He lifted his head, his gaze drifting out through the windows, and chuckled. Can't believe she's already leaving just when I'm getting used to her being there every day. Aww. He leaned back in the chair, a weird smile tickling his cheeks. She'll be back. She'll be back. Yeah, she'll be back soon. He got his head thoughtfully before shrugging. Dude, was that bad? I'm sorry. He ran a hand through his hair before shaking his head, as if shaking off the topic like a dog whipping off water flowing in a deep sea. The conversation lapsed into another comfortable lull. Cove swung his feet underneath the seat of the chair, eyes resting on you. Having him over here was so nice, no matter how you spent the time. You always felt better for being in his company. You couldn't help but adore him, both as a friend and in a way that plucked your heart, a vague yearning for more. Maybe it was because summer was almost over that your feelings were rushing in on you now, like a high tide at the end of a long day. Summer was such a meaningful time for the two of you. Not only because it was when you first met, but because it was a season that you could spend almost entirely as you pleased. And you both chose to spend it together. Oh my god! Oh. You want to let Cove know how much you liked him. You didn't know completely what you felt. You were too scared to let him know. You weren't ready to admit to Cove now. I don't know. I don't know. I feel like I made him like super panicked when I was like, hey, we gotta go to the soiree. I was wondering, like, I felt like I felt so bad. This is your chance for a confess this step. Should I just go? I don't know, cause it's like, I want to, like, but you didn't know when I feel like myself. I feel like I was scared. I feel like I was. This is difficult. You can confess that he's coming. Hopefully, I think. Okay, I'm gonna be honest. I'm scared. I'm honestly scared. Cause like, what if he? I'm scared. What you were now felt safe. It was good. You couldn't handle the possibility of messing it up. The two of you tried to find something to say now. Luckily, it didn't end up being that hard. This is a really nice summer. Totally was alright. I'm glad we got to spend so much time. I've had better, bruh. I'm looking forward to our next uniting agreement. I'm glad we got to spend so much time together. Cove still cozily in your chair, smiled at your response. How's your fish doing? Really good. The things in the tanks are stable and everybody looks healthy. It's nice to hear. You learned from Cove how hard it was to maintain an aquarium. I forgot I named it that. Stan Luna has been very busy. Keeps starting between the plants and out again when I walk by. Like a game of peekaboo. Or hide and seek. One of Luna's songs. Isn't it like, oh my god, I'm pretty sure one of Luna's songs is named Hide and Seek or Peekaboo. Or, oh my god. I'm so happy. Yeah. Cove idly glanced out the window. He gave a resigned sigh. It's gonna be harder to surf, you know, with school. It's getting colder out. I don't want to get rusty. I don't know how I'm gonna do without surfing. I like surfing, but I wish it liked me. I'm so surfing now. Surfing's cool when we can. Sorry, Cove. Sorry, Cove. You didn't like not being able to surf. You didn't feel like not being able to surf was a big deal, but you had sympathy for him. He gave a light smile, coupled with a shrug as response. Won't be long until we get our grades for that summer work we did. Cove's bangs fluttered as he huffed, sinking in the chair. I'm not looking forward to that. It's not gonna be great for me. No way. Do you think we'll see Miranda around school this year? Probably. She could be one of our classes again. You hope that she'd see her often. It'd be nice to see her again. You were interested in seeing her around. It didn't really matter to you. It would be nice to see her again. Lee, Cove. A sudden call from downstairs caught you both unaware. You nearly forgotten the world outside your room. From the guilty look on his face, Cove had done the same. Just had a call. Cove's mom's ready to go. If you're quick, she might keep the mandated motherly smothering to a medium. You doubted that, but it was nice that Mom and Miss Pierce had their strange sense of humor in common. Your eyes met Cove's. Wordlessly, you headed downstairs together. I feel... am I okay to go? Like, this is... Each step on the way there was painfully slow, like he was trying to delay the inevitable. His whole body tensed leaving the house, and Cove froze altogether before you could both cross the street.
Oh.
The door's open. Dad must be taking her stuff out. He swallowed hard. She's really gonna leave. Bro, who would say this? Oh wait, I thought it was this is the last time you're gonna see her. Alright, it's still early in the night, but I only did get 3 hours last night, so I'm pretty tired. Going to bed. Good night. I hope you have a good night. Get some rest. Take care. Patty's back. Your motion was soft. You weren't sure if you even noticed at first. It'll be okay. Cove's bottom lip quivered, and he turned away. You gave his back a couple of more reassuring taps. Thanks. After that, some of the conflict warring on his face eased a bit. Together, you went across the street and inside his house, finding his parents in the living room surrounded by his mom's packed things. Hey, kids. Wow, good timing. I just called the taxi.
Hi.
And hi, Lee. I'm so glad to see you today. It was fabulous getting to know you this summer. I finally got to put a face on the name I've heard so many times. Ayo. She winked and Cove pouted on cue over the teasing. I really am happy I got to meet you too. Hopefully it won't be too long before we see each other again. Nodding, Kyra turned her attention back to her boys. She patted Cliff on the arm with a warm smile. Then she enveloped Cove in a crushing hug. Initially, Cove kept swarming to break free from her grip, but his mom was unfazed and kept him locked in place. Heartbeats later, he gave in and hugged her back tightly.
I'm so glad.
It sucks so bad. Please turn up the voices. God, why is his parents so hot? His parents are so pretty. So glad this trip was a success. Cliff looked like he was bursting with pride. And then Cove stiffened. Kyra loosened her hold on him enough to study his face concerned. She spoke her next words in a whisper that had been meant just for his son.
What do you think?
Do you want to unshovel it? Raising an eyebrow, Cliff watched him carefully. His smile began to falter.
What's wrong?
What? What's wrong? Cove's gaze moved to the floor. He looked like he was grappling with where to begin. Then Cliff smacked a hand to his own cheek. The noise caught everyone's attention. Cliff's eyes were wide, and you could clearly see... who? Cove's... Cliff smacked his hand. Cliff's eyes were wide, and you could clearly see the light bulb moment he was expecting on his face. It shouldn't have been a surprise. I went behind your back again. Yeah. And it only took me until the very last moment to realize. Crossing his arms, Cliff laughed at himself. You could tell it was out of frustration and disbelief rather than the usual good-natured feeling. Sorry, I really thought I got better with this. You have. Cove's voice was small, but it was enough to break through his dad's thoughts. Cliff's mouth pulled into a small smile.
It's okay.
What? I am so confusion. It's been a long time since something like this happened. Not long enough. You deserve better than a blockhead falling back into old habits just because things seem to be going good.
I'm trying.
It won't keep happening. I promise I'll keep working on it. We can all work on it. I'll try harder myself to be in the loop on what's actually happening over here. A happy smile quickly spread across Cove's face as he answered delicately. Okay. You felt relief seeing how much the whole family had grown together since you first met them. They could talk to each other more easily. After that, it was long before the taxi arrived, rolling up in front of the house, and in clear view of the open door, Kyra stood up, smiling sadly.
Well,
That's my ride. Yeah. The match replied, got a chuckle out of Kyra as you all filed out of the house. Father and son went with Kyra's bags in hand. Once outside, you spotted your family waiting by the street, and you surprised Derek with them. He stood uncomfortably as he waved as you noticed him.
What's up?
Highly, I go. Wow, when'd you get here? My dad dropped me off just a bit ago. I thought I could visit one more time before school started.
Sorry.
Oh no, yeah, that was my bad. You picked a bad time, sorry. Derek couldn't even look at Cove. He nervously kept rolling with a pebble in the bottom of his shoe.
Sorry.
I wasn't even thinking that your mom would be leaving today. I'm sorry, dude. What, you're not interrupting or anything? You're always welcome here. It would have been sad if I didn't get to say goodbye before leaving. I think so too. It was apparent Derek would have preferred to God. I'm so sad, Kyra is leaving. It was apparent Derek would have preferred to have gotten there at a more opportune moment. He never liked seeing impolite, but their reassuring words soothed his worries. The tension he was holding in his body lessened as he looked like there was, and he looked like he was feeling much more like himself. Bye, Derek. It was fun getting to know you. Bye, ma'am. Is there anything I can do to help? Nah, don't worry, dude. His pants are so cool. He's like, his entire drip matches. I love it. Nah, don't worry yourself over that. We were just about to set. In that short amount of time, Cliff had gathered and packed the bags into the trunk. Kyra took one last look at everyone inside. Alright, I don't want to keep the driver waiting. It's time to head out. The little crowd that had formed around started their chorus of farewells and well wishes traveling, but Kyra still made no move to get in the taxi. She placed her attention on Cove. I'll call when I get to the airport and when I make it to Nevada. Also, you better call the moment you walk into the door at home. Otherwise, we'll all be wondering all night if you got in trouble on the way there. Can't do that. And could you call tomorrow, too? So I can tell you how school went? Oh, this is like the last day of summer. Oh my god. Of course, I want to hear all about it. Kyra put a hand on Cove's head and affectionately ruffled his hair one last time. Then she let go, only to move into squeezing his cheeks in her hand and said, Mama. So cute. I love you so much, baby. She was chuckling. By the time she freed him and rounded things off with a small tap to the tip of his nose, Cove rubbed his face with a grin. Finally, she walked into the car while waving and took her seat in the taxi. Cliff hooked an arm around Cove's shoulder and kept him close as it began to pull away. For a moment, Cove looked up at his dad and then wrapped his arm across his back.
Bye.
Bye, Mom. Bye. Travel safe. Kyra rolled down the window and stuck her head out of it. She waved again while blowing kisses at Cove and Cliff. See you again. Before she was out of sight, you decided to wave goodbye. As the taxi head out the road, you stuck your hand in the air to send her off. The cab turned down another road and completely disappeared from view. Cove let go of his dad and took a few steps out into the empty street, so looking in the direction his mom went. He smiled quietly, deep in thought. You got the impression Cove was feeling better than he was earlier. He was finally content with the way things were. Oh, Pam! Okay. You jumped a bit when your mom put a hand on your shoulder, pulling you away from your thoughts. She smiled when you looked at her. This was a great vacation, huh? I think so. Summer isn't over until the second I fall asleep. I don't know, you shrugged, you're not in agreement. Summer isn't over until I dip. No naps for you then. Can't risk you accidentally ending summer a few hours too early for the rest of us. Chuckling, you shook your head, amused. Cove walked back to the group, still genuinely happy. Derek grinned at him welcomely, and everyone else there smiled, even Elizabeth.
Well?
What? Ma clapped her hands together, bringing everyone's attention back to the present. It's almost lunchtime. I think I'll put something special together. Her eyes sparkled at the plan. Mom smiled. I bet you could use some help with that. That'd be absolutely wonderful. Derek glanced between the two. His eyebrows furrowed. Is there something I can do? He's so helpful. Your mom's exchanged a fond expression. Ma shook her head. It's very sweet. Wow, that's very sweet, Derek, but it's alright. It's not your job. Technically, your dad left you under Cliff's watch. You're meant to be taken care of by him, not doing chores for the neighbors. Ma laughed a little over her own joke. You watched Derek look away, discouraged.
It's okay.
Aw, he wants to help out. It's okay, I don't mind. He was a little bashful about it. You wondered if Mom's joke just had reminded him that he wasn't initially meant to be invited to lunch. It was getting awkward. A little awkward. Mom grinned sympathetically. Her comment was meant to lighten the mood, not bring it back down. Ma tried again to get things moving forward. Why don't you kids go have fun? You can come back in about an hour. We'll make enough for everyone. Ma nodded in agreement.
Sounds good.
Another stunning idea, Lanny. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, let's go. He's so pretty. I want to see. I don't know. I can't remember what Cliff looks like in step 3, so I'm like really. I want to see it really bad. And then I also don't remember what these two look like in step 3. I think I roughly do, but I can't remember. Sounds like a plan then. I don't want to cramp your style. I've got some stuff to work on, so I can be out of your hair this afternoon. You should come by later too. No reason you should be the odd man out. Mom seemed amused as Cliff rubbed his neck nervously. He grinned a wavering, bubbly smile.
Thanks very much.
I appreciate the invite. He looked over his shoulder. He looked over the assembled crowd with knowing glances. I can help too with as many people as you're feeling. That's gonna be a lot of food. Didn't you hear what we told Derek? It wouldn't be fair to make you cook while we're the ones who are inviting you. Ma raised an eyebrow, then Cliff waved it off.
Come on.
I insist. Derek would be missing time with his pals. This would be a break for me. I'm quite the chef. Ma and Mom exchanged further glances before Mom shrugged.
True.
It's an airtight argument. If you're sure, we'd be happy to have you, Chef Thief. Cliff's with he's so fun. Yeah. Oh shoot. Cliff's grin widened as he seemed more hyped than you'd expect him to be about helping with lunch. Cove shook his head, a fond smile on his face. Then all of us grown-up people will be heading inside. I assume the rest of you kiddos will stay now? Maybe not all of them. Elizabeth. Ma tilted her head. The silence question for Elizabeth. Your sister thought for a moment.
Alright.
I'll stay with the kids.
That's fantastic.
Yay, Elizabeth. That's great. Both of your moms smiled at her, while Derek and Cove didn't seem to appreciate her phasing. Oh god, we're gonna get like Cove and Elizabeth fighting again. Oh my god, are we gonna meet up with like Jeremy again? Dude, I'm gonna be pissed if I see him. But the plan decided. All three parents waved and headed for your house. It was just you teenagers now. Elizabeth looked at you and the others, a curious expression on her face.
So?
What now? You silently wondered if Elizabeth only stayed out with you to avoid getting roped into work. Then again, she could just genuinely want to hang out. You couldn't tell with your sister. Cove spoke up after no one else did to answer Elizabeth's question. Want to go down to the shopping street? It's been a while, and I don't think there's a lot of other things we could agree on. Yeah, sure.
Awesome.
Sounds awesome to me. Unlike you guys, I haven't been there 1,000. I haven't been there 1,001 times. It's new to me. Let's do it. You strolled across the road as a group down to the beach, then to the left. It took less than 15 minutes to arrive. One of the conveniences of Sunset Bird. The four of you looked around at the familiar shops, trying to see if anything caught your attention this time. Derek was most enthusiastic. He checked out every stall with his eyes wide, with wonder. Elizabeth and Cove were in good spirits as well. It's so cool. He ran over to the street and said, Alexander. He ran over to the street magician who was currently doing a card trick for a group of enchanted tourists. Derek clapped when the magician showed a middle-aged man. A middle-aged man? Oh, a middle-aged man is card. I was like, why is there a middle-aged man on the card? What the heck? Derek turned back to the group with a curious gleam on his face. What does it take to perform here anyway? Do you have to ask somebody, or do you show up and start doing stuff? Why would you even ask? It's a public street. Hey, Mr. Mayor, can I put a rabbit out of my hat, please? Flopsy is very well behaved, I promise. Derek chuckled, his eyes searching up and down the scene. Maybe there's a boss of this shopping street. No one else does any of this around my neighborhood. It's just regular stores behind walls. It's different if somebody wants a real store, but here I'm pretty sure people are just putting on their own little shows whenever they want and do whatever. So neat. Would we be allowed to do something too? Oh my god, you gonna do magic? Cove laughed and Derek began almost vibrating with excitement. Elizabeth just rolled her eyes. What would we do? Well, I don't know what. Not yet. I mean, I just found out it's a possibility, you know. But there's gotta be something. We know cool stuff, and I'm sure if we think about it, we could plan a show that'd get a real crowd pumped. You thought it was a great idea and wanted to be part of it. You felt like he could try this idea on his own. You thought Derek might needed to bend the idea stat. You gave the other two a look. Yeah, I thought I'd want to do it. I'm in. Woo. I knew I could.
Nice.
His little nice sounds like Sonic so much, and I love it. I knew I could count on you. Now we just need the act. It'll come to us. Right? With some amusement, the gang continued to pierce the stalls. Elizabeth found some earrings with a dangling, badly misprinted globe that everyone laughed at. Cove picked out a blob as Iceland, but Derek thought it had to be Greenland. You know this is wrong with the way with what it looks like 9 continents. I think you're both wrong. No, it's Australia. The other 3 giggled at your injection. Suddenly, Cove froze. You stared at him and tried to see what caught his attention. When you saw a familiar face down the way, it all made sense. Alexander! Between the crowds, his bright hair stood out like neon. Oh no, it's Jeremy. Oh. His bright hair stood out like a neon green bowl in a kitchen sink. What is that description? It was Jeremy. Jeremy slowly drifted his eyes down the street. As his eyes widened with mutual recognition, he definitely noticed you. Derek frowned and Cove tensed up. You couldn't help but remember the last time you'd seen Jeremy at Miranda's birthday party. No wonder Cove was already defensive. Oh yeah, the birthday party. You know what? Yeah, let's wave. What's up, Jeremy? He did not wave back. Okay, never mind that. Elizabeth raised an eyebrow. Her gaze swept over Jeremy without a hint of clue. Jeremy simply scoffed to himself and wailed deeper in the crowd of people. Derek relaxed and exhaled loudly. I'm glad he's not going to start anything. He peeked over at Elizabeth with a tiny smirk. See, that was the mean kid. Huh?
What?
She still didn't get it. The first summer day hadn't made nearly as much as an impression on her as it did for Derek, but he smiled and waved it off. Just forget about him. I already have. He laughed and Cove smiled lightly. He seemed in a much better mood now that Jeremy was gone. Your eyes wandered to where Jeremy disappeared. You hadn't forgotten the day you met him either. He was only going to be in town for a vacation with the parents he hated. That's a glimpse that was probably the last time you would ever see him. You kept the thought to yourself. Elizabeth snapped her fingers in front of your face. Apparently you spaced out. Cove and Derek were already at the next stall. Come on, unless you want to get left here. You nodded and caught up with the others. Cove raised an eyebrow. What are you thinking about? Nothing. He gave you a searching look, but dropped it when Derek yelled at you to go check something out. Jeremy was unlike anyone you've ever met before. Thought it was horrible, weird, stupid, pitiful, kind of okay. You didn't know what to think about him. I don't know. I think he's like, I don't know. I think he's just being edgy and rude. He's pitiful. I mean, he was forced to do the shit. You and the group moved from the stall and from Jeremy. It didn't take long for everyone to return to the yo, this song goes hard. I'm sorry. It didn't take long for everyone to return to joking. You all enjoyed what little time you had left as Elizabeth mentioned the hour was almost up. The little trip had flown by and lunch must have been waiting for you now. Derek bounced in the balls of a feetie on his feeties. Come on, guys, let's get going. We can eat. I'm starving. Let's go. If we have to, I can wait for you. I've had enough walking around. Homebound, here we come. Let's go. Can't wait. Cove stretched out one of his arms lazily. Let's go then. You looked at him appraisingly. You asked Cove to carry you back to the house. No, I'm not. I think I'm okay. I nodded at him, bro. I do not want him to carry me. Then you followed Elizabeth as she took it upon herself to lead the way home. She walked fast, much faster than Derek preferred. She kept gaining a lead, and then Derek would jog back up to the ground, to the group. With Cove's long legs, he had no trouble keeping up. I'll walk with Cove. You kept close to your neighbor. You both chatted about things you've seen at the shopping street, with Derek chiming in every so often. You caught Cove smiling at you a couple times. He was happy you were spending time with him. It was a pleasant walk home, and in no time you had made it back. Derek had got a front door and held it open for everyone as you each inside. The 3 parents were still in the kitchen. They looked up and waved. Welcome back, everyone. You made it just in time. I hope you're hungry. So did everyone have a nice time out? She gestured for people to take a seat at the table. Plates and silverware had already been placed out. You took your normal seat. Elizabeth sat across from you, and Derek took the seat to your left. Cove sat on your right.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, we had a great time. It was fine. I had fun. Yay! Yes, the bank heist went off without a hitch. It was okay, I guess. Nah, bro. Bank heist went off without a hitch, bro. Your joke got some chuckles going around the table. It was good in my book. Casually, Mr. Holden sat in the empty seat across from Cove. He smiled at you and all the other kids. Mom set down a platter full of water glasses on the table. She looked down at the gathering. It's a good thing we have 8 chairs. I can't remember the last time we've had a group this big over a meal. Can you pass the drinks down on the other side? Make sure you get all one. Sure. Those close to the cups obligated and started offering water around. As everything got set up, Elizabeth to take her elbows off the table.
No.
Now you shouldn't slouch. Okay, damn, I feel targeted. She pointed to Mr. Holden, who was leaning forward with both arms on the table. Oops. Mr. Holden seemed unsure about the sudden attention and carefully rearranged his posture to something more suitable for a fancy dinner. He smiled sheepishly at Ma. Elizabeth rolled her eyes and Ma gave a level look at her. Shouldn't be too impolite to a guest in the house either. Elizabeth groaned long-suffering. Ma giggled and Mr. Holden chuckled. A lot of you could learn a thing or two from Derek. He has the best manners here. Derek blushed. It was true. His posture was upright and formal. He even held his fork gracefully. His table manners, on top of all of his attempts to aid your parents, made him the model of a meal attendee behavior. It's nothing. Hey, it's true though. You've been a lovely guy. Dude, he's like, hey. I've noticed that too. It's always nice when you stay over, Derek. Derek smiled and sat a little taller on his chair. Oh my god, so cute. And do you have anything good to say about our other guests? She looked deliberately at Cove with a teasing smirk. Or is there just nothing to say? Well, Cove is my number 1. He does the clean. He does clean his hands by wiping them on his pants. Oh, Cove frowned at that and absent-mindedly brushed his hands on his pants legs. Your mom's laughed lightly.
There.
Elizabeth, you should know, after all these years, Cove is hardly a guest anymore. Cove smiled awkwardly, bro. Thanks. Manish, who cares? I don't think it's a big a deal. You tease Cove for his bad habit. You complimented Derek on his politeness. You joked that Derek was basically an adult. Now, Manish. I don't think I'm not seeing your elbows with it. Yo, bro, chill out, bro. I feel targeted. Like, oh my god. Whatever. Everyone ate their meal together and continued to hang out for the afternoon. After the food, you and the others played a couple games and talked about plans for the upcoming year. The time passed by quickly and soon it was time to part ways. Mr. Holden talked to your mom. Moms and Cove drifted over to you, knowing that as soon as his dad finished up, he would be leaving. It'd be cool to stay, but we have some stuff to do before everything closes today.
Okay.
Yeah, bye. Could you move? I need the phone. Cove raised an eyebrow and Elizabeth impatiently gestured behind him. Cove realized he was standing right in front of where the receiver was placed. He sidestepped out of the way and shook his head, clearly thinking Elizabeth was rushing too much. Your sister made a beeline for the phone and started dialing the number of what you figured was one of her friends. Knowing Elizabeth, she was going to be there for a while. You, Cove, and Derek shuffled closer to the door. It seemed like Mr. Holden was wrapping up his conversation, so everyone started saying their various farewells.
Talk to you later.
See you later, Cove. We gotta do this again sometime. Yeah, see ya. Cove turned to you and smiled slightly. Bye, Lee. You had Cove goodbye. You patted Cove on the back. You nudged Cove's shoulder. You ruffled Cove's hair. You waved. I give you a hug. You stepped forward, spreading your arms wide. Cove only had a moment to react before you encircled him in your arms. Cove hugged you back tightly. His chest rumbled as he laughed. His cheeks were slightly red, especially when he looked over and noticed that Derek had watched the entire thing. Derek smiled amusingly. Seriously, dude, we have to hang out later. I'm gonna miss you during school. Dude, he punched Cove's arm softly. Cove still rubbed the spot afterwards. Cove and his dad left soon after that. Your parents started cleaning up the house, and Elizabeth was chatting to her friends on the phone. It was just you and Derek left. He elected to stay outside in front of the house to wait for his dad to pick him up. You decided to keep your guest company, although he was originally Cove's visitor. A light summer breeze blew through your hair, and Derek shifted his weight from foot to foot. Thanks for waiting for me. He kicked at the ground distractedly. That's gonna be a while. So, do you want to go for a walk? Sure, I don't mind. The two of you walked down the street again, just wandering without a destination planned. It was a quiet stroll. Too dark for Derek being the company. Too quiet. You turned to him when you noticed that he wasn't saying a word. That was unusual. Derek had always had something he could chat about. You weren't sure if you should ask about it. We're at the park. Somehow you ended up at the old park near the beach. Right? You glanced over to Derek once more, still expecting him to say something any second now. However, nothing came over him. In fact, now you notice a frown creeping on his face. Oh, why, what's wrong? Bro. Derek smiled when he realized you were watching. At least his mouth was turned up. There isn't anything that really felt happy in the expression. Cove's parents are so attractive. Cove's parents are very, attractive. Yeah, that's the only way to describe it. He turned away and the smile fell off his face. His eyes stared intently in the ground as he raised an eyebrow. Is everything, are you okay, bro? If you want to talk about something over here, Derek, what's going on? You kept quiet. You good, bro? I'm a little sad. Why you sad? Little homie sad. Oh. It's just, with school starting back up again, it's going to be harder to visit. I'm going to have homework and clubs and practice and everything else.
This sucks.
Sucks, we're going to different schools. His face screwed up and his fists were closed tightly together. This is really concerning him. What if we don't have time? You shared those words. You channeled some optimism. No, we always have summer, bro. Just chill, bro. Make time. We can talk over the phone and have plans for the weekend. It'll be okay. Derek looked up at the sky. It was orange and purple with little wisps of clouds scattered around. A plane flew high with a jet stream trailing behind it. Then he turned to the ground again. Derek's face was tilted far enough down that it was harder to read his expression. Hey Lee, I actually wanted to talk to you about something. If you don't mind. What's up? What's up? Is he going through it? I feel a little bit. Oh no. There was a pause and you waited for him to finish his thought.
Sorry.
I was just wondering, do you like guys at all? Would you ever want to be with someone who's a boy? Sorry. No, what? I mean, I could be with a guy. I mean, I'm bi. It could go either way. What's up? Is he okay? Yeah, maybe I could be with a guy. Maybe. I could be with a guy. Yeah. Okay, then. He hesitated before finishing his question. What? So what I mean is, is there any guy you think is kind of cool? That you like around here? Not at school or anything like that. He ducked his head further. You thought about it. Mr. Holden, it's an option. I like you, I like Cove, Mr. Holden, there's a lot of guys. I'm gonna be honest, I like Cove. Derek chuckled and didn't look surprised at all. Yeah, I kinda thought so, that's cool. I really hope things work out. Thanks for answering my random question. He shoots you a thumbs up. I hope we'll always be friends no matter what. Aw, Derek, bro, what? I'm gonna buy him a bunch of Gatorades. Even if we don't see each other for a long time, or if we get really busy, I still hope. He cuts himself off and meets your eyes. There was something serious to him, sincerely worried that you'd fall out of friendship. What the? I hope so too. I want us to be friends forever. We were always going to be good friends. I don't know what's coming. No, we're always going to be friends, bro. Derek smiled, mostly to himself. He seemed a little more than usual. Then for sure, we have to make most of the next year. Then the year after that, and the year after that. He rambled on for a while about things. We'll just make the most of every year, right? You smiled. You felt like your friendship was still strong. Ah. Oh my god! So after Cove Story's complete, they're making a different route for Derek and some other guy you'll meet later. In part 3, because I think I know who it is. I've seen screenshots of him, is what I'm saying. You didn't spend much longer at the park after that. Derek didn't want to miss his dad, so you both made your way back to your shoot. After Derek went back home, you decided to settle in for the night. Stretching your arms over your head, you noticed that the living room and the phone is free. Oh, I'm stupid. Oh my god. My brain was like, you called Lee, and I was like, who's Lee? And then I was like, Walking Dead Lee? Are you talking about Lee from The Walking Dead? No, you're talking about the cousin. No, I take it easy, bro. I take it easy. Maybe I'll call her. I'll call her. You picked up the receiver quickly and punched in the familiar number while taking a seat on the couch. This is gonna be confusing. God. Soon enough, after explaining the situation to the housekeeper, Lee answered. Wow. Hey. Hi, Lee. Can you... Oh my god, this is so confusing. Hi, Lee. Can you talk? Definitely. We practically have to. Oh my gosh, can you believe it's almost time for school to start? What happened to our summer? School starts first thing tomorrow for me. And I thought I was starting next week was bad enough. Enjoy last week. Or I will. I hope you'll survive your first day. Me too. I need a good year. Dido. And at least summer was nice while it lasted, right? We were busy. Yeah. Fondly, you thought about all the best memories you made this summer. Lee was there for some, but there were still many you hadn't filled her in on yet. Let's reminiscent about the summer moments. Wow, you began to speak about? Oh my god, that's true. I have some DLCs here. Miranda's birthday party, the road trip you took, Soiree Country Club, the one day with the big shopping trip in the morning, the terribly hot afternoon, Cosmo. You know what? The one that sticks out to me the most is the Soiree club, the country club. Yeah. I went to a soiree at my mom's country club. There's lots of food, dancing, and people dressed formally. I should probably like DLC stuff here. Like, you should dip if you don't want DLC stuff. I've been in one of those. They're cool, but how did it go for you? Cove was my date. Cove gave me a flower. Elizabeth didn't come. She stayed home. Turned out to be a pretty good night. It was a terrible night. Cove was my date. No way! You asked it on a date, like a date? Yeah. Ooh. After laughing a bit, you dove into telling Lee everything about your night with Cove. You enjoyed sharing that memory with her. Let's talk about something else. What should we talk about? Incredibly hot afternoon. Yeah. I remember the hottest day this summer. I could barely do anything and I had to stay inside the entire afternoon. I learned more about my mom's though. My parents acted really embarrassing the entire time. Cove was so hot at his house, he bummed around a mile day. Cove came over and we made sandwiches together. Were they good? Nope. Let's talk about the road trip you took. If you like Lee, I can keep you updated on how the game's going. I like Lee. It's just her name's confusing. But I'm gonna wait until I finish part 3, until I look at like updates, because I've been like so particular about this game and like spoilers. I went on vacation. Cove's parents ended up inviting my whole family on an RV road trip. Really? Whoa, that's awesome. It was a 3-day trip, and we visited the Red Wolf National Forest. Lucky. Cove was flirting on me with the trip. I forgot that was a thing, bro. I thought we were talking about fashion. I thought we were vibing, and all of a sudden he was like, I met you. Sorry, so used to calling you. Like, oh wait. I don't know who we're talking about, bro. I'm so confused. This is so confusing. But no, I get it. I mean, yeah, I would like to keep updated on how the game's going. But after I finish the game, for like everything. After I finish part 3, I mean. Cove is fighting on me in the trip.
What?
Cove did what? He tried to flirt. I was surprised too. I'm so happy for you. You have to keep me updated on what happens next. It's so hard to focus with what you were saying. Your face is probably red right now just thinking about what happened. Keep talking. Let's go the time we had dinner. One night, Cove's parents invited me over for dinner at their house for the first time. I don't spoil you at all. No, you're good. Thank you, though. One night, Cove's parents invited me for dinner at their house for the first time. Mr. Holden made Mexican food. Your meal was good. Mexican is yummy. That's no surprise. What else happened? I got to name one of Cove's pet fish, Stan Luna. What'd you pick? Stan Luna? Hey, wow, why hasn't Cove asked me to name one of his fish? He has a bunch, right? That had you bursting into laughter. You almost accidentally dropped the phone. She giggled in return. Miranda's birthday party. We're just gonna go through all these. I went with Cove to a birthday party. It was for a classmate we had, Miranda. She's so funny though. Ooh, birthday parties are always fun. There's a bouncy house, games, and cake and ice cream. She knows how to throw a party. Jeremy appeared out of nowhere. I wore a great party hat. I made Cove wear the hats. Getting to hang out with Miranda was fun. No, honestly, the Jeremy popping out was so fucking out of nowhere. Jeremy, wait, he was that new mean kid, right? Cove told him off. It was funny. It really bothered me to deal with him. Well, Cove told him off. It was funny though. It was funny. Really? He didn't expect to see me there at all. We chuckled at that, pleased that you ended up being amused by the whole Jeremy situation. What was your big highlight of the summer, Lee? Talking to Yoza is the best part of my summer. Aw, bro, Lee's so fun. Even though it was a phone call, you knew that Lee was just winking at you. Come on, tell me. What? You don't believe me? Lee? Alright, so a high point for me was when I took that trip with my parents to Europe. That was so amazing. You and Lee continued to go over your adventures until you both were yawning to each other over the phone. And that you decided it was time to say goodbye now. You did have school to wake up in the morning. Bye, Lee. Night. Oh, this is so weird. Night, Lee. Talk to you later. You left the phone on the side table for now. Looking at the clock on the wall, you saw that there was only about 10 minutes until your moms would be insisting you had to go to bed so you could be rested enough for school. You stretched your legs on the couch and sighed in defeat, watching the minute hand change 1 minute closer to bedtime. You rearranged yourself, feeling restless, and looked out the windows. Startled initially, you spotted a figure out the hills. It was Cove. When the surprise faded, you realized it wasn't that much of a shock at all. It was exactly something Cove would do. You went outside to go meet up with him. You ran off to go meet up and you left at him. You smacked the window. Nah, let's go outside. You ran off to go see him. You went outside to meet up with him. Yeah, let's go outside to meet up with him. Strolling casually, you went to the front door. When you arrived, you noticed how many fireflies were out that night. They were drifting along lazily, barely minding your presence as you waded through the reach. As you waded through the reached the top of the hill. Cove turns towards you as you approached. You had noticed right away that Cove looked happy to see you. Hey, you had a bounce to your step. You weren't sure how long you'd get before your moms roped you back inside for bed. Hey, what you doing out here? Nothing. Not really. He shrugged, seeming unhappy with his own answer. You stared at him, waiting for him to continue. I guess I was feeling kind of weird about stuff, so I'm getting some fresh air before bed. You should go to sleep. I don't know how you feel. It feels good. I hope you feel better. Nah, I know how you feel. It's hard to stay still. Tomorrow's gonna be the start of a new year. At the mention of school, a small noise escaped him. Cove let himself fall back on his butt and then all the way down so he was laying on his back. He looked up at the sky. You laid down yourself. You sat on his chest. Why would you do that? No, you laid down yourself. You lured yourself back on the hill. You had been lost in thought or was possibly waiting for his to weigh yourself, but he started speaking unprompted again. Thanks for telling me about my dad and the money he offered you to be my friend. This is probably the last thing you were expecting out of him. Cove seemed to pick up on that and stretched his arms out wide in front of him. This is where you met, remember? It happened that day. You could recall the sad little boy with his pink cast who you found in this very spot like a lifetime ago. I have kind of a strange feeling looking at you. Not in a bad way, just thinking about you and then really seeing you now. It's something. What? He turned his face away from you. You get the impression he was trying to hide the blush. It was almost unbelievable how much of an impact he had made on your life just by moving in next door. You couldn't even imagine what your days might have looked like in a world where you hadn't met him. Cove glanced back at you, waiting for a response. You had no idea what to say. Then, still without a word from you, Cove shook his head strongly. What? It's you. Huh? He snickered before answering. He looked through, amused with your reaction. That's what you do all the time. So I'm being you. What the? Hey! What? What do you mean? You do that all the time too. So do you, Cove. You were stunned. He noticed enough to take a note of it. You didn't do that much. Not being able to argue with his assessment, you accept it. No, so do you. Really? Yes, always. Cove couldn't help but grin at that. Honestly, there were many people you could think of who could tease you about something like that. Returning a smile, you realized there was no denying the two of you had been around each other for a long time. Cove broke the quiet before it could fully settle.
See you tomorrow.
Hey, I'll see you tomorrow. Yeah, I'll see you then. With a final wave, Cove headed home, but she stayed there for a few minutes longer. Your mind kept going back to his simple statement, see you tomorrow. No matter how much was changing around you, there were some things in your life that always seemed to remain true. The hills felt warm to you that night. Before you knew it, you're getting comfortable under the covers in your room. Your mind couldn't help but be buzzing with the thoughts about the future. You felt excited. There's little doubt in your mind that things are moving forward, and you couldn't wait to find out what changes were waiting for you on the horizon. Slowly, your eyes grew heavy as you drifted off to sleep, your mind spinning with wishful thoughts. No matter what happened next, you could only hope that you would make the most of it. You were ensnared in a dream where a noise from the outside world josted you. You snapped your eyes. Nah, bro, I'm keeping my eyes shut. The light clatter continued. Now that you were more alert, you could distinguish it as tapping sounds. Quiet, slow, but persistent. Each beat was like being poked. You couldn't ignore it. You lifted your head from the pillow and looked for the source. Not much work was needed to puzzle it out. It was from the window. With that, you knew exactly, bro. You knew exactly who it was. From the color of the light filtering into your room, it was too early for anyone to be awake, including the sun. It had barely held itself over the horizon, but that didn't stop some people, it seemed. You sat up in your bed and opened the window wide. Cool air, not yet warmed by the day, tickled your face as it pushed into your room. Just as you expected, your neighbor, crouching on your windowsill, he was fully dressed though, not for school. Why are you wearing your swimsuit? He was wearing a wetsuit and shy smile.
Leo.
Hey, Lee. You stared back, blinking. So technically we won't be back at school for a few more hours. His voice was delicate yet deliberate. Each word a careful explanation. Classes haven't started yet, so do you want to hit the beach with me one more time this summer? Yeah, sure. Always, here we go again. Here we go again. Oh, way too early. Come, you're crazy. Come, you're so. Oh, these options are so. No. Here we go again. Your comment was half-hearted and you both knew it. Only Cove would think of something like this, and it was part of what made him special to you. Cove chuckled, smile widening. You rushed to get changed into something suitable while Cove climbed down to the ground level. Your limbs still half asleep, struggled somewhat as you attempted to coordinate them into a swimsuit, but you got there in the end. Soon, you were tiptoeing out of your front door, clutching a towel. Cove was already there to greet you. Your eyes met. Cove's gaze darted to your destination and back at you. You checked the door You checked the door was closed and gave him a thumbs up. The two of you leaped into action. Wordlessly, you began to run down the familiar path ahead, Cove beside you. The thrill of your outing made you want to laugh. Not that you dared if anyone in your family looked out and saw you. Then your summer would be back to being over. One glance and Cove told you that he was exactly the same, holding back sneakers for fear of being heard and caught. The towel streamed out from under your arm like a cape. You were running so fast downhill that simply keeping your balance and not tumbling down was a real threat. It just wasn't enough of one to make you slow your pace for every step. For every step you took, the beach was a little closer and the day a little brighter. What lay ahead for you would arrive, and you were happy to meet it. Is it no, it's real in between. It's here. Is this like it's here. Oh my god. Okay. Oh, we have another page. Wait. A ring? Jewelry, jewels, pattern, plain, nut. I guess plain ring. Headscarf. Oh wait, no, I don't. No, I don't wear headscarf. Nail length, long, short. I'll do them long. I usually have them long when we're. I don't know. Nail color. The same. Yellow. Nose ring? Oh, no, I don't have a nose ring. If they had like piercings on the ears, that'd be cool. Do they have those? Ear piercings? Earrings? Ah, but they don't have like the multiple. Oh, wait. Do they increase? I guess. Because like I usually wear like earrings that go like this. That like curve around, right? That like go from like the top of the ear to here. Sort of chains, right? Let's just keep them as that. Okay. Dun, dun. This is so cute. I think that's it, right? I don't feel like there's anything else to change. Ring, plain, none, jewelry, jewels, pattern. What does the ring mean? Like, jewelry? Jewels? Jewelry? Okay, change page. I think that's it. I don't want to change the voice name because I know I'm gonna regret it. And if I accidentally like have Leo again, that's like the first part. I don't want to go through that again. Okay. Okay, let's go. Knowing that like oh, I guess like interest would be love now, cause oh hey, but we already have blushies. Why do we need more blushies, bro? I think I'm so relaxed to cove. It's love now. Yeah. But I think I'm so relaxed. I'm just blushies. Well, I already have like tiny blushies. Why do I have another set? Like, huh? I'll save here. Okay, ready, go. Yes. I forgot about the compass. Hey, okay. No, I'm not changing his personality. I don't want to change that, but his appearance I will. This is what he looks like. He has long hair. Dude, I really wanted Cove to have long hair. Okay, hair 3 is the one they picked out for me. I kind of like hair, I don't know. I'm kind of in between hair 1 and 2 because it's really cute. I'll go with them. This is so... Earrings? Oh wait, I can't see it with this hair. Move. Yeah, give him some earrings. Give him some earrings. Go ahead. Do it. Hey. He's so handsome. He's so handsome. What the heck? Left wrist? He got chains? Nah, give him like that. Yeah. Necklace? Oh, only one? Okay. Pants? To A, to B, to A, B. I'm so happy. This is so cool. This is fun. His shirts are cool too. I don't know. I like this shirt, but I also like this one. Maybe I'll just go with this one. Maybe I'll go with this one. No, this one. I don't know what to do. I'm so like, oh my god, this is so like, wow. You like going crazy because I really like, I don't know, I really like hair 1 because but I also like hair 2, but hair 3 is cute because it's really long. Just change page. PJs, bro. Oh my god. Okay, we'll go with that. Whatever. You do you. Okay, change page. Swimsuit. Pink. The pink ones are kind of cute. This is fun. Formal. Yeah. Nah, do plain. Do plain. I don't like the those thingies. What? I don't know. This is sad. Okay. Shirt 2. I just don't know what to do about his hair because this is the hair they gave me. This is the hair I like, and then this is the hair of like more too. Like I really like this hair. You know, maybe I'll just keep this. Maybe I'm just going crazy. Maybe I'm just going crazy. Oh, tutorial time. Save it. Save it. Save it. Since you're romantically interested in Cove and are old enough to start being physically affectionate and more serious, you can choose what initiative level he has through step 3. Making sure the player experience what they want is important in our life, but always putting your choice first can potentially make a relationship feel one-sided. So we've added some flexibility to how it works. Low initiative means Cove will occasionally ask to touch the MC, and those situations will be an opportunity to say yes/no. For example, he won't simply lean over and kiss the MC as a greeting or in an emotional moment. Every piece of physical interaction will be either initiated or approved by the player before it happens. Middle initiative means that there will be certain times where Cove requests to touch the MC, many chances to initiate affection on your own, and also Cove will be pretty regularly give affection automatically. One example would be giving the MC a kiss because he's happy or emotional or something else. In other situations, you can choose not to make the first move in order to give Cove the space to be the one to act afterwards. Overall, Cove can get romantic, but the player's agency will take priority. High initiative includes every middle does, but it also means the player's agency will be reduced to a degree in favor of having Cove give physical affection even more frequently and with less prompting. Instead of all the major affection giving situations being led by the choice menu for you to decide on, some will instead be replaced by Cove acting automatically. This level is only recommended if you feel very comfortable and physically affectionate, and would prefer to simply see it happen rather than always holding the resin on it. However, this level is most relevant if Cove ends up as your official boyfriend at some point. Situations where high level intimacy makes a difference tend to come up in scenes that are exclusive to being in a relationship. The parts that are also included in the middle initiative will be seen whether you're dating or not. Once you pick a level, it can't be changed later, so keep your full playthrough in mind when deciding. We hope you enjoy whatever initiative option you like. Oh shit. Okay. I don't know. I thought they would they would do this for you. I kind of want to choose high, cause I get but like medium. Did y'all who are like watching? What? I'm so curious. What did y'all choose? Because I'm like curious on what y'all did, because I don't know. Like, I don't know what to choose. Like, I want to choose like high initiative, because that's like cool. That's cool. I choose high. Was high like that big of a difference, or like was it like, does it feel like okay? I don't know, because I don't know. I feel like high initiative is what I want, but at the same time, middle initiative just to play it safe. But at the same time, this is what I want. This is what I want. But this is so high. Maybe I'll just go with high then. I think I'm just gonna go with high. I mean, it's what I want. I did what I wanted, which was high. Okay, I'm gonna go high. I'm gonna go high. 3, 2, A. The start of classes ended, and the relaxed free days of summer didn't take long for you to get back into the swing of school year routine. Schedules and homework became the new normal. Derek wasn't around nearly as much with school and after-school activities. There weren't many opportunities for him to take the trip out to your neighborhood. Sometimes you'd hear that he was at training camp or something like that, but you weren't always sure what he was up to. You lost contact? I would try to keep in touch. He seemed like he's a cool kid. I just don't want to, like, I don't know. But no, I still kept in touch on the phone. I tried. The Jeremy kid disappeared after that summer, and no one ever heard from him again. Where he went or what he might be up to was a mystery. You saw more of Miranda around since you had hung out with her on her birthday. She had opened up to you. The two of you talked regularly, and she was the same towards Cove. After a while, the three of you developed a real friendship together. More summers came and went, like the waves of the shore coming in and out. In your second year of high school, someone new started to visit Sunset Bird. A sunny girl named Terry Brooke. She was a friend of Cove, made due to them both being ocean obsessed. Terry was more glad to befriend you too. Someone close to Cove had been good company, she felt. You were pleased to get along well with her. Funnily enough, Terry was also extremely tight with Miranda, who she had known for even longer than Cove. The four of you were able to create a small friend circle. As for your home life, the Shino also had developments. Changing laws and public perception countrywide made it possible for your moms to openly wear their wedding rings. That's so nice. I didn't know that they were not doing that. Oh no. Oh man. I'm so glad it was openly wear their wedding rings without question. Though they had a wedding years ago, it was only recently that the union was officially recognized everywhere in the US. It was a good day to say the least. Elizabeth came into her own and stopped being quite as irritable. She no longer worried about perceived childishness as she grew up for real. She didn't even mind being called Lizzie again, though almost all people called her Liz. She even eventually graduated high school and moved out to attend college in another state. It was a lot for you to adjust to your older sister being gone. Liz never let you forget her role in your life, though, and kept in touch. Cove's relationship with his family improved over the years. Kyra visited several times after that summer, and things became easier between the two. He was a lot closer with his dad than ever before, and you knew they talked more, and that helped prevent a lot of friction before it could start. This is so cute. Cove only continued to open up to his parents and the rest of the world. He was so bright. He shined. He would willingly join conversation, make jokes, and put an effort not to use overly blunt phrasing. Character development. Oh my god. Cove had shifted from preferring athletics to becoming more seriously really as his schooling went on. Matured affection achievement unlocked. You can't see it, but it's there. Things had shifted between you and Cove, but in a way that almost couldn't see. After all this time, he wasn't just your neighbor. He wasn't your only friend or even a guy you were interested in. You were in love with him. You loved Cove. You knew that fact for certain. There was no one else you held those feelings for. It was strange to look back on it all. The future faded into your present, and then it was simply the past. Even the most fundamental parts of your life couldn't last forever. You felt that the most pointedly, the day you inevitably graduated high school. It was over. Oh my god, we graduated? Are we like, this is like where I am exactly. What the heck? The day you inevitably, we graduated high school. Holy shit. It was over and you would not be going back ever again. From now on, what came next was your choice. You'd be directing your own life. That was where you were currently. The summers after school had ended. The first summer of true freedom. What used to be a from the typical was now going to be your first step into adulthood. Oh my god, here we go. Shoot. Oh shoot. This is really it. We really in it, huh? When did this wall get here? Was this wall always here? This is not our house. What happened? This is so trippy. One fine summer morning, you took in what you had become a very special scene. The whole family having a meal together. I totally forgot we were gonna see Lizzie. Longest stream in eternity. For real, because this game is so good. Oh my god. Lizzie! Lizzie! Your big sister Liz hasn't lived at home full time for a couple years, but she had arrived last week to spend the season here since it was an off semester for her. She's so pretty and stuff. She's really pretty. She wanted to make sure she was in town because you had also graduated high school, so who knew how much rarer these moments would become in the future. You watched on as Lizzie laughed good-naturedly over a comment Mom made. Her Elizabeth-only mindset had only been a phase. Nearly a nickname that is welcomed at this point in her life. Strangely, even though she moved away, you lately felt close to her than you had in a long time. You idly scooped up more of your breakfast and chewed absent-mindedly. You generally ate whatever, bro. and the meal you had reflected that. It included just about everything your moms had made, though you had often made your own food nowadays. With Liz around, though your parents made even more options than usual, your Liz had been a vegetarian for a while, and they wanted to make sure she had choices too. Whoa! Oh my god! They look so different! Wait. I feel like they look like the exact same as they did in like the first step, but just different. So weird. What the heck is this? Conversation had gone idly without you fully taking in the words until your ears were when Ma started on her own town gossip. And so that's how I heard the news. Alright. Now stop bearing the lead and tell us, what is this so-called news? Ma giggled as she cast a look across the table, satisfied that she had everyone's attention. Well, it turns out the Donalds hello won't be renting out the condo up the street as per Sunset Break tradition. For the first time in what must be nearly 2 decades. A chorus of gasps and shocked expressions were all around after the initial shock of your elbows pinched. Mom may consider them by name, but you and Lizzie always viewed them exclusively as the mean old couple who would yell at anyone under 25 who crossed their path. Your mom continued on with the story, spreading strawberry jam over a piece of toast as she did. They've decided not to take big trips anymore. Friends and family will be visiting them at their home. That's nice for them. Then have a good summer. Mean grandparents and no grandkids away from us. That's a relief. It's kind of sad they can't travel anymore. Hopefully okay, even though it's so mean. Finally get pissed off. You didn't have a comment. No. Nah. It's okay. Hope they're okay, even if they're mean. They had a very full life. It's nothing to sneeze at. And you be nice too, Liz. You don't want to end up like them, do you? Oh my god. Hey, she's so cute. You and your Liz crack smiles at the jokes.
Well,
At least they won't be here to yell at my children anymore. Lonnie. And the blunt comment got laughter from all three of you. Engrossed in the conversation once more, you continued to chat with your family until the meal was over. What? Oh, okay. For some reason, I thought an animation was gonna happen. I was like, no fucking way, no way. As it went, once the food was eaten, the cleanup had to be done. Liz took the roll of washing dishes and passed them to you for drying and putting away. You had set cups in front of you that needed to go on the top shelf of the cabinet. It was effortlessly. You were really tall. You were tall. You were an average height. You were short. You were very short. No. It was a struggle to get them without stepping to it. I think I was short. I don't think I'm very short. There is no arguing that. You can't comment on it, okay? I'm just short. I'm not very short. I will not accept other answers. That was simply your lot in life. You'd always been vertically challenged. You felt great. This is like how I'm thinking now, like right now, since like, is this 18 or 19? I know it's like somewhere around there. Because if it's, oh my god, this feels so weird. I hope I want to grow. I kind of want to grow some more. I don't know if it'll happen though. This is an unpleasant thought for you because in the past it wasn't something that bothered you as much as it did now. Liz shook you out of her internal musing and starting up an impromptu conversation. She seemed to be voicing the thoughts that have been buzzing around in her own head. I have to say this, I'm going back for another semester this fall. It's pretty intimidating. You'd think after the first or two I'd have a handle on things, but no. You stole a glance at her, still placing cups in the proper place. I guess it's only fair. My first round was pretty general classes. Year 1 of my architecture major was the basics. Now it feels serious. I actually have to know some things. She laughed and gave a flippantly airy, but the way she scrubbed at the plates held more force than necessary. It's really cool that you want to be an architect. That just sounds hard. I know you can handle it. How sweet of you to believe in me. Thanks. Your older sister's mouth quirked into a smile. It'll be fine, one way or another. Oh, but I'm not trying to scare you away from college. Even if that's what your plan. What's going on with that anyways? You kind of had a general idea. You had absolutely no idea. You hadn't even let yourself think about it. It was too much. No, I wasn't even thinking about like college or something like that until like the day I graduated. I was like, that's right, I have to do this. You answered the question as much as you were able to and willing to. Lizzie's smile grew more reassuring as you did. You made it through 12 years of full-time education already. You got plenty going for you. Sometimes it felt hard to believe your public schooling experience was over in the end. You didn't try hard, but made it regardless. You struggled to reach benchmarks but made it. You had been an average graduate. No, I didn't try at all and barely made it. Like, I barely made it on time for graduation. You're gonna miss it. You're glad it was truly behind you. You wish it could have gone. Nah, I wish I could have gotten it better. Even if you hadn't put as much effort as you could have, you were still allowed to have some hope for more. Lizzie picked up the silence her question ended up creating. She said it was time to make a closing statement on the topic.
You're a good girl.
Aww. Lee, do what's best for you, and we'll be here to back you up. Thanks, Liz. At that, Liz happily passed the final dish your way. She waved a soapy can. Dude, that makes me want to cry. I'm not gonna cry. And moved on to her next task for cleaning up job. You refocused on getting the last pieces, but back where they belonged. We got a cell phone now. You eventually moved on to a new chore, but that was interrupted by the sound of your cell phone. Is the phone Zavot, you silly ringtone, one of your most beloved songs. The phone was just set to vibrate. No, I never have a thing on my phone. It was just vibrate. Casually picked it up from the table where you had placed it earlier. The phone was a couple years old at this point, having been a 16th birthday gift from your parents. They decided which model to get, but you got to pick the color. It was yellow! It was just a phone. You didn't do anything to decorate it. It had a special charm attached to it. I usually want to do stuff, but no, my phone right now only has like a pop pin thingy. A little poppy thingy. This is a phone. You didn't do anything to decorate it. The screen lit up as you gave a little device a sweep with one finger. You were informed by the caller ID that it was Lee. I don't know what Lee looks like. What does Lee look like? Show me. Despite having busier and busier lives and not living in the same town, you still had a good relationship with your cousin of the same age. Especially once the miracle of both of you having your own phones actually happened. She got hers first, though. Tapping the accept button, you answered her call. A familiar, bubbly voice came right through after.
Hi.
She's so cute. She's so pretty. Oh my god. Hi, Lee. Hiya. I trust I'm not interrupting anything major. Only some cleaning around the house. Oh, then you're welcome for my call. A distraction from that must have been desperately needed. Thank you, my dear cousin. I love doing chores, you joke. Even though she couldn't see you, I love cleaning. You protested earnestly. It's good to hear from you. Even though she couldn't see it, you shook your head at that. Oh my god, the phone is yellow. I just realized. Ooh, yo. She giggled. You could hear the jangle of the jewelry she must be wearing. Nothing amazing is happening for me either. I'm bored, and it felt like chatting. My morning shift ended, so I'm free for the rest of the day. Ooh, that's good. I hadn't started working anywhere. Unlike you, Lee had started dipping her toes into the workforce as of late. It made keeping in touch frequently even more complicated, but you both managed. What about you? I'm pretty normal. Cool. Then that's so you. So how's Mr. Cove Holden doing? Ayo, chill. Ayo, chill. There was a teasing vet to her tone. She was never willing to let up on what was going on between the two of you. But the name was incredibly familiar to your ears. Cove, your next door neighbor for the past decade at this point. He was your boyfriend? You can do that? You can... He was your boyfriend. This is so... But neither of us have, like, confessed to each other. So I would do this. You were in love with him, but you didn't want to talk about that point in your life. He was an important friend. The two of you were close? That's all you could think of. I guess this one... Like, we didn't confess to each other. He was your boyfriend. Do this one. Save it. You were in love with him, but you didn't want to talk about that at this point in your life. But I don't mind talking about it, is what I'm saying. I hate this. It was simply something you were ready for. Wait, what did it say? It simply wasn't something you were ready for. Ding, then you were close. What you had was special, whatever it was. Are you even surviving with without the boy being 10 feet away at all times? Or is everything right with the world again? And he's back. No, Lee, he isn't here. Just like he wasn't here yesterday or the last time you asked or the time before that.
Sorry.
Oh, my bad. Can you blame me? Doesn't it seem like he should have made his grand return already? Plus, I want to visit soon. He needs to be there too. Did he leave or something? You could understand where she was coming from. This was certainly outside the norm. For the past couple months, in the last few weeks, especially Cove had been going to his mom's place in Nevada. Oh, the two of you still regularly stayed in contact over texts and calls, but still. Your man began to drift back in time to all the prior trips he'd taken to visit her. Almost every year he had to go away for a while, and then he'd be back. It was just shitty. Made you sad. No, and lonely when it happened. It's nice to have a break from each other. I would be lonely and sad, but I don't. You sent him letters. Your mom's help shipped out. No, you gave him. You kept an eye on his house. You weren't capable of doing anything until he was back. Yeah. It felt as though time was standing still during those days. Your life only moved forward when you saw his face in person again. He sent you letters, which made things a teeny bit better. That's how it was in the past. But lately, he had been trying to see her as much as he could before taking long trips to another state became too impractical to do. He got a part-time job. His part-time work could become full-time soon, or he could be moving somewhere else for school. Cove hadn't actually been entirely clear with what his plans were after graduation. Cove was hesitant to speak on that. Even with you, it couldn't be avoided forever, though. You both knew that. Maybe we should switch up to non-Cove related topics. Sounds like a plan. The rest of the conversation rolled on. Not much longer, though. Lee had to go, and you needed to finish your responsibilities around the house. The both of you exchanged goodbyes, and you went back to what you've been working on before the call came in. As you wrapped up the last of your chores, you were approached by Lizzie wearing a cheeky smile. Got mom's keys, want to get out of this tiny town and do some shopping in a real city? Sounds great. Good. I'm driving. Good, thank you. It was obvious he didn't know how to drive. You were glad for that. You had just a learner's permit. Even though you could drive too, it was fun. Nah, bro, I only had a learner's permit. Go get your wallet and anything else. We're going now. With a nod, you made a quick detour to collect your stuff from your bedroom. You had money saved up from gifts you received. Ooh. After making sure you're both fully prepared for the long haul to the largest city and the surrounding area, you buckled in the car. I was like, no cap. Or else you better pick me up. Bro, I have no idea. It was a smooth ride. I'm like so confused. Are we like I want to go out with Cove. I do, but it's like, what's going on? I'm so confused. It's such a It was a smooth ride there with like conversation about what shops and to shop at and radio blasting. The trip there was breezed by, and what felt like no time you had gone from cruising down the road to cruising through the mall. Lizzie had her interests to check out, and you had yours. Sisterly bonding time. Your hobbies and skills are the ones you developed when you were younger. You had gotten to new things and you could... Yeah. Oh. There's a lot. Games are fun. You like to play video games. And... you enjoy music. And... You listen to a lot of it. And... you into fashion. I liked makeup. And clothes. And... I spent some time on art, just drawing. And you like to hang out with people. You like to watch TV. And I like to read. And comic books. And I wrote things. Nah, I didn't write anything. That was everything. That's everything. Yeah, that's everything. When turning a corner down a new length of the mall, your eyes caught on to a little gift store. Your friends and family had recently given you many presents for graduating high school. You realized you wanted to get a graduation gift for yourself to give to Cove. You had a gift of your own ready to give to Cove when the chance came. You really appreciated what you gotten. Should I have a... do I have a gift? I don't think I would have prepared a gift, bro. I feel like I don't... What? You know what? Since we're here, let's try and get a graduation gift. Graduation may have already come and gone, but Cove wasn't really around then anyway. You kept an eye out for something good, though you might have something nice for him at home already. Eventually, the mall was explored in full. Oh, this is cool. We outside. With every shop of note being checked over, rather than going home, you decided to walk over to some smaller stores nearby. Lizzie had many thoughts on that topic.
So?
Honestly, malls are not a bastion of society. Okay. Even if the smaller stores require extra distance, the brands are so much more. Then your sister abruptly stopped speaking and walking right in the middle of the path. It was a good thing no one was behind her. She seemed entirely shut off for a moment. Liz? The attempt to catch her attention was unsuccessful and something else had all her focus. Hey, yo, what's up? Before you could puzzle out what might be happening, she began to mumble at the corner of her mouth. What's going on? What's going on? Lee, don't draw attention, but look. What? Bro. With a harsh whisper and a subtle jerk of her hand, she urged once more.
Hey.
Wait. Look. Wait. Hey, yo. You looked and followed her gaze as best as you could to a large bunch of colorful teens strolling down the same path. Oh, wait. It's, I thought it was a bunch of, I thought it was A. You faced back over your sister with a confused expression and had an unspoken question. What were you supposed to be seeing there? Lee doesn't want to say something familiar. Oh, is it happening? Ayo, Liz. Ayo, Liz, I need the full frame. Move. Ayo, Liz. She was practically bouncing at this point. So he looked over to the group again, and this time he saw what she was seeing. It's Shiloh. It's Shiloh. It's Shiloh. Oh my god, Shiloh. Oh my god. Shiloh, it's been so long, buddy. It's been so long. Oh my god, amongst the collection of strangers with brown hair, gray eyes, and lots of freckles. Oh, that's Shiloh! Our Shiloh from when we were kids! Yep, that was definitely him. Shiloh, I can't believe it. He's honestly just there. That's hilarious. That's incredible. Okay, but how do we talk to him? We have to pull him away from those other people. And what if I'm wrong? Your mouth opened to reply, but she was cut off with her own answer to the question. I've got it. I'll shout the name Shiloh, and then we can act like it wasn't us. And if he responds, we'll know without a doubt it's him. Lee, let's keep an eye out to see if he looks. Okay. Let's try it. Okay. Likely without even hearing what you said, Lizzie put her plan into action. Shiloh! She loudly projected the word across the way and put an act of casualness, turning her head away from the scene while brushing at the skirt of her dress. Yeah, we don't know what's going on. In a spur of awkward moment, you can only stand there as the attention in the area shifted towards the two of you thanks to your sister. Nah, we don't know. But many startled bystanders who became alert of your presence. One of them was the boy from a distance. His large eyes met yours. He looked. A wide grin over at Lizzie's face. She pushed the rim of her sun hat up and away from her face while swishing back to greet her old friend directly. Shiloh! Waving, she stepped a bit closer to express her intention to meet without really closing the gap. She wanted him to come meet her. Who you presume to be Shiloh looked surprised at the call-out. He stole a quick glance at the crowd he was with and hesitantly glanced back at your way. He was trying to double-check something. Lizzie remained steadfast with her gaze trained on him, and ultimately, he broke away from the rest of them. Let's go! Shiloh! After a light-footed jog across the big brick pack, the young man pleasantly presented himself in front of Lizzie and you. Hi, I like your hat. The simple greeting that had Lizzie giggling.
Hey.
I'm not sure if you remember this, but I'm Lizzie. That's Lee. We were all friends when we were little kids. His eye grew. Oh, he didn't realize. His eyes grew wider, even larger at the gaze darting between you, Liz. His previous chipper manner faded into something delicate. Really? I'm sorry. Oh, no, I do not. I'm sorry, but I think you have the wrong person. You could tell. You could tell, not being instantly recognized, he was gonna make this exchange even more of a challenge. Still, Lizzie was undeterred. It was a long time ago. You're really young. I get why you feel like that. However, I'm positive I'm right. You're the exact same. The face, the freckles, how gentle. You try to phrase things. You're even wearing a hat. I like his hat. He always has a hat on. It's so cute. Instinctively, he looked up at his headwear with deep eyebrows, not making any connection where the hat meant something.
Okay.
We knew each other, okay? An uneasy smile settled on him as silence followed Lizzie's speech. He was picking his next words carefully. Purple hat, purple. He went from blue hat to purple hat. The conversation was quiet. Then the conversation was quiet and obliterated by a new voice bursting in the conversation. What's up? Who's that? Shiloh, what are you doing? The rest of the group already left to flee. If trip is not a vacation, we're on schedule. Startled, your head snapped towards the path. A distinct, unhappy individual with piercings, magenta eyes, dark brown skin, and a sharp jaw stormed your way. He carried the cloud of authority with him, despite looking like he wasn't even 18 yet.
Sorry.
I didn't mean to ditch. Shiloh, whose name was now officially confirmed, gestured with a hand to add to the explanation of his absence as the stranger watched impatiently. Who's that? I thought they'd recognize me as someone they knew, but it was a tiny misunderstanding. What? Chill out, bro. You're gonna piss her off. I'm so, like, he knows it's us, right? Lizzie, theoretically as she will, literally put her foot down at that, stomping in frustration and getting more childish the longer she was around her childhood companion.
Come on.
We do know you. Child merely shrunk in on himself. The tone he spoke with was pained. Sorry. You honestly couldn't tell if he was apologizing for the upset feelings of his sister or the dissatisfaction of his new acquaintance. That in itself was very Shiloh-like. Oh, you know him? Is that it? A stranger spoke in a dismissively scoffing tone, as if the words sounded so absurd to him that it was almost amusing. Almost. But the sternness of his demeanor quickly restrained itself. Well, do you know me? I tell you, I'm someone who has been forced against his will to be aware of what's going on in Shiloh's ridiculous personal life for a year. If the two of you had any importance in his general day-to-day exist, it would have come by now. Don't bother to try to exaggerate any childhood connection you might have. It's not good enough. He's with us, and you'll survive without him. Now stop loitering on the road. It's rude.
Excuse me?
What? Who's that? Is it like somebody from like XXO Blood Drops or something? Excuse me? We're the rude ones? A high-strung rant out of the audible gasp from Shiloh, who finally started to speak up against in defense. Nate, that's really mean. Also, it's true. We're leaving. With that declaration, an unofficial introduced Nate. Who's Nate? I feel like it's probably somebody from like Blood Droplets, right? In something, spun on his heels and walked speedily towards where the group went, completely confident that Shiloh would follow behind him. Oh, people can sure have bad attitudes, huh? Why can't they just try to get along? It's not hard. Don't worry though. I bet you won't have to deal with him again. And I'm sorry I can't stay and talk to you, but I hope you have a really nice life. Bye. No, that's it.
Bye.
I hope you have a really nice life.
Bye.
What? Bro. Not swag. Not cool, bro. And that was it. His final parting words given. Shiloh left the two of you behind to catch up with his own little life that he had to go and live. That's it. Why get me hyped? Why get me hyped? I'm so like what? Now I'm angry and hungry. Lizzie watched his exit, stunned, only to frown and hit her that he was really gone as quickly as he appeared. It happened so fast that you hadn't even been able to get a word in. She sighed, all the energy she built up releasing with the breath. I could have told him his last name was Fields, his birthday is October 3rd. That would have proved it, but no. Shiloh grew up to be dumb. These are the words in disbelief at how dense he had been. You wanna go catch up with him? Lizzie merely shook her head, pushing off the childish thoughts. I think we leave him there. Thanks, he's in the middle of a high school field trip. It was already enough to being able to see him. There's something reassuring about witnessing firsthand that he's still out there enjoying his own part of the world. Though, if given a chance, I could definitely have a few words with him about the company he's got. She laughed, but she could tell there wasn't much humor to it. She was mad at that guy, even if she was happy to let Shiloh go. Maybe they're only with each other because of the trip, and it's not usually how things are.
Right?
True. We can only hope the same for him as he did for us. Have a nice life, Shiloh. No. We'll miss you, Shiloh. Lizzie smiled at you and had the self-confidence you knew so well from her. Come on, little baby sister. Let's finish up our own trip. Yeah. I'm so hungry. I feel like my stomach is gonna start rumbling and it might pick up on the mic. I'm so sorry if that happens. No matter how either of you really felt about the occurrence, it was something you simply had to accept. People you knew just disappeared and reappeared in the most unexpected ways. The two of you enjoyed what remained of your outing until it was time to head home. To return home. By the time you arrived back, the sun was already beginning to set. You arched your back as you stretched your arms towards the ceiling. While it had been a good day, it had enough activity to cover an entire week. Liz tried to hide a yawn behind her hands. You weren't the only one feeling worn out. I'll be heading up to my room, I mean the guest room, since mine stopped being available as soon as I was out the door. Her tone was light. She had quite a lot to say on the subject when you first taken over her biggest room after she left for college, but there had been many trips back home for her since then. The room hasn't been hers for years. It was more of a running joke now that she continued to bring up the topic to this day. Let's go, Liz. I don't see your name on it. Thank you, Liz. It's a nice room. Thank you for being so gracious about giving it up. I don't see your name on it. You wouldn't. After clearing out every possession I left behind. That's right. I don't leave evidence behind. A small laugh was shared between you and your older sister. You better believe you'll be back in the guest room once you've got your own place and we're both in town for a visit. We can take turns. You'll have Thanksgiving, I'll get Christmas. Don't count on it. Nah, bro, it's my room now. Don't count it. 1, 2, 3, 4. That shit don't count. She flashed her familiar grin and you couldn't help but feel glad that she was back around, even if it was temporary. With that, she paddled off to the spare room and you're ready to do the same thing. Moving into a new space is your first opportunity to decorate from scratch. Design my room. Yellow. Yellow. I said yellow. This is so... But this is the only one with a PC, bro. Why you got green and a PC and no... Oh, wait, I got a PC. It's just a laptop, though. Extras. 1, 2. I don't have trophies. No way I have trophies. Window. Left, right. I don't... Yeah. Oh, wait, you can click multiple... That was so scary. That was so scary. No, dude, that's terrifying. Ew. Back. Yeah. Floor, left, right. I don't do either of these, bro. Left. Oh, I forgot you can double click and stuff like that. Back. Okay. Oh. This is so cute. I didn't realize you could customize it. I'd have books. I want yellow, bro. I think that's it. Oh my god, this is so cool. Okay. Save it here, though. Okay, done. You're really satisfied with the feel of your tiny part of the world. As your thoughts drifted, you tend to bite down another yawn. It was no good. Your bed was now lodged in your mind, and all you could think about was collapsing on it. You trudged up the stairs to your room. Ooh, this is nice. Okay, stepping inside, you closed the door behind you, blocking the rest of the house. When you turned back around, you realized you were not alone in there. Comfortably perched in the window with someone oh. How the hell did you get in? How did you get in? How did you get in? How? Wait, I totally just pressed skip by accident. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. What? That, how'd you get in? Oh, I went, shoot. Oh my god, oh my god, I messed up so bad. Oh my god, what? Dude, I freaked out that bad. I'm sorry. I was so shocked, bro. Okay, yeah, done. I'm saving here, bro. Oh my god. Sorry, I had to take some screenshots. Cove Holden. Hello? Surprise? What do you mean surprise? His tone was easy and relaxed. It certainly was a surprise you hadn't expected him to be there within the state, never mind your own house. He had answered how he suddenly just appeared back in Sunset Bird, though to be fair, you had been so astonished that there hadn't been much of an opportunity for him to chat with you. Thankfully, Cove was only waiting for a good moment to start and began to explain.
So...
Oh my god, his voice. I got in about 15 minutes ago. No one was home, so I figured I'd come in the usual way. The window. Dude, did we never learn to lock our windows? Like, I felt Cove deprived. Boobies there. A small smile did form on his face, and you're staring at him, unable to blink in case he disappeared. You could barely believe that he was really there, merely feet away from you. I left my bags in your backyard. I hope that's alright. He was... Oh my god, I'm so like... Okay. That was when you truly understood. Cove had come straight to you upon getting back to town. You were his first port of call, taking precedence above anywhere else. Even though you hadn't been when he called, Cove had ensured that he'd see you at the earliest opportunity, rather than allowing his plans to change. Oh my god. I ran to Cove? Oh my god, I'm just so like shocked. Oh my god, no, I'm running over to Cove. No, I'm just walking over to Cove. I'm not trying to make a scene. I'm not trying to make a scene. I'm walking over. I'm running over. I'm walking. Ah! I'll walk over. I'm not trying to make a scene. I'm not a scene. I'm not making a scene. He was here, and it was exactly where he wanted to be. There was no need to hesitate in enjoying his presence. As you approached, Cove quickly hopped from the windowsill to meet you. Oh. I can't believe my eyes. It's the most amazing event in the world. You didn't even say it. I missed you. This is... Okay, you ruffled his hair. You... I don't know what that means. You punched him on the arm. You wrapped him in a gentle embrace. You pushed him to a bone-crushing hug. Let's hug him. Let's give him a hug. A hug. Cove sighed contentedly, melting into the hug. He wrapped his own arms around your back in return. Taking your shoulder for a pillow, he laid his cheeks against you. What? I missed you too. Wah! Even if he hadn't said it outright, you would have gotten the message from his body language. Cove was grinning widely. He raised his cheeks, burying his eyes, which gleamed like hidden gems. But he looked at you if you were the most exciting treasure of all. How's the trip? Yeah, I had a great time. Cove told you about his trip back home. I'm gonna literally do the same thing. Oh my god, his mom was doing really well. She had a project in the works that she was really oh my god, I can't speak. Thrilled about. As a result, Cove was gonna be sticking around in Sunset Bird for the time being. Things are settled as much as they would ever be. With Cove back once more, you felt at ease. Cove stretched his arms over his head, his eyes on the window and world beyond. The sun had set while you'd been busy reuniting.
Well...
Should probably get my stuff and see Dad. He glanced over at you with a familiar, expectant look. Want to come with me? Let's go see Mr. Holden! No, sure, I can go over for a while. A little bit, you know, just a bit. It's okay. Cool. Cove began to head to your... Oh my god, we're the same age. It feels so weird. Cove began to head to your bedroom door. I followed him. Okay. The two of you casually went out to the ground floor of your house. In all the excitement of Cove's return, you hadn't even remembered the gift you prepared for him for when he got back. It'd be best to give him now, before he left your house. Can you wait here for a little while? I got something for you. Cove's eyes widened as he tried to conceal the smile. He toyed with the collar of his top.
Really?
I mean, you didn't have to do that. You nodded with some eagerness, trying to imagine how he'd react when he actually saw it. I mean, I didn't. The gift you chosen hadn't been something you could buy. You bought Cove something special. I probably wouldn't. Dude, I'm like so broke. No, I don't know what I have. I don't know what I have, but it's not something I'm. Yeah, it was a $20 bill. A $20 bill. Orange shell he even chances than you were younger. White. A $20 bill. No, I'm gonna give him the little seashell because he really wanted the seashell. You quickly went up to your room to collect the shell, knowing exactly where to find it. It had been housed in the same box since you were a kid. After all, taking great care, you extracted it from the case. Though it had been a long time since you'd taken out, the grooves are still as familiar as your fingertips as the open line of your favorite song was to your ears. Why Not by Luna? Okay. Cove had admired this shell ever since he first saw it, declaring it to be the best of all your treasures. Despite that, he never actually accepted your offers to take it. He hoped that he might change tonight. You closed your hand around the shell, not wanting Cove to see it until you were ready, and headed downstairs. Hey! When you were back in front of Cove, you cautiously lifted your arm up. He looked. Oh my God, I can't speak. He looked on curiously as you unfurled your fingers to show him the gift. I know you didn't want to take it from me, but what I want is for you to have it. Cove stared down at the familiar shell, nested in your palms. His mouth parted, no words came out. He drew his eyes to meet yours. Silently, he found the answer to whatever question he couldn't speak. He put his hands over yours and broke the silence. Okay. It was as quiet as a whisper. His fingers were gentle as his words brushing against your palms as he took the shell from your grasp. He cradled it carefully against his chest and smiled at you, his eyes bright. I'll keep it forever. I don't have any water. Cove laid the gift safely on the counter, but he didn't turn back to face you once he had ensured it was secure. He's crying! I didn't notice! Though his face was angled away from you, you caught his eyelash fluttering as if it was batting away tears. His throat bobbed as he swallowed bubbling emotions. You knew that Cove could be sentimental. The gift and all the memories and feelings tied up in it. It seems to have taken a toll on him. Oh my God. When he began to sniffle, you felt the need to reach out. Cove?
Leo.
Lee, I don't know what to do. Bro, he forcefully scrubbed at his eyes like he was trying to push the tears that threatened to spill back in. Oh, Cove, it's okay. Do you need to cry? No. Nevertheless, tears had begun to spill down his cheeks even as he wiped them away. More took their place. Oh, thank you. His voice quavered as he spoke. Cove scooped you into a hug, pressing you so tightly against his chest that you breathe. Oh my God, that you breathe. Oh my, that you're you're. Oh, hey. Okay. Cove scooped you into a hug, pressing you so tightly against his chest that your breath escaped in a short squeak. He burrowed his face against your neck and shed tears damp on your skin. You hugged him back. You're welcome. You're welcome. Cove let out a steady breath. It was far removed from the shaky... Oh my God, I can't fucking focus. Grass that had accompanied his sniffles. His tears had dried. His eyes were a little red, but open and at peace once again. He smiled, fully recovered from the emotion that had overcome him. You're really, seriously too nice to me. Hey, he smiled back. I don't think there's such a thing as too nice when it comes to you. Cove brushed his hand against the pale ghost of a scar on his arm. He was at a loss for what to do now. The clock ticked away, counting the seconds of silence. Once you had a chance to settle your thoughts, you figured you'd tell Cove the intriguing news. I meant to tell you earlier. I saw Shiloh today.
Huh?
He doesn't even remember from that one scuffle where they were both like, hey yo, hey yo. Cove was like, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to Lee. Shut. Shiloh, your eyebrows are weird. Shiloh? Cove repeated the name, his expression blank. From when we were kids. Cove pondered for a moment, then snapped his fingers. Oh, he was a freckly boy from that first summer, right? The one who moved. I met a guy named Shiloh. He looked just like the Shiloh we know, plus however many years. But he didn't remember me and just left. Cove frowned. I don't know. Too bad I missed it, though. You knew him better than I did. That was definitely true. Not only had Cove known Shiloh for a shorter period of time, but he and Shiloh never really quite got along. Not that they were enemies either, just kids who were only ever together because of other people they both knew. I wonder what Shiloh's up to these days. I don't have any idea, but he didn't say much. Oh well. That was everything you had on your news item, so you moved on to the next big update. Also, you know the mean old neighbors, the one that would always yell at us? He cringed recalling those particular memories of back in the days was not pleasant, even for someone as nostalgic as him. Yeah. They're not coming. They didn't rent the condo this summer. Cove's jaw dropped. You didn't blame him. The elderly couple had been in institution for as far back as you could remember, long predating Cove's arrival. Even now as a teenager, you found your neck prickling as you walked by their combo, half expecting to get a scolding for breathing the wrong way in the vicinity of their vacation home. It was strange to think of that coming to an end. Wow. Cove blinked, clearly stunned, with struggling with the idea in the same way you had. I didn't see that coming. People being gone, people coming back. It feels like I've missed a lot. This had been the busy summer already. Well, you haven't missed the fireflies. They haven't shown up yet. Well, that's something, and we better not get left behind. There's still stuff to do. Oh. You nodded. The two of you headed out and traced the most familiar path you've ever walked, a trip across the road to Cove's house. It seemed that no sooner than... Oh my god, I can't. It seemed that no sooner had the night begun than it was already an end. At the dawn of a new day was come soon upon you. The next morning, your belly was full of breakfast and you were in a pleasant mood. You hoped the rest of the day followed suit. Later, you were meeting up with your friends, Cove, Miranda, and Terry, to go into town. It was all in short notice, but that was because everyone was just so excited that Cove was finally back home. Having a nice daydream. Hey, Pam. You blinked, pushing all your thoughts away and returning to your reality. Your mom was watching you with a tense smile. So what's on the agenda today? I'm meeting up with some people. Well, I hope you and your friends have fun. Don't get into too much trouble. She winked at you. You knew both your moms wanted you to enjoy every very bit of this summer before going on to the big changes started. I'll try.
That'd be great.
Oh, but before you go going around town, could you bring the mail in? I'm finishing up putting the dishes away over here. All right. Thank you very much. I'm sorry? I'm... Mr. Holden? Holden? He's so pretty. As soon as you... Oh my god, hello. Mr. Holden, hello. Whew. As soon as you were outside your front door, you couldn't help but see Cove and his dad standing around in the road. They noticed you too.
Hey.
Hey there, Lee. Good timing. You should come join us. Who am I giving this to? Am I going to Cove or Mr. Holden? You hugged him. Following your lead, Cove hugged you back, and he held on for a few seconds longer after letting you go. His eyes shone brightly at you. Oh, it was Cove. When you did part, sending your heart aflutter. And then Cove's cheeks flushed as he couldn't quite meet your gaze. He didn't speak, but you felt that if he did, he would be tripping over his own tongue. You noticed Mr. Holden was taking in the scene of you and Cove with a self-satisfied smile. Cove followed your line of sight and shot his dad an unimpressed look. For a moment, Mr. Holden seemed like he had thought... he had the thought dancing on the trip from his tongue, but he had decided to keep him to himself. So, what are you up to today? As far as I know, nothing much. Me and Cove are meeting some friends in town later. Sounds like a plan to me. Yawning, Mr. Holden stretched his arms over his neck. My boy and I have been waiting around to see what the new neighbors are like. This is definitely his idea. I don't know. I know. Oh my god. I don't know how you're not interested in this. It's big news. Besides, it'd only be polite to greet the folks. Oh my god, what is up, bro? Hey, what's up, Hatronics? Maybe it'll be a single dad and son. You could have been here till like, dying to see new campaigns is just strong. Well, anyone, okay, yeah, maybe I'll shrug. Whatever. I'm sorry. I'm like so. Cove. Oh my god, I'm just Cove. Hey, you weren't concerned either way about it. If I run into them, okay. If I don't, I won't think much of it.
Right.
Big news. What big news? What is it? Fair enough, especially with everything happening for you this summer. On the topic of what came after this, you tuned Mr. Holden out momentarily and looked at Cove. He nodded understandingly. Mr. Holden took one more glance at the current vacant building and sighed dramatically when he turned back to you and Cove. His whole body seemed deflated. There's no sign of them, and I still need to head over to work soon. Cove gave his dad a few reassuring pats on the back. Okay, I promise to keep an eye out. I'll text you if anything happens. Really?
Of course.
Oh my god, he's so nice. Yeah, of course. Well, I mean, only until I have to meet up with Terry and Miranda. Will that still work? With a wide grin breaking out on his face, Mr. Holden looked absolutely thrilled to have his noisiness enabled. That works. He moved to a firm place, both of his hands on Cove's shoulders, fixing his child with a firm state. Son, you are my true ally in this world. Mr. Holden stood up straight and letting Cove go. He looked Okay, with that settled, I'll go make some money. That has always been the one thing I do best. Oh no, don't leave. Slaps his head against the wall. Bro. Mr. Holden headed off into the garage with a big wave goodbye. Cove smiled the whole time as you both watched his dad leave. No, you really like Mr. Holden. Mr. Holden was your favorite pupil. Cove's dad was kind of bothered. You had mixed feelings. No, Cove was so cool. Cove's dance. You really like Mr. Holden. He was cool. You had for a long time. As soon as he let it aside, Cove sighed lightly. You okay?
Yeah.
Just not looking forward to waiting. Guess I'll be hanging around the street a while. Oh. I'll stick around to see the new neighbor. I can wait with you. Why don't I see the new neighbor and keep you company? Why don't I stay to see the new neighbor and keep you company? Curiosity about the new tenant was getting better. The better both of you. And you figured that the wait wouldn't be much longer. And besides, you couldn't leave Cove. Really? Of course, I like keeping you company, remember? He stared at you a moment. Oh, he's so happy. Smiling softly and thinking about a response. Oh, thank God, screams. I'd like that too. I'm sorry. Cove put his hands on your shoulder. Cove put his hands on your shoulders, gripping you solidly, but not enough to hurt. His eyes fixed on you just as firmly. He was serious. Lee, you are my true ally in this world. That got a fair amount of chuckles from you. He grinned, fading into amusement.
Thank you.
You're always good to me. You're lucky to have me. You're still lucky to have me. Oh, it's no problem. It's no problem that you left. No, it's no problem. I don't know about that, but I'm just happy you're always here. A smile on his face reached his eyes as it made you feel eccentric. And then he let go of you. Cove stepped over his front porch steps. Cove stepped over to his front porch steps, lazily taking a seat and leaning back on his arms. Our watch begins. Nodding in agreement, you joined Cove on the front porch steps. You both sat there in a comfortable familiarity as you settled in for the waiting game on the new tenants. The neighborhood was quiet, and you sighed contentedly, closing your eyes and feeling the light breeze. Eventually, you both perked up at the sound of a car. A taxi followed the noise turning onto your street. Cove's eyebrows raised at that slight, and he sat up straight on the slope.
Oh?
That has to be them, right? Yeah, it's gotta be. Now that they were here, you couldn't help but feel a little bit just a bit curious. I'm crying. You wonder what kind of person would be living in a neighborhood for the summer. The taxi pulled to a stop as you expected in front of the front row. The taxi, dude, hurry, bro, stop. I'm like, I can't speak. Cove is like right here and I can't speak. The taxi pulled to a stop as you expected in front of the now empty condo. It was the same side of the street as your house, a few buildings further up. Without getting to his feet, Cove tried leaning and tilting his head to get a view of the passenger door as it opened. A single occupant exited the cab. Huh? You could feel what Cove was in that moment. After the last renters, this new visitor was definitely not exactly what you expected. That was my screenshot, sorry. It was a young man, had to be close to your own age. He was dressed fully in an black and white gray outfit. Even his side swooping hair matched the scheme. The only other pop of color was from something that couldn't easily be fashioned into submission. A pair of dark brown eyes, which you caught when he looked over at his audience. Crowd cheers. Hey folks, who might you be? We're the neighbors. A smile already prompted on his face curled further. It was cocky, but you didn't get the impression it meant something adverse. Hallelujah. You and Cove shared a familiar look with one each other, bewildered even further. The color-coordinated man left it there. However, and with a firm click of the he shut the door to his right, and then he turns back to you to retrieve a large, unsurprisingly black suitcase out of the trunk. Continuing on with his own business, he strolled forward and lightly tapped on the driver's side window with his knuckles, asking them to roll it down. When it opened, he leaned down and rested his arm on the edge. You assumed he was thanking the driver for getting him there, considering he slipped them a tip during the brief chat. They shook hands, and then he pushed himself up away from the taxi with both arms, giving the driver room to leave. The taxi pulled away, rolling carefully down the road and out of sight. Around the corner, the new renter had officially... Oh my god, wait! Is Baxter, like, renting the house? Is he, like, rich, or does he live with, like, his parents? Because... Is this his house? He left the suitcase on the ground out of the way of the street and sauntered over your way with confidence of someone who had been invited to join. Ko finally stood up to greet this person. You followed suit.
Excellent.
What the
Excellent. Excellent.
That is not what I expected for a voice. I'll be honest with you, bro. I'm so lost. No, you're good, bro. This is a good visual novel. Oh my god. What? That is not what I expected for a voice. I'm gonna be honest. I'm Baxter Ward. It's excellent to meet you, neighbors. You were standing on the side when he approached from. When Baxter got close enough, he offered his hand to you first. You held your arms open to offer a hug instead. You kept your distance. No, I shake his hand. He offered me his hand. I'll shake it. Baxter gripped your hand firmly to give a satisfying shake. Hi, Baxter. I'm Lee. Hey, Lee. I am quite keen on getting to know you better this summer. We could be good friends. From your other side, Cove made a sudden spreading noise. And you are? He lifted his hand out to Cove next. Cove shook his hand, still eyeing Vader carefully. I'm Cove. Wait. Looks very ring for you. Baxter's whole demeanor lit up for unknown reasons. His eyes shone as he studied Cove for a moment.
Really? Really?
No way, is that a nickname or your real name? Just my name. Cove spoke mildly, having given that explanation many times in the past, but it clearly charmed Baxter all the same. He tossed his head to one side with a laugh. Your parents knew exactly what they were doing. I can't imagine a more fitting name for the face I'm seeing. Cove. That's gorgeous. It's really...
What?
He's so like, no, hello. It's really not. No, I agree. It suits you. No, hey, considering... Nah, I agree. It suits you.
Not bad.
Why is this man so like... Nice to see someone else knows. The impact might have faded for you, living with it this long, but I promise onto the onlookers it's a knockout. Baxter by King. Oh my god. Cove couldn't face either of you after that. His cheeks were quickly turning bright red with embarrassment. You noticed that Baxter looked apologetic over at Cove's increased discomfort. I'm sorry. I wasn't intended to be mean more than it did. I like your name, but you don't have to mind that. I'm petently against stepping on anyone's toes. He chuckled to himself. It seemed like there was some extra meaning hidden there in his words. You noticed that Cove raised an eyebrow, picking up on that too. Baxter didn't even open his eyes to see your face. To see your faces to know he had some filling in to do. He stood up straighter, striking a slight pose at the position on his feet. I'm a ballroom dancer, hence the phrasing. Wow! Oh my god. A ballroom dancer? Okay, go off. So talented. He's talented, bro. Oh, I don't know much about dancing, but that's pretty cool. It's not hard once you get the basics down. Cove didn't look convinced at all. Baxter took that as a cue to keep talking.
Well.
So, oh my god. He grinned in a way that was rapidly becoming familiar to you. If either of you are ever looking for a partner, I'm available. Oh my god. Cove frowned at the over-forwardness. Thanks. I'll pass, I think. I'll take you up on that offer sometime. I'd rather not. I could probably show you some moves. You didn't answer the question. Could probably show you some moves, bro. Like, I know Luna dances.
Excellent.
Oh, you can? I'll look forward to that then. After that, there was a lull in conversation, and Cove attempted to fill it. What made you decide on Sunset Bird? Oh, yes, well, my parents rented a condo, so I had a place to stay while I'm off for a semester from college, and I'm not living in the dorms. Dude, he rich? Oh my god. There's no water, what am I doing? I need water. There was a playful glint in Baxter's eyes, he continued.
Honestly.
This is so deep, bro. He's rich. Ideally, they wanted to send me somewhere that wasn't too exciting, but luckily for me, they picked the wrong street, considering the two of you live here. Oh my god. Cove is practically reeling over how Baxter found a way to fit comments like that into every topic this far. Why do you keep doing that? You don't know us, but you talk like you already do. Cove spoke firmly, yet genuinely confused, and Baxter smiled out cautiously. I don't feel the need to keep words phrase to myself, and when I say something, I mean it.
See?
Plus, what's the point of spending my off semester alone? The best part of being somewhere new was getting to interact with the people. But I am honestly the first person who's acknowledged you're attractive and still intriguing people. Am I honestly the first person who's acknowledged you're attractive and intriguing people? True, you're hidden away in a tiny tourist trap, but still. He's so sweet and he means it, please. Oh my god. Baxter crossed his arms. After studying your faces a few more seconds, he decided to continue. Am I only trying to score a hookup or get a romantic fling started by saying those things? No, that isn't the point of speaking well of others. I was raised better than that. Period! Nice! Pog. Though I would be fussed if that's what I use my word led to. Also, no. I am flexible, not a surprise. I can back off with the lines if you don't like the attention, but I would like to be friends if we can. Cove wasn't sure how to respond. He glanced at you and he continued to look at your face when he spoke. Thanks for answering. I'm not interested in any of that with you. Maybe not the friend thing, but the other part. What other part? What's wrong? Cove, what's up? So he... You are... I don't know what I would say. Like... Baxter looked at you and smiled apologetically. I'll keep it in check. Shifting his weight to his other foot, Baxter tried to move forward. So, since you're both already out here, did my arrival interrupt anything? Oh my god. His face is so... He's like in pain, fam. Definitely not. I'd be too busy making them to say anything. Stop. Oh my god. You smiled and suddenly agreed. You laughed. No, you told Baxter that you're both wanting to see who's gonna move in. The condo hasn't had a new renter in my entire life, so we had to see who was moving in now. Baxter laughed at that, immensely pleased with your response. I'm getting a reputation in this town already, not bad. Well, if either of you are free, I'd be thrilled to hang out this summer, but we can save the scheduled talk for later. I should get my things inside. He gave a small nod and headed and flashed you both a dazzling smile.
Goodbye.
For now. Bye. Cove gave a small wave as well. Bye, Baxter. See you. Baxter then turned his heels and strolled back to his suitcase, picking it up and bringing it into his condo. You and Cove were silent as Baxter unlocked the door and disappeared inside the house. Dazzling smile, goodbye, sweet boy. With him completely out of the scene, Cove let out a long breath.
Well,
I don't know how I'm gonna explain that guy to my dad. You burst into a fit of laughter trying to imagine the conversation. Guys, I miss him. At least the job is done. We saw the new neighbor and now we can go meet up with Terry and Miranda. Yeah, we should get going. Ooh, you gave Baxter's condo one last glance over his shoulders. You're looking forward to seeing more of him. You thought he was charming, you weren't interested in him, you weren't how to feel. You thought he was pretty bad first impression. Oh my god, what if I pick this? No, these are so mean. I'm looking forward to seeing more of him. He seems like a cool dude. Baxter was different, but you liked him. Smiling, you hoped that he would become a good friend this summer. Turning your attention back to Cove, you pushed all your thoughts to Baxter's side. It's been 7 hours. No, it hasn't. It's been 5 hours. It has been 5 hours and no, it's been 6 hours. Holy shit, it's almost 7 though. That's the power of this game, bro. Turning your attention back to Cove, you pushed all your thoughts to Baxter's side. You both started making your way towards town. A while later, you and Cove reached the main street in town. All of a sudden, you stopped walking. What's wrong? I think I left my phone on vibrate. You dug your cell phone out and looked with a satisfied grin. There was a new message. You opened the phone to find a text from Miranda. All you saw was, "I can see you." Bro, I showed up to the stream late. It's all good. There's no late when it comes to streams, bro. You show up when you wanna. Immediately from where you stood, you started swiveling your head around. You couldn't spot Miranda anywhere, and she did send you more messages. Ha, I see you looking. Please, I want Mr. Holden Root. Oh my god. Everybody really wants a Mr. Holden Root so bad. Where are you? Ha, come on. Really, Randy? The message. Oh, what? That was a message. You could tap them. Where are you? Is what I would say. Mr. Holden Root, so true. The message is sent, and you were back to looking around, scanning for any signs of movement and familiar faces. They were still invisible. Cove looked at you carefully, raising an eyebrow. Miranda, come on out! You sigh. Miranda. Cove jumped. Miranda. Cove jumped a bit with your sudden outburst. He raised an eyebrow and looked at you carefully. What's happening? Before you could even begin to explain anything to Cove, you both snapped your attention to the yelling across the street. And there you saw Miranda and Terry coming out from behind the backside wall of the grocery store. The backside of the grocery store, like here or like here. They both started waving widely to draw even more attention to themselves. Cove took a step in their direction. Grinning, he put his hands around his mouth to better project his message across the street. Hey! Laughing and arm in arm, the girls stopped on and looked both ways, and they rushed across the empty street.
Hi.
No, you can't see her because my dummy camera. She's so cute. No, you can't even take this all out. Take it all out. No! That doesn't... I'm so upset. She's so cute, though. Hello, girlies. Cute. I hope you weren't waiting too long.
Hey, buddies.
Oh my god! She looks cool. Hey, buddies. Buddies. Hi. Hi, that joke was not funny. I'm amazed that you appeared and I'm happy to see you too. I thought you knew better than jaywalk. You were, let's see. Hi. You're happy to see your friends. The little tense on you was already long forgotten in your mind. Terry then closed the distance between her and Cove and crushed him in a painfully tight hug. You're finally here. It's been so long. What took you? He did his best to eke out a reply with his chest being compressed.
Sorry.
Oh. Eventually, she let him go. Terry looked at him with a beaming smile, but Cove was distracted, rubbing his arms. Standing there, Miranda shifted her weight to her other hip. She watched Cove patiently with a bashful smile. Welcome back. Thanks. I finally felt official. Everyone was together in one place. From here, you weren't sure how often you would have another afternoon like this again. They didn't either.
So?
Cove? Terry poked Cove square in the chest. You're gonna have to give me your schedule by this time yesterday.
No way.
Oh my god. Not really possible, Terry, but I can say as soon as I know. So far, work hasn't said anything, but I can tell you I'm busy with ORCA activities. What's that? Oh, what? Oh, wow. When Cove wasn't at his part-time job or pursuing his academic interests, he volunteered for the Ocean Restoration California affiliation. Cool. The group focused on cleaning up beaches and removing pollution from the ocean. Cove always loved the sea. It didn't surprise you one bit when he started to get involved with them. Wow. It was, I don't know, it was Cove's activity. Their big smash event for the year's coming up, right? Isn't it? Yeah. There's not much more to do before then, but I'm kind of looking forward to the fundraising push. You nodded, wondering how the event would turn out this year. I know you can do it. And even if it goes really bad, I'm still looking. Oh my god, I can speak. It'll still look good on the college application at least. That's true.
Hey!
Oh my god, she's so cute. Hey, guess what else? We don't have to stand here to say stuff. Let's go. I would like a meal now. Perking up, Cove nodded in agreement. Yeah, for sure. The four of you headed into town, happily chatting the whole way. The only decision left was to make where exactly to stop and eat. I can't speak. The rest of the afternoon and evening passed in the blink of an eye. When night fell, it was time to head home, and you parted ways with Miranda and Terry. You and Cove reached your neighborhood without event. It was late enough that your out-of-the-way street was dark and silent. You were tired. Skipping my step, ambled along. Cove was giving you a piggyback ride home. I was tired of walking. I was probably really tired of walking. You yawned, stretched your arms high over your head. It was taking a lot of mental focus to keep up and walk alongside Cove. And so, as you did so, you peered at his face out of the corner of your eye. You wonder why he felt so distant to you. So out of character. What's wrong? Ayo, what's wrong? Ayo, you good? For a while, Cove silently stared ahead and left you alone with your own thoughts. It surprised you when you did hear his voice all of a sudden. He still wouldn't look at you. It feels weird coming back to the neighborhood and trying to get into things like they're the same. And they're not. They've changed. They're still changing. Your mouth felt uncomfortably dry all of a sudden. It was true. The things that kept the people you knew together were starting to disappear. Each person had to make their own priorities and their own path now that it wasn't set for them. Don't make me think about my own future. You thought about your own immediate future. If you had to choose in this very moment, you wanted... I don't know, man. To go to school full-time, to go to school part-time, to work full-time, to work part-time, to focus on time. That's not school or work. I guess right now I'm kind of going to school full-time. I'm just taking summers off. Yeah, yes, full-time. That was the basics. For your education, you thought you'd... No. I'm taking online classes, and that's all. Oh, wait, well, I guess a community college. That was all. And for that, you wanted to... stay local? Dude, don't ask me these questions. I don't like it. Stay local. It'll all be happening so soon. You'd already applied for schools. You were prepared for what's coming. You hadn't begun to do you hadn't begun. If we're talking like this is like soon after graduation, so it just like started like. I hadn't begun to do anything about it yet at that point. I'll just do it like right now. You already applied for schools. You'd be open about your situation and everyone knew. You only spoke about this with family and those you were close to, like Cove. You kept this all to yourself. Cove was the only person who knew. No, yeah, I've been open. Everyone knew. Now you wondered what Cove had in mind. You heard him consider something for his future, but it was never anything that would have counted as a real plan. Making it back home, you both stopped in the middle of the street. Cove sighed. Cove looked at the ground for a moment. His mouth trembled, trying to settle on the right words to say. So, Are you still thinking about going to school and stuff in Sunset Bird? I mean, yeah. Cove closed his eyes and nodded while he composed his thoughts. He looked at you when he lifted his head.
I mean,
I decided on something. Well, kind of. What's wrong? He smiled slightly and rubbed his arm. Then his expression grew more serious. I'm not gonna decide on a school or a career. Not this summer. I'm gonna stay here, at least in Sunset Bird. I'll probably move out of my dad's place, though. I'll keep working my job, keep doing volunteer stuff and everything else.
I don't know.
Maybe I'll know what I want for myself by fall or next year, or maybe I'll never have a plan. Life will continue with whatever's happening. I'm not gonna crush myself trying to have everything figured out by a timeline that someone else has set. I can't do it. Ooh. His brow was furrowed and his tone was tense. It was clear how much his expectations are weighing on him. I guess it'll be me and you, right here for a while longer. Yeah. His eyes were glassy. You weren't gonna be separated. That meant a very great deal to him. Plan sounds very you. Understandably. You were glad that the two of you were gonna be in Sunset Bird together. Somehow, I'm not surprised things turned out like this. You weren't sure how to react. Nah, I'm nodding. It's like, Cove sighed. He looked relieved that you understood. I'll see you tomorrow, Lee. I'll see you night. He pulled you into an unexpected hug. It knocked the breath out of you, yet couldn't have been a more reassuring feeling. You returned his embrace and stayed that way for as long as you could.
Good night.
He finally let go, giving you another smile. Then Cove started walking away, but you remained there, frozen in the middle of the street. You watched him and wondered how many more times will he be able to say that he'll see you tomorrow. You hoped for countless more times. Finally, you turned towards your own house. You vowed to yourself that you would make the most out of every moment you had this summer. That was so good. That was so good. Oh my god, that knocking scared the fuck out of me. I'm sorry. I just don't want to like scream or like do anything, so I'll just hit my desk. Oh my god, that's so good. That's so good. God. No, it's okay. So basically, okay, so that's gonna be the end of this part. Like this, I guess, episode. I'm gonna be streaming tomorrow, and tomorrow I'm gonna be doing all these DLCs, right? I'm gonna be doing all these DLCs and then ending summer. So this is all I had planned. I just wanted to get up to this point, and then tomorrow I'll finish the game probably to like the latest step, I guess, which is this step. But yeah, these are what I'm gonna be doing tomorrow. I'm so like, I'm so like, oh my god, Cove. Oh my god, Cove. Okay. Okay, let's just, okay, menu. Yes. Okay. Quit the game. Goodbye. Oh my god. That was so good. That was so good. I can't function. Oh my god. Cove is so sweet and nice and so just, oh my god, what happened? Okay. Oh my god. Cove is just so sweet and nice and I can't do it. He's just so great. I'm literally having brain rot right now. Holy shit, I can't do this right now. Oh my god. Thank you for joining. This was like a long stream. This was like 6 hours, bro. 6 hours and like 10 minutes, bro. I'm glad you saw Baxter. I'm glad I finally saw Baxter too. He's a lot more like chilled than I thought he was. I don't know why. That's the thing that I was thinking. I'm just like, oh my god, Cove. He's so good. He's so good. He's so sweet. So great. Cove is so great. Oh my god. I'm so excited. I'm gonna be streaming. Okay. Let's see what's the plan for the rest of the week. I'm going to be streaming tomorrow. I'm going to be continuing the game. So I'm going to be playing all the DLCs and then ending summer for that. For step 3, I mean. I'm going to be doing all the DLCs and ending step 3. And then after that on Sunday, I'm going to be playing some Minecraft. It's been a bit since I've played Minecraft, especially like on the realm and stuff like that. So I'm excited to do that. Wee! I'm really excited to do that stuff on Minecraft too. It's been a bit since we've had a Minecraft stream. But my god, step 3 was so good. Step 3 was so good. It was so good. I'm gonna be, I can't do this right now. I can't do this right now. I'm gonna go crazy. I'm gonna go crazy. Okay. I'm gonna be streaming tomorrow, same time, 7 p.m. MST. I hope to see you there. It's like I thank you for like 108 followers, or not followers. Oh my god, I'm not on Twitch. Thank you for 108 subs, by the way. We're so close to the little goal I have right there. I'm so close to the little goal, which is like 200 right there. My voice is like so dead right now. But I'll update this VOD with like, or I'll update this stream with like timestamps if you ever wanted to see a specific DLC I played or something like that. I'll do that soon after like I finish the stream. Like it'll sometimes take like, dude, sometimes I'm really lazy with it, or sometimes I do it right away. It's like it's one or the other, no in between. But thank you again for showing up. Sub if you haven't. I'm trying to get to 200. Hee. And then, I mean, like the video, it's not a video, it's a stream. Oh my god. Like the stream if you want. And join the Discord if you want. I have a Discord. I'm very proud of it if you would like to join that. But I hope to see you soon. I'm so tired. I'm gonna go drink like so much water. Have a good day, and I hope to see you tomorrow. Goodbye.